Chapter 1590. The little eunuch sensed something and turned around to salute respectfully, "Your Majesty." The Western Wilderness Emperor's expression was indifferent as he sneered. "I didn't expect the imperial capital to be so lively. Don't show yourself, just stay here and watch the show with me." His eyes grew colder as he looked at the Li residence, at the absolute demon flame that soared into the sky, and at the nine-tailed demon fox that was howling in pain and struggling within. "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch took a step back, half of his body hidden in the shadows. He looked at His Majesty's back and could feel the cold, murderous intent. His Majesty was really angry. There must be an explanation for what happened today. The nine-tailed fox, the Li clan, and the person who summoned the demon-extinguishing flame. None of them would be able to escape. The imperial garrison, who had been pressed down and slapped violently, had lost all face. They surrounded the Li residence as quickly as possible, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. The doors to the courtyard opened, and Li Zicheng stepped out. He said in a deep voice, "This old man will give His Majesty an explanation for this matter. None of you are allowed to take a single step in." Amidst the hesitation, the crowd suddenly parted to two sides. The sky-bearing monarch walked over with an expressionless face. "Ancestor Li, this is the imperial capital." As the atmosphere outside the mansion grew tense, the nine-tailed monster fox within the absolute demonic flame could clearly feel the aura of death approaching. Large patches of its snow-white fur were charred and falling off, revealing sinister rotting flesh. Its howls became even more mournful. Li Ji, save me, and you promised to take me away from the Western Wilderness imperial capital." Not far away, Li Ji stood with his sword in his arms. His eyebrows twitched, but he soon calmed down. Li Ruhua's face was expressionless and her eyes were cold. "I've reminded you not to complicate matters," Li Ji said indifferently. "Under the absolute demonic flame, the nine-tailed demon fox will die. West Wilderness knows our identities and will not force us. At most, let the Li family of Wutong County pay some price, and then the matter will be over." Li Ruhua glanced at him. That better be the case. But now, there was a red spot on her palm that was constantly heating up. This made her feel uneasy. Of course, she knew about the existence of the heaven-shrouding book. The other party was willing to pay any price, so how could he let them pass so easily? Today's matter was probably targeted at the two of them from the very beginning. Li Ruhua seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became even more solemn. At this moment, the nine-tailed demonic fox, who was being burned by the absolute demonic flame, also realized Li Ji's attitude. Hatred appeared in its eyes. If the Li family of the Middle Wilderness intervened, perhaps they would have a chance to live. Otherwise, what awaited them today was death. "Li Ji." The nine-tailed demon fox howled mournfully. She could not understand why that old thing would suddenly turn hostile and attack. But that was not important. If she didn't want to die, she could only drag more people into the mire. They would either die with her or live with her. Everyone knew that fox demons were the most sentimental. They used their own emotional tribulations as an opportunity to cultivate and break through. But other than that, once a fox demon falls in love, it will form a knot in the heart, known as the heart. This knot of heart consumed a fox demon's cultivation. The higher one's realm was, the greater the losses. So, Li Ji never imagined that the nine-tailed demon fox Su Yang would unhesitatingly damage her own realm on the first night and secretly create a knot of heart between the two of them. As the saying goes, husband and wife form a knot of heart. This could be regarded as a gift that a fox demon gave to its loved one. It was greatly beneficial to one's cultivation, so Li Ji's unstable sword heart symptoms naturally disappeared after a night. But if love gave birth to hate, then the knot of heart would become a shackle that bound the two together. They would live and die together. An invisible flame suddenly appeared. It wrapped around Li Ji. He looked up, shock and anger in his eyes. "Sure," he unsheathed his sword. Boundless sword intent broke out from his body, covering his entire body and temporarily isolating the absolute demonic flame outside. But his complexion still paled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Li Ji could use the sword in his hand to temporarily block the absolute demonic flame, but he couldn't cut through it. The burning pain from the nine-tailed demon fox passed through his body and directly affected his soul. Concentric knot. Li Ruhua's complexion changed. She looked at Li Ji. After a moment of shock, there was a deep disappointment. The future sword immortal of the Li family, someone with unparalleled talent, was only at this level. He had been tricked by a mere fox demon and didn't even know it. How laughable. But she couldn't just watch as Li Ji was destroyed. Otherwise, even if she had ample reason, she would lose face in the clan. To become a leader, protecting incompetent clansmen was one of the most important tests. The nine-tailed demon fox writhed in pain. Her 9 limbs were burned to a bloody pulp. Her incomparably large tails wildly swept around, creating thunderous explosions. The luxurious and exquisite Li family residence was instantly destroyed, turning into a complete mess. Countless pieces of broken wood and rubble were wrapped in a terrifying power. They flew through the air at an astonishing speed, crashing in all directions. Foxes were intelligent, but they weren't as stupid as Lord Minute said. Otherwise, the nine-tailed demon fox Su Yang wouldn't have sacrificed her own cultivation and created a knot of heart to guard against any mishaps. Now, what she needed to do was to make a bigger commotion and alarm the Western Wilderness's great formation. If she died, Li Ji would die as well. She would force the Li family of the Middle Wilderness to act and save their lives. Rumble, a deep rumble came from the sky. A whirlpool appeared out of nowhere, covering the entire Li family's residence within a radius of 100 miles. This was the Western Wilderness's Fate Great Formation. It was a terrifying formation that could withstand the nether whirlpool of an Emperor Realm expert. It was so large that even the capital region was covered within. What appeared now was only a small portion of the formation's power, perhaps less than 1%. But even so, the destructive aura released by the whirlpool still froze time and space where the Li family was. Li Zicheng took a deep breath. He moved into the air and looked up at the whirlpool. My Wutong County's Li family is here. Who dares? The sky-bearing king was expressionless. Ancestor Li, it was your Li family who first violated the contract between the Li family and the Emperor clan. Move, or I will use the crime of threatening the imperial capital and activate more of the whirlpool's power to kill you as well. Li Zicheng was enraged. His peak sovereign cultivation broke out of his body. The shadow of an ancient parasol tree appeared above his head. His already powerful aura rose even further. The sky-bearing king narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. He didn't wait for His Majesty's order to stop. Making a move against the Li family's ancestor would be troublesome. But as His Majesty's confidant, the sky-bearing king had no choice. Even if he knew there would be endless trouble, he could only grit his teeth and endure. He couldn't show the slightest bit of hesitation or resistance. His Majesty observed people in the details. Otherwise, even if he killed the Li family's ancestor today, he wouldn't be of any merit in His Majesty's heart. He might even be alienated and abandoned. In the end, he would be thrown out as a scapegoat. Taking a deep breath, the sky-bearing king raised his hand. A token appeared in his palm. It was the size of a palm and was engraved on its surface. The image of a whirlpool was vivid and lifelike, as if it was spinning slowly. Rumble, as the token appeared, the whirlpool above the Li family's residence expanded crazily. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 miles wide. The core area became as black as ink. It was like a giant mouth that could swallow everything in the world. Li Zicheng's face was ashen. He couldn't help but reveal shock in the depths of his eyes. Firstly, the whirlpool formation in the Western Wasteland imperial capital was stronger than he had imagined. Secondly, the Western Wasteland Empire really had the intention to kill him, but now, the one dragged down by the nine-tailed demon fox was the little ancestor of the Central Wasteland Divine Prefecture, Li Ji. If he died, even if Li Zicheng had 100 mouths, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Once he was blamed by the main family, his future path towards the Great Tao would be completely severed. With the current situation, he couldn't back down. Li Zicheng, come back. A calm voice suddenly rang out. Looking at Li Ruhua flying in the air, Li Zicheng relaxed a little. He respectfully called her little ancestor and flew behind her with his head lowered. At this moment, countless eyes gathered on Li Ruhua's body. Looking at her beautiful and dignified face, there was shock in their eyes. Li Ruhua looked at the sky-bearing king, whose expression was as cold as stone. Then, she looked up at the whirlpool formation in the sky. Central Wasteland Li family's third-generation disciple Li Ruhua greets your majesty. After a moment of silence, the great emperor's calm voice rang out from the whirlpool. The Central Wasteland Li family's fame has spread far and wide. I have admired you for a long time, but I never thought I would see you today. Li Ruhua bowed. Your majesty praises me too much. I came to the imperial capital with no intention of harming the Western Wasteland. I ask that your majesty save my family member. The whirlpool formation was calm. It was clear that the great emperor wasn't satisfied with her explanation. Li Ruhua took a deep breath. We will give your majesty an explanation for this matter. Also, the Li family owes the Western Wasteland a favor. But, within the whirlpool formation, the great emperor's voice rang out. In the next moment, a boundless aura gathered. Sure, like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the void and crashed into the body of the nine-tailed demon fox. Ah! It emitted a cry of despair. Its massive monster body was split in half and its eyes dimmed as all signs of life were severed. Rumble rumble, the monster body fell to the ground, instantly destroying half of the Li residence. With Li Ruhua's boundary, she could only barely catch a glimpse of that flash of light, a sword that suppressed the destiny of the imperial capital. It had been baptized by incense, nurtured, and was the true divine artifact of the Western Wasteland Empire. Only like this could it slay the nine-tailed demon fox, sever the knot of love, and save Li Ji's life. But, it was only enough to save his life. Puff, spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Ji staggered. Blood seeped out from every orifice of his head. The sword in his hand had been broken in half. The cut was incomparably smooth, exactly the same as the nine-tailed demon fox's. The man was alive, and the sword was broken, to use a sword cultivator's sword to exchange for his life. Although he was indeed alive, from a certain perspective, he was also dead. Li Zicheng's complexion paled. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of fear. He never thought that after the two little ancestors had revealed their identities, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor would still dare to deal such a heavy blow. The demon fox is dead, Li Ji is alive. I am a man of my word. Now, I will wait for your Li family to give me an explanation. Above his head, the terrifying whirlpool formation that covered 1,000 miles slowly vanished from sight. Chapter 1591. Imperial Palace, Long Life Temple. The great emperor's face was gloomy. He stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared in the imperial palace's inner treasury. There was still a sharp aura in the air that hadn't yet dispersed. It was like a heaven-splitting sword that could cut apart everything in the world, severing all life from within. The 4/4 claws were now sitting cross-legged, their faces pale and their bodies covered in fine cracks. They opened their eyes and struggled to stand up. Your Majesty. The great emperor waved his hand. Just wait and heal. He took several steps forward. His gaze fell onto the depths of the inner treasury, onto the broken lotus flower that only had a few green lotus leaves left. A sword mark was sealed in space by the inner treasury's restrictions. It was less than a foot away from the lotus flower. Looking at this sword mark, the great emperor frowned. His eyes grew colder and colder. Everything that had happened before, even if it was all laid out in front of him, he hadn't believed it in the least. But this sword strike was decisive and decisive. That clan was indeed that group of people that had lost their ancestral name, that group of pitiful and hateful people without a country or home. In the inner treasury, this precious lotus flower that was placed in the open wasn't as simple as it seemed. How did they know this? One of the 4 old men respectfully said, Your Majesty, that person only slashed out a single sword strike. Without waiting for the palace's restrictions to be released, he directly blew himself up. We locked away his flesh and blood, but we didn't receive any information or guidance. It was as if what died was only his body and his soul was nowhere to be found. The great emperor flicked his sleeves. The lotus flower that had taken root in the inner treasury vanished. I already know. Before, when his consciousness had descended into the great vortex array, the great emperor had sensed the changes that occurred in the inner treasury and thus slashed out with his sword. The central wasteland divine prefecture's Li family colluded with that clan. No matter how both sides used each other, no matter how many twists and turns there were in the dark, this was an indisputable fact. Thus, the great emperor's sword strike had directly crippled Li Yizhou. Although he had spared his life, for a sword cultivator, having their sword path severed was a fate worse than death. This was the great emperor's coldest and cruelest warning to the central wasteland Li family. However, he still decided to wait a little longer and take another look. In a civilian residence, Old Master Minute, who was watching from the sidelines, revealed a bitter smile. He knew that this matter would not end so easily. That Madame really hadn't forgotten about him. Now that she had spoken, of course, he didn't dare to refuse. It wasn't just because he had personally experienced that Madame's terrifying aura. More importantly, through this incident, Old Master Minute had discovered something that made his heart palpitate. That Madame had probably seen through his background. Otherwise, she would not have asked him to do this on her own. Bitter, bitter. Old Master Minute sighed. He closed his eyes and opened them again. His eyes instantly turned golden. His pupils narrowed, ice-cold to the extreme. He instantly pierced through the obstruction of space, landing on the Li family residence that was mostly in ruins. The corpse of the nine-tailed demon fox, which had been cut in two and had lost all signs of life, instantly turned into a true corpse. Nothing remained. 2 balls of white great fey essence chi slowly condensed in front of him. Old Master Minute waved his sleeves, and they suddenly trembled and disappeared. Zhongwu Marquis Estate. Little Meat nodded in satisfaction. She had succeeded. She had done a good job. Although there were still a few tricks left, they were very stable. Unless that old fellow wanted to die, he should have known how to speak. After enduring for so long, it was time for Qin Yu to make a breakthrough. At this time, the imperial capital's great vortex array was activated and the kingdom stabilizing sword was used as well. Like raging waves after the raging waves rose up, there were still ripples on the sea surface. Since his aura hadn't stabilized yet, he could make use of this. Shua Meaty passed through space and appeared in her seclusion chamber. She glanced at Qin Yu, whose entire body was flushed red and his blood vessels bulged to the limit, as if he might explode at any moment. Her lips twitched for a moment before she composed herself. Only those who experience hardship can rise above others. Although these words are a bit old-fashioned and have been a bit common between you and me recently, they aren't wrong at all. But the truth is that what I said isn't wrong at all. Qin Yu, you will soon discover that if I gave you a chance to choose again, you would cry and beg me to help you choose again. She rambled on for a long time. It was unknown if she was trying to convince Qin Yu or if she was trying to reassure herself. Little Meat lifted a hand and pointed a finger between Qin Yu's eyebrows. The opportunity is now. As for how many harvests you can obtain, that will depend on yourself. Ah! A roar erupted from Qin Yu's mouth like a thunderclap. The entire seclusion chamber shook along with it. The aura that had been suppressed by the seal and couldn't find an exit burst forth like a raging river, gushing out. Qin Yu had been forcefully stopped at the last step. But at the same time that Little Meat undid the seal, he instantly took the final half step and truly stepped into the ruler realm. The ruler of the true divinity path was different from others. At this time, he could feel the countless rules that filled the world. It was like a great net was woven together, and all living beings in the world lived within this grid. Vast, vast, endless. But, besides making one instinctively tremble in awe and fear, there was something else that wasn't obvious, but it was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat. Every time one took a breath, it was especially difficult to suppress it. It was like every time one took a breath and then exhaled, there were countless tiny iron spikes that constantly scratched back and forth. Little Meat's eyes brightened. She reached out a hand towards Qin Yu and a drop of clear water flew out on its own. The outline of the little boy was clearly visible within. At this time, he opened his eyes and respectfully bowed. Little Meat was expressionless. She lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Parl, with a light sound, the drop of water shattered on its own. After obtaining his freedom, the little boy's first instinct was to escape into this world. But this thought only appeared for a moment before it was suppressed deep within his heart without hesitation. Little Meat said, "You are smart, so you are still alive. Go. As long as you do your best, I will give you a lucky chance to transform into a human in the future." The little boy was overjoyed. He bowed again and again. Then, he turned and stepped out, directly entering between Qin Yu's eyebrows, where he turned into a golden mote of light and vanished from sight. Imperial City Guard Division, beneath the commander's residence, there was an underground palace hidden 10,000 feet below. The sword that had appeared for a brief moment before had cut down the nine-tailed monster fox and destroyed Li Ji's sword Dao. And now, it was here. The sword had no sheath. It was like a feather that floated in the air, motionless. But the moment that the little boy fused into Qin Yu's body, there was a clear hum and the sword began to stir once more. Within the underground palace, monstrous sword intent surged into the heavens. From all directions of the Western Wasteland Empire, the infinite power of Joss flames began to gather, as if it were boiling. But no matter how carefully this kingdom-guarding divine sword searched, it couldn't detect any abnormalities at all, as if that feeling from before had been nothing but an illusion. The sword slowly shook and finally fell silent. The terrifying sword intent that flooded the underground palace slowly dissipated with it. At this step, only then could it be considered a success. Little Meat let out a breath of relief. If there really had been a problem, she might not have been able to defeat that sword. At that time, she might have been able to save Qin Yu, who had become a pile of broken limbs, and then think of a way to revive him. Of course, there was also a chance that she would fail. After all, although that sword's grade was low, it was still a formidable Joss flame artifact. Whatever, since nothing had happened, there was no need to think about these things. Meaty raised her hand, and 2 balls of white mist appeared in her palm. These were the great monster essence energy that Lord Minute had seized from the nine-tailed monster fox. It could be seen as a great divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. It wouldn't be too much to say that it could regrow flesh and bones. Moreover, the taste wasn't ordinary. After all, it came from the flesh and blood essence of a complete great monster. She subconsciously licked her lips. Then, she clenched her teeth and flicked a finger into Qin Yu's body. "Brat, in order to help you, I have done everything in my power. If you wake up and don't know how to be grateful at all, or if you turn into a dog, I really might not be able to bear it and beat you to death." After fusing with the little boy's Joss flame and falling into a half-asleep, half-awake state, Qin Yu seemed to sense something and his lips twitched. Within the imperial palace, the great emperor who had just left the treasury suddenly looked up towards a certain area in the eastern part of the imperial palace. His thoughts stirred and a picture scroll appeared in front of him. Faint golden motes of light constantly moved up and down. A part of the picture scroll seemed to have appeared. An invisible pulling force drew in the surrounding golden motes of light, gathering them together and forming a small golden vortex. The vortex in the picture scroll didn't seem too large, but what this picture scroll displayed was the manifestation of the power of Joss flames within the entire Western Wasteland imperial capital. This small golden vortex meant that a massive amount of Joss flame power was being fed back into someone's body, constantly strengthening that person's strength. Who was it? The great emperor lifted a hand and pointed. The vortex rapidly expanded and faint traces of aura were released from within. A look of surprise appeared on his face. His eyebrows furrowed together and he began to ponder. Marquis Zhongwu. Ning Qin. Not too long ago, he had asked for several treasures and then announced that he would go into seclusion. Now that he had made a breakthrough, it made sense. It was him. It was actually him. Such a large amount of Joss flame power was a sign that he had thoroughly obtained the approval of the destiny of the nation. Could it be that he was wrong? The massive Western Wasteland Empire was a massive divine kingdom. Every social class within the empire was equal to a part of the divine kingdom. In the world of cultivators, all sorts of powerhouses entered the royal court and were bound by the laws of the nation. They were willing to be driven around by the emperor clans. This was naturally because there were benefits to be gained. It wasn't just their status as an official, they wouldn't have to worry about anyone making things difficult for them. More importantly, it was the support of the destiny of the nation, or, to use a more accurate description, the gift of Joss flames. Before, it was said that as an official of the empire, the seal in their hands was the transit point for the Joss flame power. Although the vast majority of the Joss flames would be transferred away, an extremely small portion would be absorbed by the cultivator and used to accelerate their cultivation. It wasn't much, but over the years, it was still a considerable amount. In addition, when a cultivator made a breakthrough, if they were loyal enough, they would obtain the recognition of the nation's destiny and receive Joss flames as a feedback. This was what happened when Qin Yu broke into the ruler realm. Of course, although the Joss flames were good, it depended on how much the cultivator themselves could draw. And even if the Joss flames gathered, they might not be able to swallow it all. As the saying goes, how much you eat or how little you eat ultimately depended on your appetite. Thus, the two great monster essence energy that Lord Minute condensed had a place to use them. Chapter 1592. Today, after a short period of uproar and excitement, the imperial capital fell into shock and astonishment once more. Many pairs of eyes looked up from the mansions towards the Zhongwu Marquis residence. As important ministers of the Western Wasteland Empire, they were truly loyal to the empire. Although they couldn't directly see the golden Joss flame vortex appear, they could still feel the Joss flame power flowing into Zhongwu Marquis Manor. The amount was inconceivable. No one imagined that Zhongwu Marquis Ning Qin, a native of the Broken World, would be so loyal to the empire not long after entering the Western Wasteland. But Joss flames wouldn't lie. Today's scene was the best evidence. Besides shock, there was also a deep sense of envy. As important ministers of the empire, they had personally experienced the benefits of Joss flames to their cultivation. Zhongwu Marquis Ning Qin had obtained a great good fortune. Although he had only broken into the sovereign realm, his true cultivation after leaving seclusion couldn't be compared to an ordinary early sovereign realm. Not to mention these important ministers of the Western Wasteland, even His Majesty couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. He doubted his own judgment once more, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Taking a deep breath, the great emperor composed himself. Go. I have always kept my promise to the emperor family and have never disturbed that old mister. But today, it was old mister who broke the rules first. I have to ask what exactly is going on. From the shadows, the young eunuch's figure appeared. He bowed. Yes, your majesty. He turned and vanished from sight. Li family residence. Li Ji had fallen unconscious. His entire body was bathed in blood and his breathing was close to non-existent. Although his life was saved, his sword Dao had been severed. He was now a cripple. Li Zicheng drew back his finger. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Second miss, rest assured. I have already fed little ancestor Li Ji a 9-revolution pill. His condition has stabilized. Li Ruhua remained expressionless. I understand. You leave first. Li Zicheng respectfully nodded. He took several steps back and left. As the door closed, Li Ji opened his eyes. They were dim and gloomy. I'm not going back. Li Ruhua frowned. If you return to the clan, with the cultivation of the elders, they might be able to help you repair your damaged sword Dao. Li Ji shook his head. The slightest movement affected his injuries. He violently coughed and blood dripped from his nose and mouth, making him look miserable. However, his eyes were still calm, and there was a hint of ridicule in the depths of that calmness. Second miss, it's not like we haven't seen the attitude of the elders in the clan before. Why do you have to say these words to comfort me? If it was just ordinary injuries, even if they were on the verge of death, a few treasures from the clan would be enough to reverse the situation. But now, the Western Wasteland Grand Emperor used his nation-guarding sword to directly sever my sword Dao. The power of a Joss flame artifact. I'm afraid I'll need at least one sword cultivator elder from my clan to help me recultivate my sword Dao at the cost of sacrificing a great deal of his life sword essence. Li Ji's eyes dimmed. Second miss, do you think that the clan will be willing to bear such a heavy price to save me? Even if the clan was willing, which sword cultivator elder would be willing to sacrifice for me? Or are you talking about my parents? The mockery in the depths of his eyes could no longer be concealed. It was laid bare in front of Li Ruhua. Li Ruhua, who knew some inside information, became even calmer. What do you want? To leave the Li family. Li Ji looked at her. You should know that if I want to cultivate the sword Dao again, this is my only choice. Otherwise, after I return to the Central Wasteland, I can only be a cripple raised by the clan. I will be a disgrace to the clan, a piece of trash that brings shame to the clan until I die of old age. This is not the path I want to take, so, second miss, I beg of you. Help me. Li Ruhua hesitated for a moment. She looked at him and nodded. Okay. She turned and left. Li Zicheng had received the news and was waiting outside with a frown. Second miss, Marquis Zhongwu has broken through, but the situation has changed again. Li Ruhua furrowed her eyebrows. Bad news came one after another. Li Zhangzhou's death seemed to be a trap. Old Master Minute sighed. His eyes occasionally swept over where Marquis Zhongwu's manor was. He felt so pained that he couldn't breathe. This was the essence energy of a nine-tailed monster fox. He hadn't even had time to eat a single bite before he had handed it all over. Now, the more he looked at it, the more he felt as if a knife was cutting into his heart. He could only use drinking to numb his heart. But even if he drank to drown his sorrows, he still felt uncomfortable. Old Master Minute sighed. He casually tossed the wine cup onto the table and rubbed his temples. Little fellow, it's been many years since we've seen each other. Since you've come, then come in. Somewhere in the courtyard, a shadow twisted and a young eunuch walked out. He bowed and said, "This servant greets old Mr. Minute." Old Master Minute looked at him and sighed. According to your status, this person should call you uncle. There is no need to humiliate yourself like this. The young eunuch had a calm expression. A crippled person is naturally a servant of the heavenly family. The past is nothing but smoke and clouds. Old Master Minute humphed. It's good that you can convince yourself. There is no need to tell me. He rapped the table. Would you like to sit down and have a drink? He didn't care at all that the table in front of him was a mess. It was disrespectful to ask someone to drink. The young eunuch bowed. Thank you, old Mr. Minute, for your kindness, but I carry the imperial decree on my shoulders. I don't dare to be greedy. From his expression, one could see that he was genuinely happy and regretful. As a special figure in the palace, the young eunuch knew more about this old man than others. Of course, he knew that to be invited to drink with him, let alone leftovers, even throwing a cup of wine at his feet, was a great honor. Fine. If you don't want to drink, then let's talk business. Old Master Minute looked at him. Did you come for the nine-tailed monster fox? The young eunuch bowed. His Majesty wants to know why old Mr. Minute made an exception and destroyed the peace of 1,000 years. Old Master Minute sneered inwardly. Of course, it was because of the terrifying Madam of Zhongwu Marquis Manor, someone who left him in despair. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud, because the longer he lived, the more he cherished his life. He didn't want to commit suicide. Go back and tell the Western Wasteland Great Emperor that the reason I intervened was because I didn't want to be sucked into the maelstrom. That is all. His Majesty should be able to figure out for himself. The young eunuch bowed. Yes. Thank you, old man Minute. I will take my leave. He stepped into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Looking at the wine cup on the table, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he picked it up and poured himself another cup of wine. With a slurp, he drank it all in one gulp. The gloominess in his heart eased a little. This was because what he said was the truth. As for what the Western Wasteland Great Emperor thought, that was his own problem, it had nothing to do with him. Hehe, this old man is indeed smart. The young eunuch brought back old Master Min's words. Behind the 9 layers of bead curtains, a cold light appeared in the eyes of the great emperor. It was true. As expected, that clan had joined forces with the Central Wasteland Li family. They were using each other. He thought about the highest level of secret information that had been sent back from the Central Wasteland Divine Prefecture in recent days. The great emperor vaguely grasped a few clues. And that clan was originally from the Central Wasteland Divine Prefecture. Their ancestors had a close relationship with the Li family and they belonged to the same faction. It wasn't difficult for them to cooperate with each other on the basis of prerequisites. That sword strike in the imperial palace was that clan's true goal. Targeting the loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin was only a pretense. As for the Li family, they should be cooperating with that clan in order to search for something. Or rather, a person. This was something that the spies placed in the other wasteland regions had sent back. This was proof of this. Pass down a decree to the sky-bearing Heavenly King. Tell the Li family that I am still waiting for their explanation. A sharp light flashed in the great emperor's eyes. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and then let it out. An unprecedented strength and an unprecedented suppression. These two contradictory feelings wove together in his heart, causing his complexion to become a bit complex. Before breaking into the ruler realm, he never imagined that he would face such a situation. And just how should he proceed on the great Tao in front of him? If a ruler was like this, then what about the emperor realm? Would he be crushed before he could make a breakthrough? Would his bones break and his tendons snap, causing him to perish? Misty coldly sneered. You haven't even eaten your fill yet and you already want to hold on? Little Qin Yu, although a cultivator cannot lack something like a sense of crisis, aren't you a bit too far ahead of your time? She paused for a moment, her tone even colder. Even if the sky falls down, there is someone tall enough to hold it up. Moreover, when cultivators defy the heavens and change their fate, they have to take things one step at a time. There is no need to think about the future right now. Her last words seemed a bit like she was trying to cover something up. Misty wasn't a patient person. She would explain things to others and comfort them. Qin Yu glanced at her, a thoughtful look on his face. This glance caused Misty to grit her teeth. You've made a breakthrough in your boundary and your mind is much better. Then, you should be aware that some common words spoken on the street are also very reasonable. In addition to these words, it was a clear reminder. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He cupped his hands together and said, only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. I understand. Humph. Misty couldn't bear to see him like this and was especially dissatisfied with herself. She turned and tossed out something. I've finished refining it, but it is mine now. I'm renting it to you. You only have temporary use of it, so don't break it. Qin Yu reached out and caught it. His eyes brightened and his smile widened. I know. If I break it, there will be great trouble, right? Qin Yu looked down at the little thing in his hand and a look of praise appeared in his eyes. He looked up and sincerely said, good skill. Misty's complexion improved a little. She humphed and said, of course, since I'm the one who made it, it must be the best. She yawned. You can understand what is happening outside by yourself. I'm a bit tired, so don't bother me if there's nothing important. Sure, she turned and left, vanishing into thin air. Qin Yu had long since become accustomed to Misty's supernatural abilities. He flicked his finger and a drop of blood flew out, fusing into the thing in his hand. The thing trembled and its jelly-like body softened and melted. It rapidly spread outwards, covering Qin Yu from head to toe. With a thought, it turned into a white robe. He reached out and pinched the robe's texture. Qin Yu became increasingly satisfied. This was good stuff. With this robe in addition to his own incomparably powerful mortal body, he would be able to catch up to his current strange boundary in terms of defense. The initial boundary of a ruler, but it was a completely different initial boundary from others. Chapter 1593. As he twirled his white robes, he thought about his own boundary. He always felt that using the words initial realm to describe his current state was a bit too much of a bully. Forget it. In any case, anyone that ran over to be bullied by him on their own initiative definitely wasn't a good person. At that time, he would be pleasantly surprised. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and began to carefully sense his current state after his breakthrough. First was the ruler realm of the true divinity realm. Or, it could be called, the realm of perception. To say that this was a name he came up with was a bit inappropriate. This was because after Qin Yu broke through, this name had subconsciously popped up in his mind. Sensing the world, one would know how vast and boundless it was. one would also have to withstand the suppression of the world itself. The world was like a great net. All life in the world, no matter how strong or weak they were all within it. Just thinking about it made one feel stifled to the extreme. Then, an instinctive fear rose up in one's heart. Qin Yu decisively suppressed these thoughts, no longer tangling himself in this matter. His intuition told him that there might be unknown dangers if he oversensed the world's great net. Besides himself, the other matter was the little boy Joss Flame. Qin Yu could feel its existence, it was one with him. But this one with him wasn't completely appropriate. It had fused into Qin Yu's body, but it wasn't in his body. It was more like it had fused into a different dimension. In this dimension, no matter where Qin Yu was, he was one with the little boy Joss Flame. As for the specifics, it was hard for Qin Yu to explain. He could only faintly guess that the little boy Joss Flame had hidden himself in the Western Wasteland Empire's Joss Flame Dao Right. Ah! Joss Flame Dao Right, just what was that? He clearly didn't have any impression of it, so how did he immediately think of it? Qin Yu rubbed the point between his eyebrows. He only thought of it as a side effect of sensing the world after breaking into the ruler realm, so he didn't think too deeply about it. After confirming that the little boy Joss Flame was well hidden in the Western Wasteland Empire's large Joss Flame Dao Right and that there was no danger of it being exposed, Qin Yu was even more satisfied with Little Meat's reliability. The second matter was that Qin Yu would inherit the throne and become the new Goliath Empress. The Goliath bloodline in his body had been subtly influencing him, constantly increasing the intensity of his mortal body. Afterwards, he continued to freeload, accelerating this process. Finally, as Qin Yu broke through his boundary, he experienced his first obvious transformation. As for the specific range of improvement, it was within the Western Wasteland Imperial capital. Unless Qin was courting death, he wouldn't try using the abilities of the Goliath bloodline. Therefore, this could only be tested in the future. The third matter was also the one that gave Qin Yu the most pleasant surprise. The darkness in front of him had finally been broken. And this was the turning point that Little Meaty had mentioned before, the one that would allow Qin Yu to make a breakthrough. This was also another important reason why he had been able to attract an endless amount of Joss Flame power. Otherwise, did they really think that a Joss Flame boy who had just successfully smuggled into the country could have such a strong ability? The darkness in front of him was broken and the soul seed truly sprouted. The gift that Qin Yu obtained from the heavens and earth rose with it. At the same time, it offset a part of the suppression that came from the world. Otherwise, the true God Path's sovereign realm, which was also known as the perception realm, was definitely not something that could be broken through so easily. In other words, even if one was lucky enough to break through, the consequences would be hard to predict. This couldn't help but give rise to some extremely dark and dangerous thoughts. For example, the path of the true divinity. Perhaps there had been people who had walked it before. It was just that their luck wasn't as good as Qin Yu's. Thus, after they made their breakthroughs, because they sensed the world, they encountered an extremely terrifying fate. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. A moment later, Qin Yu took a deep breath, flicked his sleeves, and left. Little Meaty had mentioned before that cultivators defied the heavens. To change one's fate, one had to advance step by step. It wasn't good to think too much ahead of time. Priceless advice naturally had to be learned and used. Before she left, she specifically reminded Qin Yu to understand what was happening outside. With Qin Yu's understanding of her, this was her way of asking for credit. Qin Yu was indeed curious as to just what had happened during this period of time. Little Meaty said she was going to rest, but the truth was that she wasn't truly resting. She first warned the old monster in the house, telling him to be a good monster and not court death. Otherwise, she would be skilled at frying, roasting, and frying him. Then, she arrived at a sealed residence in the imperial capital's Longhorn Alley. A white-robed sword cultivator woman lived here with a dispirited man who had changed into a new set of clothes. "Greetings, my lord." The white-robed woman respectfully bowed. Her eyes were blazing hot and filled with endless reverence. Her attitude was completely different from before. That sword strike in the imperial palace had been slashed out by the white-robed woman. The dispirited man had also used his strength to temporarily lend her a set of clothes. This matter was far more difficult than changing one's own clothes. Moreover, there were many restrictions. So, after his clothes were destroyed, he was completely dispirited, unable to raise his spirits at all. Little Meaty glanced at the dispirited man who was following behind the white-robed sword woman. She sneered and said, "This trouble was all because of you. You only put in a little bit of effort, and yet you still want to take credit for it. Or should I reward you with a great opportunity to offset your contribution this time, and then I'll settle this bad debt with you?" Ironwire shivered. He didn't dare to play around any longer. His face paled and sweat streamed down his face. "Madam, please calm your anger. I was wrong." Thump. Thump. He kowtowed without the slightest bit of hesitation, nor did he make any excuses. His intuition told him that the madam in front of him wasn't in a good mood right now. If he dared to play any more tricks, he might really die. Humph. Little Meaty coldly sneered. She turned and sat down. The white-robed sword woman stepped forward and poured a cup of tea for her. She respectfully said, "My lord, what are your orders?" Little Meaty glanced at her. "Take off your white robes." The white-robed sword woman moved without hesitation. Whoosh! Ironwire turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, he rushed out of the living room and hid far away, not daring to look back. Little Meaty's lips twitched. This bastard's reaction was quite fast. He wanted to borrow someone's sword to kill them and eat a delicious meal. After all, he had lived for such a long time, so the flesh of his body should be quite good. Her white robes fell to the ground, revealing a face. Perhaps because she had weathered the storms of the sea all year round, her skin was a bit rough. But this didn't affect her beauty at all. Rather, it made her seem a bit more heroic than ordinary female cultivators. When combined with her icy cold face, she was particularly captivating, especially for some men who had that sort of thing in their bones. They had low resistance towards this type of woman. Little Meaty looked up and down several times. Her eyes lingered on her chest and thighs, and she couldn't help but curl her lips. "All right, put it on. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to casually take off this white robe." "Yes, my lord." She respectfully bowed and put on the white robes. She didn't feel offended, nor did she ask for the reason. Little Meaty picked up the teacup and took 2 sips. Then, she casually placed it down and tapped the table. "What is your name?" "Baiji." "Very good. From now on, you are my servant girl." Baiji knelt to the ground, her eyes bright. "Yes, my lord." The 9 regions of the Great Desolate were divided into 5 regions and 4 regions. The Central Desolate and the 4 regions were the most powerful. The remaining Desolate region was second. But in the upper 5 regions, the Central Desolate was the leader. This was not only because it had a vast territory that far surpassed the other desolate regions, but also because of its heaven-bestowed status. The Central Desolate was the core of the Great Desolate world. It was loved and blessed by the heavens and earth. It possessed the most abundant heaven and earth spiritual strength and the most complete rules of the world. Because of this, all the great monsters in the world were born in the Central Desolate. This was because the structure of the world in the other desolate regions did not have a foundation for the birth of great monsters. Because of this, the Central Desolate was also named the Divine Prefecture. The Qin clan ruled over the Divine Prefecture. Since ancient times, their inheritance had been passed down through hundreds of emperors, and there had never been any mistakes. The Qin clan was gifted with the power of an emperor, and their bloodline was loved by the world. But, more importantly, it was said that the Central Desolate Divine Prefecture ruled by the Qin clan had a powerhouse protecting its destiny, allowing it to exist for all eternity. Because of this, countless great clans in the Central Desolate Divine Prefecture obeyed the orders of the Qin clan. No one dared to rebel. At the very least, they did not dare to show it on the surface. As for whether they coveted it in secret, there was no doubt. Ruling over the Central Desolate Divine Prefecture and becoming a clan favored by the heavens and earth would bring endless fortune to their descendants. There were many things that would make anyone's eyes turn red. For example, other than the Qin clan, there were the Zhao, Shu, Li, and Tian clans, as well as the sky-connecting, Tao origin, dark marsh, and limitless realms. The Heavenly Sea realm was where the Li clan was based. It was an ancient god's cave dwelling that was later obtained by the Li clan's ancestor. Generations of Li clan continued to expand and repair it, causing this small world to be as large as half a country. It also had a monstrous array that absorbed the vast heaven and earth spiritual strength, turning it into a land of immortals. Now, in the Heavenly Sea realm, beside the Li clan's ancestral shrine, in a seemingly unremarkable hall, there were several figures standing silently. There was not the slightest aura being emitted. But just these few figures standing there were like divine pillars that could stabilize the sea, suppressing all things. Ghosts and gods couldn't get close, and heaven and earth couldn't spy on them. Something unexpected has happened in the Western Desolation. Someone seems to have set up a trap in advance, luring Li Ruhua and Li Ji into it and causing them to clash with the Western Desolation's sovereign clan. Li Ji was implicated by the nine-tailed demon fox, and because of the concentric knot, his sword Dao was severed by the great emperor of Western Wilderness, and he died a few days ago. One of them spoke with a calm voice. When he mentioned these matters, there was no fluctuation in his voice at all. The rest of the people in the hall were all silent, as if they were thinking about this matter, but also as if they were daydreaming and didn't care at all. Today, we have gathered here because Li Ruhua has sent a message back to her clan, saying that she will try to cooperate with the Western Barren Lands to find the whereabouts of the Barren Sovereign. She doesn't dare to act on her own. She wants us to give her a reply as soon as possible. Joining hands with the Western Wilderness. What will the 13th Tower think of this? The people upstairs didn't prohibit it. According to the rules of the 13th floor, it's fine as long as it's not prohibited. I have no objections. The person who spoke first swept his gaze across the surroundings. Since that's the case, I will send a message to Li Ruhua, telling her to act according to her discretion. In the hall, one figure after another rapidly faded and disappeared. It turned out that those people with terrifying auras that could suppress the heavens and earth had not come in person. They were just divine sense projections that had traversed an unknown distance to arrive at the ancestral shrine. Li Ji had died. A potential sword immortal of a clan that was highly regarded and nurtured should have been a major event. But to the leaders of these clans, existences that stood at the peak of the world, it was insignificant. They had lived for far too long. Over the endless years, they had seen countless so-called geniuses and people with limitless futures. But in the end, they had grown up and entered their ranks. Not even 1 in 10 million could stand on equal footing with them. Death was death. In this vast world, everyone was caught in a net. Who could survive for eternity? Chapter 1594. Second Miss, the Western Wilderness is too much. Li Zicheng roared, his face full of anger. Now, the sky-bearing king was waiting outside, demanding an explanation from the Li family. Of course, Li Zicheng's mind was in a mess, but the real reason was not because of the emperor's overbearing attitude. Li Ji was dead, but he had personally checked and given Li Ji the 9 transformation pill. Li Ji's condition had stabilized. Furthermore, most importantly, Li Zicheng had not been able to see Li Ji's corpse. But this was said by Li Ruhua herself. No matter how shocked and confused he was, he could only suppress it in his heart. But in the depths of his mind, countless images of swords and blades flashed past. The main family of the Middle Wilderness was not united. After all, they had many branches and many descendants. It was normal for them to be close and distant. Who knew what kind of danger was hidden in this matter? Anyway, Li Ji's death could not be hidden. If the main family was willing to investigate, he would act according to the situation. Otherwise, of course, he would play dumb and pretend nothing had happened. So, Li Zicheng taking the chance to vent his anger was fake. Hiding his emotions was real. Li Ruhua looked at him, her expression calm. Go tell the sky-bearing king that I am waiting for a reply from the family. Then, I will enter the palace and personally pay a visit to the Western Wilderness Emperor. Her expression did not change at all, but it was like an invisible blade that cut off the possibility of Li Zicheng using the main family to break through to the Great Tao. If he had chosen to say something, or if he had expressed his opinion, this matter would have had a completely different ending. Everything in the world was a matter of choice. People did not know. Li Zicheng, who did not know anything, respectfully bowed and left. He went to deal with the sky-bearing king, heaving a sigh of relief. He was indeed worried that Li Ruhua would hint something to him, asking him to express his stance or make some plans to drag him down with her. Luckily, such a thing did not happen. Half of the Li family's mansion had been destroyed in the chaos. The guest hall was cleaned in a hurry. The sky-bearing king heard the explanation and frowned. He stood up. His Majesty is not in a good mood. I hope Ancestor Li can hurry him. I will take my leave first. Li Zicheng's expression was indifferent. Goodbye. Before, under the whirlpool array, the sky-bearing king gritted his teeth and wanted to kill him. It was unavoidable. The sky-bearing king was expressionless, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. His Majesty's way of doing things was still unpredictable. Luckily, he was promoted by His Majesty, and they were in the same boat. Offending the Li family. There would be many changes in the future, but he could not care about it now. He hurried into the palace and reported the reply. The Ninth Heaven Great Emperor sneered, "Hurry up again." He felt cold and bloodthirsty, and said, "Emperor, the King of Chen, Emperor, Wilderness Emperor, King, Chen." As he walked quickly, sweat broke out on his forehead. It seemed that this time, His Majesty was really angry. He walked quickly with sweat. And, most likely, the Li clan had offended His Majesty. Even if they were a famous clan of the Central Desolate Divine Prefecture, they would still have to pay the price. After leaving and returning, the atmosphere in the Li residence was extremely heavy. The air was almost frozen. Opposite him, Li Zicheng's old face was so dark that it looked like it was about to rain. Now, this Li family ancestor, who had been in seclusion for many years, was really annoyed. So what if it was Imperial Jew? The emperor's bloodline needed to add the word Li to the surname. Could it be that the emperor had forgotten about Imperial Jew? Sky-bearing king, please return. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Li Zicheng turned and bowed. Little ancestor. Li Ruhua said, Sky-bearing king, I will go with you to see the emperor. Li Ruhua said, Sky-bearing king, I will go with you to see the emperor. Thank you for Miss Li's understanding. His Majesty has been waiting for a long time. The sky-bearing king cupped his hands, showing enough respect for this third-generation disciple of the Li family. Li Zicheng stepped forward but was interrupted by Li Ruhua. You stay here. Yes. They left the house. The carriage was already waiting outside. Li Ruhua pushed the door open and entered. She leaned on the couch, her expression calm. Chen Shanglu hesitated. Miss Li, why did you bring me? Li Ruhua glanced at him. Don't worry. Even if I want to sell you, you're too small. There's no need to do anything. Chen Shanglu was not angry. I know. That's why I don't understand. Li Ruhua waved her hand. Just think of it as me dragging you along to relieve my boredom. I was bored during the journey, so I dragged you along to talk. Chen Shanglu suddenly asked, Miss Li, are you nervous? Li Ruhua looked at him, her eyes indifferent. You are very smart. Yes, I am a bit nervous because I have to make a decision after entering the Imperial Palace. It might decide my future. Chen Shanglu said, at such a time, you should be nervous. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to the choice. What can I do for you, Miss Li? As long as you ask, I will agree. Li Ruhua smiled. Chen Shanglu, were you always this smart, or did you become enlightened after suffering a setback? Chen Shanglu thought about it, probably because I was always smart. Li Ruhua's smile widened. She closed her eyes and leaned back on the soft couch. I have a headache. Come and give me a massage. Chen Shanglu did not hesitate. He got up and sat on the ground, his fingers intertwining with her black hair. The carriage fell into silence until they arrived at the Imperial Palace. Li Ruhua opened her eyes, got up, and pushed the door open. Chen Shanglu followed behind. With the King of Skyreach leading the way, the journey was smooth. Soon, they arrived at an imperial garden called the Secluded Pavilion. There were all kinds of plants in the garden, blooming with flowers. There were also artificial mountains and pavilions, showing off the nobility of the royal family. The horizontal board with the words "secluded pavilion" was in the garden, under an octagonal pavilion. The person who wrote it was extremely rough, using a splash ink technique. The two short characters actually gave off a feeling of endless desolation. Even the blooming flowers in the garden could not offset it. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, filled with a trace of coldness. It was not strong, but it penetrated deep into the bones. The emperor of the West Wilderness, a middle-aged man with a white face and beard, was sitting in the secluded pavilion, calmly reading a book in his hand. The king of Skyreach stopped far away and bowed. "Your Majesty, Miss Lee is here." In the secluded pavilion, the emperor did not look up, only waving his hand. The king of Skyreach turned around. "Miss Lee, His Majesty invites you in." His eyes fell on the pale Chen Shanglu, who was forcing himself not to show fear. Li Ruhua said lightly, "Stay here and don't go far. I will find you later." Chen Shanglu bowed, watching Li Ruhua walk towards the secluded pavilion. The king of Skyreach was expressionless. "Follow me." He turned and left, sneering in his heart. Chen Yuanshan of Guanhai City. He was extremely smart, but in his old age, he made many stupid moves. There was indeed a problem in the beginning. The Li family of the Central Wilderness was indeed powerful, but what kind of person was His Majesty? The sword Dao of the Li family's third-generation disciple was directly cut off. Why would he care about anything else? Chen Yuanshan's step had cut off all paths of retreat. The secluded pavilion. Li Ruhua stepped in and bowed respectfully. "The third generation of the Li family of the Central Wilderness, Li Ruhua, greets Your Majesty." The emperor looked up, revealing a smile. "Miss Li, no need to be so courteous. I have been urging you again and again, but I feel uneasy. Please come and explain some things." He rapped his fingers on the table, and the servant girls at the side and the eunuchs further away all bowed their heads and retreated outside. Li Ruhua looked up, smiling. "Ruhua is here to give Your Majesty some explanations. Please speak." The emperor smiled. "No rush. The palace's pastries are carefully made by the royal chef. Miss Li, why don't you try some first and see if it tastes better than the Central Wilderness?" Li Ruhua bowed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." She picked one up, putting it in her mouth and chewing. Her smile was like a spring breeze. "The taste is excellent, soft and sweet. Your Majesty's royal chef is indeed good." The emperor smiled. "Since it can satisfy Miss Li, of course I will reward you. But as far as I know, in the early years of the Central Wilderness, there was a youth hall that made pastries that were known as the best in the Great Wilderness. But for some reason, the inheritance was suddenly cut off. Only some scattered descendants could not learn the skills of the youth hall. Miss Li lives in the Central Wilderness and comes from a noble background. I wonder if you have ever tasted the skills of the youth hall? Tell me." Li Ruhua smiled, taking another bite. She held the pastry in her hand, slowly chewing it as if she was savoring it. The emperor was not in a hurry. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, looking with interest at a blooming flower outside the yew pavilion. Red like fire, blazing like it was burning, the yew pavilion fell into silence. Li Ruhua smiled, but she sighed inwardly. She finally understood why the emperor of the Western Wilderness did not hesitate to cut off Li Ji's swordsmanship. The youth hall of the divine continent of the Central Wasteland was indeed a miraculous existence back then. A small pastry shop, with its outstanding craftsmanship, had actually opened up in tens of thousands of cities in the Central Wasteland. It was known as the best pastry shop in the world. It wasn't until later that one of the 5 great families of the Central Desolate suddenly erupted and seized that great good fortune. Only then did the people of the world realize that Youth Hall had always been their property. It was a pastry shop, a spy network, and a secret instigator, poisoner, and conspirator. It helped that family to do many things quietly and invisibly. In fact, the Youth Hall could stand out and defeat many competitors in one fell swoop. Under normal circumstances, the Youth Hall would have disappeared, followed a certain family, and become a famous spy agency in the world. However, things didn't progress smoothly. An unforeseen event happened to the Great Fortune, and they were already removed from the 5 great families of the Central Wasteland. They ended up in a situation where both ends were not good, and they were stuck in a quagmire. It was reasonable for the youth hall to be purged. Countless spies and secret agents were killed without hesitation. Because of this, more than 1 million people died. It was comparable to a medium-sized war in the wilderness. Of course, there were innocent people, but it was better to kill 1,000 innocents than to let one go. Revenge was always bloody and cruel. The emperor of the Western Wilderness suddenly mentioned the youth hall. What he was really referring to was obvious. When he cut off Li Ji's swordsmanship, it was this emperor's cold and tough warning. Chapter 1595. After thinking for a while, Li Ruhua put down the pastry in her hand. She stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, I cannot interfere with some of the decisions of the elders in the clan. I apologize for what happened before. The great emperor narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's it. Li Ruhua raised her head. No. I came to the palace today because I received authorization from the elders to cooperate with your Majesty. Compared to the past, this cooperation is just the beginning. But your Majesty, please believe me. If everything goes well, perhaps we can use this to change the attitudes of the elders in the clan. They might even change their stance and stand on Western Baron's side. The great emperor looked at the blooming red flower in the garden. Who is the Li family looking for? Li Ruhua smiled. I knew it. This cannot be hidden from your Majesty. She looked calm, but inside she was shocked. In the divine continent of Central Baron, this was a top secret. For Western Baron to know, they must have been prepared for many years. Their ambition was not small. Taking a deep breath, Li Ruhua looked up at the great emperor of Western Baron. No one can spy in the Yu prison. Li Ruhua said, we are looking for the new emperor of the Baron race. The great emperor frowned and fell into silence. In the Yu prison, no one could lie to him. Li Ruhua's words were true. Baron race, new emperor. The great emperor easily thought of the earth-shattering war in the barren wasteland recorded in the ceremony of Huang Ju's first generation. Besides the divine continent of Central Baron, the rest of the 8 wastelands had been conquered by the Baron race. Most of the countries had suffered heavy casualties. The ancestor of Huang Ju had taken advantage of this. After many bitter battles, he had replaced Huang Ju as the ruler of the Western Baron region. It could be said that the calamity that had swept the world was the east wind that had lifted Huang Ju's bloodline. The reason for the terrifying war in the Barren Wasteland was because the last Baron Emperor of the Baron race had united all the tribes and unleashed the full power of the Baron race. If it was not for the Central Baron race, who had used a great magical power to kill the Baron Emperor who had tried to break through to the true Emperor level, the 9 Baron Wastelands would not have existed. It would have become the land of the Baron race. Ever since then, the barbarians suffered a great defeat, and all the barbarian tribes returned to a state of disunity. It was only then that they gradually turned into the current state. But now, a new Berserker Emperor had been born. A cold glint appeared in the Emperor of Western Wasteland's eyes, and the space within the Yu prison almost froze. Li Ruhua's eyes were filled with astonishment. The cultivation of the great Emperor of the West Wilderness was so strong. Thinking back to the information he had gathered about the Western Wasteland before entering the Western Wasteland, it seemed that this great emperor really did have the ambition to become the true great emperor of the Western Wasteland. He wanted to be like the Qin family of the Central Wasteland, who seemed to have been passed down for hundreds of generations but had always been the same person. He wanted to rule the country forever. I have lost my composure. The great emperor spoke slowly. His tone was calm, but his eyes were filled with endless pressure and solemnity. The matter regarding the barbarian sovereign is too important. Even though you've already explained it to me, I still want to confirm it again. On the other side, Li Ruhua said, rest assured, Your Majesty. The Central Wasteland has made many confirmations regarding the arrival of the new barbarian sovereign. That is why the 13th Tower gave the order. The 4 great clans and the 4 great sects have to send their disciples to investigate this matter. She thought for a moment and said, of course, the patriarchs of the various clans and sects really want to do it themselves to ensure that nothing goes wrong. But their realms are too high, so high that they can't move around as they please. Otherwise, It will be very easy to cause trouble. The great emperor nodded to show that he understood. If it wasn't Li Ruhua in front of him today, but a top patriarch of the Li family of the Central Wasteland, the situation would not be like this. In fact, the storm caused by the nine-tailed fox a few days ago had already caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. I am willing to cooperate and help the Li family find the barbarian sovereign. But you need to provide all the information regarding the new barbarian sovereign. Li Ruhua said, of course. She took out a jade scroll. It was light purple in color and surrounded by a noble aura. With one glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. After the birth of the new barbarian sovereign, the 13th tower automatically sensed it. But for some reason, the heavenly secrets related to the barbarian sovereign were directly disturbed by someone. So we need to be cautious and careful. This jade scroll came from the 13th tower, so it can carry this information. Otherwise, we might alert the enemy. The powerful people in the world could not be called directly by their names. Using the Emperor realm as an example, even if they were billions of miles away, if someone called their true name, they would instantly sense it. They could even use this to lock onto the disrespectful person. To be able to disturb the heavenly secrets of the new barbarian sovereign and make the 13th tower helpless, the strength of that existence could be imagined. Being in the U Pavilion, the great emperor's own realm could also increase by a level. It was similar to his own domain or holy land. With a glance, he saw through the terrifying intertwining seals on the jade scroll. He reached out and took it. With a thought, his divine sense entered it. After a long time, the great emperor retracted his divine sense. The purple jade scroll in his hand silently shattered into powder, then faded into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. When the barbarian sovereign descended, his aura was interfered with by an invisible force. It was impossible to lock onto him, so the 13th tower couldn't make an accurate judgment. They could only draw out a few general areas. West of the Western Wasteland, east of the Hungshan Mountains, this barbarian territory was one of the key areas of suspicion. The new barbarian sovereign, the Western barbarian emperor's tomb, at this moment, the Western Wasteland great emperor thought of many things. Countless thoughts collided and tumbled, causing a thoughtful expression to appear on his face. Li Ruhua quietly waited. I thought of something. It is about an emperor tomb in the Western barbarian territory. The great emperor slowly opened his mouth and looked across. Li Ruhua nodded. My Li family already knows of this matter. But whether or not the new barbarian sovereign is related to this, no one can be sure. Does your majesty have a suspect in mind? The great emperor was silent. A figure appeared in his mind. Li Ruhua hesitated for a moment. Then, she said in a soft voice, Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin. The great emperor's eyes exploded with a sharp light. He didn't need to speak to express his attitude. So it is like this. Li Ruhua said, before this, I investigated information about Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin. Your Majesty seems to be worried about him. I believe that your Majesty wouldn't speak without thinking. Since you have doubts in your heart, there must be another reason. She paused for a moment and took a deep breath. I won't hide it from your Majesty. The reason I asked about the matter of the Wutong County's Li family juniors being killed was because I sensed some karmic changes that seemed to be related to the new barbarian sovereign. In addition, viewing City's Chen Yuanshan's son, Chen Shanglu, I also had a similar or even stronger discovery. And these two matters are both related to Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin, although, from what I can see right now, this seems like a carefully arranged trap. Even now, I don't have full confidence that what I sensed is true or false. But, when it comes to the new barbarian sovereign, I must be careful. The great emperor was expressionless. After several breaths of silence, he suddenly said, I once borrowed strength from the heavens to ask Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin. He had no problems. Li Ruhua bowed. Your Majesty, nothing in this world is absolute. But, the heavenly Tao can be deceived. That person in the central desolate, you should know better than me. The great emperor glanced at the gentle Li Ruhua. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment. I agree to try again. But, I must remain calm and collected, otherwise it will cause a stir in the court. Li Ruhua already knew that when Qin Yu broke into the ruler realm, he had triggered the power of Joss flames. The amount of Joss flames he had absorbed and the amount of time he had lasted was shocking. At this time, it wasn't appropriate to spread news that the imperial palace was suspicious of him. Your Majesty, rest assured that I am willing to investigate. I guarantee that there will be no accidents. The great emperor nodded. I will give you this chance. From the very beginning, the Western Wasteland great emperor and the Li family's third generation had a misunderstanding on certain topics. Both sides were talking about completely different matters. But this didn't prevent them from quickly reaching an agreement after coming into contact. Firstly, the matter of the new barbarian sovereign was far too important. The Western Wasteland great emperor didn't want to see the great war of the past once more. After all, if Huang Ju could seize this chance to rise up and replace them as the Western Wasteland's ruler, then others could naturally replicate what they had done. For instance, the Yi family. The great emperor had confidence in controlling the situation, so he gave the Yi family a chance to regain their destiny. But he wasn't willing to give them a chance to fight. Secondly, towards the loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin, the Western Wasteland great emperor always had a trace of suspicion in his heart. It was like a thorn buried deep in his flesh. Although it wasn't large, it was always there, making him feel uncomfortable and swollen. Because of the Broken World accident, Li Siji had fallen into madness. Yet, why didn't he blame anyone and instead stubbornly latch onto Ning Qin? There was definitely a problem here. Thus, the great emperor pushed the boat with the current. He had Li Ruhua step forward and borrow the strength of the central desolate Li family to confirm things. As for Chen Shangolv, since Li Ruhua wanted him alive, the great emperor didn't mind turning a blind eye. This didn't mean that a father could rely on his son to live. It was unknown what the future held, but the current Chen Shangolv didn't have enough weight. Loyal Marshal Marquis Mansion. Misty opened her eyes. Her complexion was a bit pale and there was a hint of weariness in her eyes. She raised a hand and rubbed her sore and swollen eyebrows. Her lips curved up in a cold sneer. In this world, there is no place that we can't see. At most, the price we have to pay is large or small. However, even though she said this, the secluded pavilion in the imperial palace looked like a common-looking octagonal pavilion. But the truth was that there was a vast universe within. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a reversal array formation. If an ordinary person wanted to spy on the world within the secluded pavilion, they feared that before their divine sense could approach it would be torn to pieces and burnt to nothing. Even for her, if she wanted to break in and prevent herself from being discovered, it would take a great deal of effort. At this time, the sneer on Mita's face suddenly froze. Of course, it wasn't because she had exposed herself, but because Miti had helplessly discovered that in order to help Qin Yu fill in the gaps, she had consciously taken the initiative to do this. But she never imagined that this would be a completely losing transaction. She wouldn't be able to obtain a single copper coin in return. The finger that was rubbing her eyebrows spread out and fell on her face, covering her face. All that could be heard was the sound of her gnashing teeth. Damn it! Damn it! She had to investigate this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, after a period of time passed, Miti was worried that she would willingly sell her life for him. That was King terrifying. Chapter 1596. Standing in the corner, the white-robed maid Baiji looked at the lord she worshipped in her heart, a bit of worry in her eyes. Before she could speak, she was interrupted. Put away your curiosity. If you have the time, you might as well worry about just how long you can live. Mita's complexion darkened. Her tone was nasty. Go, give this thing to Marquis Zhongwu. She paused. Hurry back. Baiji respectfully bowed. Yes, my lord. There was no hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. She received the jade-like object from Mita's fingertip and hurried away. Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin, as she left the courtyard, a cold intent flashed in Baiji's eyes. She had seen the weariness in her lord's eyes just now. Her subsequent bad mood was also because of him. This person really deserved to be killed. On both sides of the road, several fallen leaves were instantly crushed. Each fragment was stained with a terrifying sword intent. Several maids stopped in the distance. As they looked at the white-robed maid that was brought back to the mansion by the madam, their complexions paled. Baiji didn't even glance at them. She quickly left. When she found Qin Yu, he was considering Mita's plan and the situation he was facing now. The people from the central desolate Li family, the dead Wutong County Jr., although all of this seemed reasonable, after he understood what was going on, Qin Yu's complexion turned dignified. He could confirm that the two little ancestors of the central desolate Li family weren't here for the dead Li Tsangzhou. Their true goal was him. No, it was more accurate to say that their goal was to find the new Goliath sovereign. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He believed in Mita's methods, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a situation right now. Perhaps the 13th floor of the central desolate divine continent that was said to be as high as the heavens would have already cut him into 800 pieces. In other words, the reason he was suspected was purely because his luck was bad. He had no idea where he had exposed himself. The Goliath Sovereign Mausoleum, saving the Goliath Totem, or was it really because of the Wutong County Li family Jr. that was killed? Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. But right now, none of this was important. What was important was how he would pass this hurdle. He had been targeted by the Li family. This was a superfamily that could be ranked in the central desolate divine continent and was countless times stronger than the Yi family. If he wasn't careful, he might die on the spot before he could even come back to his senses. "General, Madam's servant girl is here to see you." Wang Da-tu limped in and bowed. On the day of the assassination, he had rushed to the front of the thousand-faced assassin. To be able to keep his little life was already a blessing from the heavens. In his words, in order to protect the general, what was a broken leg? Even if all three were broken, it wouldn't be a problem at all. In short, the act of beating his chest to express his loyalty was done cleanly and cleanly. Qin Yu suppressed his thoughts. Let her in. Dressed in white robes, only her eyes were exposed. Baiji walked in from outside. She didn't bow, but stared straight at Qin Yu, not hiding the cold intent in her eyes at all. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He could feel an intense threat from this white-robed woman. But his expression remained calm. With Ruru guarding the mansion, he didn't worry that someone would impersonate him. Since the white-robed woman in front of him was indeed a maidservant, it was impossible for her to pose a threat to him. But right now, he wasn't in a good mood. Now that he was being stared at by this strange maid with such a cold gaze, his mood could be imagined. "What is it?" he asked, his voice low and gloomy. Baiji's eyes were cold. She took out something and casually tossed it out. "The madam gave this to you." She looked deeply at him and then turned to leave. This so-called Marquis Loyal Marshal was only SOSO. If the two of them fought, she was confident she could cut him down with a single sword strike. Such a person simply wasn't worthy of the Lord. Baiji was disappointed, but in her disappointment, there was also a bit of eagerness. Looking at the back of this unruly maid, Qin Yu frowned. He didn't lower himself to her level and instead looked down at the jade-like object in his hand. At this time, it trembled and broke apart, fusing into Qin Yu's body. Images appeared in his mind. Although they weren't extremely clear and the sounds were a bit vague, it was enough for one to understand what was happening in these images. A moment later, Qin Yu opened his eyes. There was a heavy look in his eyes. As he thought, the matter he worried about the most had occurred. The Western Wasteland Great Emperor had always been suspicious of Qin Yu. He had long since discovered this. After all, the probing over and over again, especially after Heaven's Inquisition, was the best evidence. Now, the Western Wasteland had joined forces with the Li family. Seeing how confident Li Ruhua was, he knew this trial would be difficult. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. In truth, he had done this many times in the past, and he had been quite successful. But this time, it was far too bumpy. Indeed, the higher one's rank was, the harder it was to deceive them. His Majesty in the Imperial Palace would soon make a move. Qin Yu couldn't avoid this, nor could he avoid it. Otherwise, it would only deepen his suspicions. How could he resolve this? He had to scratch his head. Baiji didn't stop. She returned to the rear residence and respectfully bowed. "My lord, the item has been delivered." Miti glanced at her. With a loud bang, Baiji was sent flying away and smashed into the ground. She didn't dare to use her sword, intent to block it. Her complexion paled and blood flowed out from the corners of her lips, dyeing her white robes red. "Do you know why I hit you?" Baiji stood up. "I do not know." Misty coldly sneered. She waved her hand and with a loud slap, she was sent flying away. "Then get out of here and think about why you were hit. Come back after you've figured it out." "My lord." Baiji looked up. I just think that Marquis Zhongwu isn't worthy of you." With another slap, she tumbled around several times, both sides of her face swollen. "Worthy or not worthy, you don't have the qualifications to say that. Moreover, don't forget your status. You are nothing more than a lowly maid and yet you dare to call yourself me. Do you want to die?" Baiji shivered. She was covered by metis eyes. At this moment, she could truly feel the aura of death. Fear gushed out from the depths of her heart. She struggled to kneel down, bowing her head to the ground. "I was wrong. My lord, please calm your anger." Misty leaned forward, her eyes icy cold. "Remember, if you dare to harbor any hatred in your heart or do anything that crosses the line, I will personally kill you." She waved her hand, her face full of disgust. "Get out of here." Baiji didn't dare to speak. She respectfully kowtowed and left. "Humph." Misty coldly sneered. She looked at her back. After this beating, this fool still couldn't see her own position. She really deserved to die. As for the problem of the central desolate Li family, Misty tapped the table, her expression calm. Contrary to Qin Yu's expectations, the arrangements of the Western desolate Great Emperor didn't arrive. Instead, a new storage ring was secretly delivered to his residence. Inside the ring were the materials needed to set up the world-breaking order. The sky-bearing monarch smiled. He patted Qin Yu's shoulder. "Marquis Zhongwu, His Majesty has ordered you to return to the Western Border Army as soon as possible." After Qin Yu's breakthrough and the feedback from the Joss Flames, the sky-bearing monarch felt much more at ease. He felt that this matter was enough to dispel the fear and distrust in His Majesty's heart. And now, His Majesty had decisively allowed Marquis Zhongwu to leave the imperial capital and return to the Western Border Army. Without a doubt, this was the best evidence. Qin Yu cupped his hands. "Thank you, sky-bearing monarch." He hesitated for a moment and said, "I will leave the imperial capital. Do I not need to ask for His Majesty's resignation?" The sky-bearing monarch waved his hand. "His Majesty's graciousness has saved you a lot of trouble. This is a courtesy that even the generals in the army can't get. It is enough to show how much His Majesty values you." Qin Yu's face was full of gratitude. He bowed towards the palace and expressed his stance. He almost believed himself. "Marquis Zhongwu, this boy Bayu will work for you in the future. Please take care of him. I won't send you off. I will take my leave now." The sky-bearing monarch left with a smile. He was in a good mood. As Qin Yu watched his back vanish, the smile on his face slowly faded. He frowned and revealed a solemn expression. As the saying goes, there must be a reason for something abnormal. Qin Yu felt more and more uneasy. He thought for a moment and went straight to the backyard of the mansion. The maids that came and went were still as beautiful as flowers, but many of their faces had already quietly disappeared. As for where they went, Qin Yu wouldn't ask. After all, people had to pay the corresponding price for their own choices. In this aspect, he trusted Mita's judgment. "Madam, the Marquis is here." Knowing that the two masters of the mansion didn't like others being present when they spoke, the maids bowed and left. The white-robed Baiji was also among them. As she passed by Qin Yu, she paused and lowered her head in greeting. Towards this strange maid, Qin Yu had a deep impression. After all, just a glance from her was enough to make him feel uneasy. It was difficult to forget her. "Who is she? Where did she come from?" Qin Yu directly asked. With Mita's current state, he didn't need to hide too much. Mita lightly said, "You brought trouble upon yourself and yet you come to ask me? Do you want to die?" Qin Yu couldn't understand where her temper came from. But, he was already used to Mita's shooting her mouth off attribute. His thoughts raced and he furrowed his eyebrows. This is the person that the great shaman of Meng Mountain asked me to save. Misty nodded. Her name is Baiji. She is now my maid. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He thought that she was a dignified and tyrannical female sword immortal, but she had actually been forced to become a maid in order to survive. No wonder she was in such a terrible mood. Whenever she saw him, she didn't even give him face. She clearly saw through Qin Yu's thoughts. Misty coldly sneered, if you have the courage, you can go ask her why she doesn't like you. There was a hidden meaning in her words. Qin Yu didn't understand. He coughed and changed the topic. Forget it, none of that is important. It's fine as long as you are willing to save someone. Misty's eyebrows shot up. Don't you feel depressed? Qin Yu had a calm expression. I don't. I am only helping the great shaman of Meng Mountain. Who he wants me to save and what the person he saves are to me, none of that is important. Misty looked at him, not speaking. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. What, can't I act cool? I shouldn't be able to defeat her, but I agreed to help, so I can only pretend that I don't care. Do I have to be so angry that my face turns red and I have to grit my teeth? Chapter 1597. Originally, little Misty was in a good mood as she watched Qin Yu eat. But as she saw him rub his nose, her complexion darkened. As long as you're here, there's definitely nothing good. Hurry up and tell me. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The weather in June really changed at a whim. Everything was fine just now. Moreover, we still haven't settled the grudge from before. You, just wait and see. You'll have a chance in the future. So for now, if you can endure it, then endure it. If you can't, then suppress it. Qin Yu told them about the arrival of the sky-bearing king. I felt that something was wrong. How could they let us go just like that? Ruru rolled her eyes and coldly laughed. If you don't want to, you can choose to stay. But I won't be staying. Qin Yu choked. He couldn't provoke him right now, but couldn't he just hide? He got up and left. He wasn't in a very sorry state, but he did look like he was fleeing in a panic. As he left the courtyard, he let out a long sigh. When he had spoken to this person before, Qin Yu had always been the one with an unyielding attitude and had always held the upper hand. But when this person descended into Qin Yu's body, the situation reversed. Qin Yu was pressed down on by the pressure. Even breathing was tiring. Could it be that this was the legendary feeling of hugging someone's thighs? I just can't seem to get hard. For a man to be reduced to such a state, it was simply enviable. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smug smile. With Xiao Ruru by his side, he wasn't afraid of anything. Who wouldn't be envious of this level of treatment and treatment? Anyone who said no was definitely a stubborn duck. For example, even though he had only just started and was immediately rebuked, the truth was that Qin Yu had already obtained the answer. Little Misty's attitude itself spoke for itself. She didn't care, which meant that she couldn't pose a threat to them. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, it was time to leave. 2 days later, after a great storm, before the aftershocks had completely dissipated, the third-class Marquis Ning Qin obtained the Great Emperor's permission to return to the Western Border Army. The news came so suddenly that even when the Zhongwu Marquis Manor was empty, the big and small bastards in the deep waters of the imperial capital still hadn't come back to their senses. Leaving just like that. But soon after, there was a wave of joy, and some people even cried tears of joy, thinking that the fiend had finally left. Previously, there was a storm of impeachment, and then Heaven's Inquisition descended. Without giving anyone time to react, he leapt to the high position of Marquis. After just 2 days of peace, the Wutong County's Li family exploded with news of a junior being killed. The entire court was once again paying attention to this matter. Many people were filled with excitement and wanted to rally the war drums. They were waiting for the right time to hit Marquis Zhongwu while he was down. They wanted to let Marquis Zhongwu know that the higher he climbed, the harder he fell. However, before they could do anything, they nearly choked to death. More than half of the Li clan's residents in the imperial capital had been destroyed. In fact, one of the direct descendants of the colossal Li clan of the Central Wasteland Divine Prefecture had his cultivation severed by His Majesty. As for Marquis Zhongwu, he smoothly broke through to the next realm, causing the nation's fate to be replenished. The power of incense continued for a long time, and the amount of it was so great that it created an unprecedented record. Because of this, countless important officials of the empire became very jealous overnight. Those who didn't have the time to make a move were fine, but those who jumped out to call for the arrest of the murderer during the incident of the Lee family in Wutong County were regretting to the point that their intestines were green. Such a Marquis Zhongwu was, of course, an evil star in the deep waters of the imperial capital. In the eyes of many big and small people, he was an evil star that couldn't be provoked. Now that he was finally gone, they felt relieved just by taking a deep breath. But now, what they truly felt relieved was not the big and small people in the deep waters, but the old monster in the residence. He's gone, ha ha ha, he's really gone, he's gone, ha ha ha, he's really gone. Old Master Minute danced with joy. He was so happy that he was about to explode. Although he would definitely suffer a loss this time, to be able to settle the whole matter with such a small price was simply worth it. Butler. Old Master Minute stood up and shouted. After a short jog, the butler, who was busy with other matters, rushed over with a head full of sweat. He bowed respectfully. Old Master, what are your orders? Old Master Minute waved his hand. Go, immediately bring the young master back, and then give the order for everyone to pack up their belongings. We are moving. Ah. The butler's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. Why did they suddenly move out of nowhere? This was an old residence that had been passed down for several generations. Was the old master sick? Old Master Minute glared at him. What are you standing there for? I am very clear-headed. Hurry up and give the order. If there is any delay, I will skin you alive. The butler was startled. He hurriedly agreed and hurriedly ran away. They had lived in this residence for thousands of years. Of course, they had feelings for each other, but feelings could be slowly cultivated in a different place. They had finally sent away that madam. If they continued to stay here, wouldn't there be a hole in their brains? Go. They must go. The faster the better. The further the better. Old Master Minute could not sit still anymore. He personally went to urge them. Before the sun reached the middle of the sky, the whole family had already disappeared in front of the shocked eyes of the neighbors. When someone asked, they only said that an elder in the family was seriously ill and rushed to visit him. Of course, the Western Wilderness had already noticed this. But before the little eunuch showed up, Old Master Minute used the excuse that he was worried about revenge and directly brushed it off, stopping the Minute family from leaving the imperial capital. All right, they could only think about it. Unless the Western Wilderness was prepared to rebuild more than half of the imperial capital, they could only remain silent. Of course, from another perspective, the Western Wilderness might be happy to see the Minute family move out of the imperial capital. Thus, they remained silent, neither stopping nor expressing their stance. Daughter, are you done packing? Yes, father. The girl with two shiny black braids blinked her eyes in confusion. But, why do we have to move? The girl suddenly blushed. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Father, do you really want to give me to Old Master Minute as a concubine? Even if I don't oppose this, he has already left. If we chase after him, we will definitely be laughed at. The boss smiled honestly. He reached out his hand and touched his daughter's hair. Our daughter is a lucky one. You are very good at judging people. Don't worry, before Old Master left, he told me. I know that Old Master is thinking about the breakfast he had in the morning. He has eaten it for dozens of years, so he definitely won't like it if we change places. If we follow him, Old Master will only be happy. The girl was a little confused. Old Master Minute has such a big residence and so many servants. I heard that he has several mountains of gold and silver. What delicious food can't he eat? Why does he have to think about our little stall? But since her father had spoken, she nodded out of habit. Watching the girl pack up the last bit of food, the boss sat down on a chair and smoked a pot of tobacco. As he puffed out a cloud of smoke, a complex expression crossed his face. My silly girl, if you could become Old Master Min's concubine, then what would I have to worry about? Even if you died beyond redemption, it would be worth it. After a moment, the father and daughter rode on an ox cart. Without alerting anyone, they slowly left along the street. As for the group of neighbors, they discovered that the breakfast shop hadn't opened the next day. After waiting for a long time, they sent people over to see that the shop had already been cleaned up. The slower ones were still confused, but the faster ones were already cursing out loud. "You old thief, you moved away by yourself. You left and you even took away the breakfast shop that we have lived in for dozens of years. What do we do now? How immoral." Capital Region, Transmission Array Area. The Imperial Capital Garrison Division was heavily guarded. But the carriage of the loyal Marshal Marquis Mansion was incomparably smooth. They only did a symbolic inspection before waving their hands to let them pass. But before Qin Yu's carriage could enter the transmission array, it was stopped. "Lord Marquis, this servant has been waiting for you." Eunuch Wei Yiming smiled and respectfully bowed. This scene caused the several guards in the transmission array area to be stunned. When they looked at the carriage again, they subconsciously felt a bit more awe. Qin Yu pushed open the door and walked down. He cupped his hands together and said, "Eunuch Wei Yiming, is there a decree from His Majesty?" Wei Yiming smiled and nodded. "Lord Marquis' guess is correct. His Majesty said that this world is not peaceful. For instance, those assassins from Brilliant Kui Pavilion have yet to lower their heads and admit defeat. Thinking about how there are people in the imperial capital who would dare to assassinate you, he doesn't feel too reassured." He lifted a hand and pointed to a black carriage not too far away. "There are several old people from the palace inside. His Majesty has asked Lord Marquis to bring them along. If there are any accidents, they should be able to help Lord Marquis a little." Qin Yu glanced at the black carriage. Although he couldn't see the people inside, he could feel the faint traces of cold and gloomy aura that he was familiar with. Those 4 old men in the imperial palace. There was no mistake, it was them. 1, 2, 3, 4, there were actually 4 of them this time. It seemed that the Western Wasteland Great Emperor had treated him with great care. Qin Yu revealed a grateful expression. He bowed towards the imperial palace, repeatedly expressing that he was deeply grateful to the emperor and that he would do his best to serve his Western Wasteland. Wei Yiming drew back 2 steps. "This servant has finished his errand, so I won't delay Lord Marquis any longer. I wish you a smooth journey and that you will have more merits in the army. I accept Eunuch Wei Yiming's auspicious words." Qin Yu smiled in return. He glanced to the side and then boarded the carriage. True Saint Bai Yu, who was waiting at the side, was already smiling as he walked towards Wei Yiming. As a great eunuch of the imperial palace, how could he leave empty-handed? Otherwise, that would be far too rude. Wei Yiming declined again and again. In the end, he accepted the worthless border specialty that True Saint Bai Yu spoke of. He lowered his head and peeked at it. Wrinkles appeared on his face as he smiled. "Lord Marquis, please take care. This servant will kowtow to you to see you off." As he spoke, he really did respectfully kowtow. 4 old men. This sort of treatment was far worse than even the princes and princesses of the imperial capital. To be held in such high regard by His Majesty, the future prospects of this Marquis loyal marshal could be imagined. So what if he kowtowed? This was a blessing. The eunuchs of the palace might seem glorious, but in the end they were rootless duckweed. If they wanted to live a peaceful and comfortable life, they had to form good karma. Wei Yiming smiled as he watched the procession disappear into the transmission array. Perhaps he didn't know that he had made a ridiculous mistake this time. Perhaps he would have to suffer a little. Little Meaty frowned. She glanced at Qin Yu across from her, her face full of disgust. "What are you doing in my carriage? It's not like you don't have a place." Qin Yu smiled. "I was bored on the road, so let's have a chat." Hugging someone's thigh was something he did, but it wasn't good to say it out loud. It was far too damaging to his face. Little Meaty humphed. She curled her lips and closed her eyes, as if saying that if she believed even half a word from him, then she would be an idiot. In a corner of the carriage, the white-robed Baiji glanced at Qin Yu. He smiled back. He imitated Little Meaty and closed his eyes, quietly adjusting his breathing. Baiji lowered her head. A cold light flashed deep in her eyes before she immediately composed herself. Chapter 1598. When a military general left the capital to return to the border army, he would be accompanied by his personal guards. There were strict etiquette requirements along the way, so he naturally couldn't casually stop or start. Rather, the empire's military department determined the route, setting an approximate deadline and also allowing the local authorities to prepare ahead of time to avoid any accidents. Whether it was a coincidence or something else, when Qin Yu left the imperial capital and stepped out of the main city's transmission array, it was still Sigei's city. According to the explanation given by the military department, Marquis Zhongwu's personal guards had all been injured in the assassination attempt, so it wasn't appropriate for them to travel long distances. If they repeatedly passed through the transmission array, there was a chance of accidents occurring. The reason was reasonable and ample. After the group arrived at Sigei's city, they were allowed to rest for a day. Qin Yu didn't have any objections to this. He was waiting for the Western Wasteland Great Emperor's next move. Since he had decided to join forces with the Li family, he naturally wouldn't remain silent. He originally thought that there would be some problems during the day they stayed in Sigei's city, but Qin Yu soon discovered that everyone in Sigei's city was in a state of panic. The city was in chaos, and on the way to the relay station, there were even loud explosions, as if someone were fighting. When they entered the relay station, it was also a chaotic scene. It was unknown where the relay station deputy had gone, but luckily, a subordinate official stood up. He clenched his teeth and received Marquis Zhongwu's group, placing them in the best courtyard and arranging for people to serve them. In a rush, mistakes were inevitable. But for better or worse, Marquis Zhongwu, who was feared and respected by all the bastards in the imperial capital, didn't end up with no place to hide. The relay station deputy finally rushed over with a pale face. He knelt in front of Qin Yu and repeatedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. As a minor official in the Empire's relay station system, although he had a low status, because of his work, he had sharp eyes and ears. He could feel Marquis Zhongwu's prestige far more deeply than anyone else in the city. Moreover, there was something happening in Sigei's city that left him trembling with fear. Who knew whether or not this matter was related to Marquis Zhongwu? Thinking of this, the relay station deputy paled. Qin Yu certainly wasn't in the mood to make things difficult for this relay station deputy. He waved his hand for him to rise. What happened in the city? Someone is actually causing trouble here. The 108 main cities weren't just empty names. Putting aside their own defensive strength, they were one of the nodes of the Empire's national destiny. Even peak-level sovereigns would be tired of living if they dared to cause trouble here. The deputy carefully looked at Marquis Zhongwu in front of him, not knowing if there was a deeper meaning behind his words. But he had circled around the gates of hell. At this moment, he was surprised and surprised. He did not dare to think more and honestly replying to Marquis's words, "The lord of our Guanhai city. Bah, I made a slip of the tongue, it is the old man Chen Yuanshan who actually conspired to rebel." Fortunately, he was discovered and reported by Deputy General Xu Shun. Now he is stubbornly resisting. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows, surprise in his eyes. He never imagined that the cause of the abnormalities in Seawatch City today would be this. Chen Yuanshan betrayed them. Even if he thought about it with his knees, he still didn't think this was possible. That city lord would only dare to take such a step if he had lost his mind. Seeing that Marquis Zhongwu was silent, the deputy did not dare to say anything else. He remained silent and thought to himself that the Marquis did not know about the situation. I must have been too arrogant. I'm just a small deputy, so where did I get the courage and confidence to try and guess the thoughts of a big shot? Who knew whether or not the Marquis was secretly savoring the aftertaste of avenging his great enmity? He looked at the deputy who was standing respectfully and had an expression that said, "I'm not thinking about anything at all." Qin Yu guessed what the deputy was thinking and his lips twitched. He thought that this really had nothing to do with him. But today, Chen Yuanshan had rebelled. Moreover, he just happened to arrive at Seawatch City. In addition, there was no secret grudge between the two sides. If he wanted others to believe that Qin Yu had nothing to do with this matter, it would indeed be a bit difficult. Although he didn't care about being the scapegoat, it wasn't a serious matter. After all, with the methods of the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, Since he had made his move, Chen Yuanshan would inevitably be beaten into the dust. There was no need to think about him living, and there wouldn't be any serious sequelae. But this matter itself left Qin Yu a bit unhappy. He naturally wouldn't say anything to a mere deputy. He waved his hand and sent him away. It was night. The earth-shaking sounds of fighting could be heard from far away. The sounds were like thunder, accompanied by the light of array formations that pierced through the darkness, covering up the moon and stars that hung high in the sky. No one came to the relay station to ask Marquis Zhongwu for help. Whether it was because they were worried that their merits would be stolen or because of some other reason, Qin Yu was happy to have peace and quiet. He turned a deaf ear to everything. In the latter half of the night, the sounds of fighting gradually dissipated. Just before dawn broke, several weary figures appeared outside the relay station. They reeked of blood and reeked of blood. In Seawatch City, there were 3 other influential figures. One of them was the Marquis Qi who lived here. Of course, this Marquis wasn't the same as the Marquis Zhongwu. His rank wasn't high enough to be compared to the Marquis Zhongwu. In addition, Deputy General Xu Shen was also among them. His severed arm had already healed, but he had a sad expression on his face. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. How could a small relay station deputy have the qualifications to see these big shots in front of him? Now, he was so scared that his eyes began to water. He respectfully bowed, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by the Marquis Qi. This person wore a set of shining silver armor and carried a blood-stained broadsword. He loudly said, "Don't speak any nonsense. Hurry up and report to Marquis Zhongwu. Chen Yuanshan's rebellion has been suppressed. I ask the Marquis to go and manage the situation." The relay station deputy nodded repeatedly. As he was pointed at by the broadsword, he nearly lost his soul in fear. With a pale face, he turned and ran, fearing that if he was just a bit slower, he would be mercilessly cut in half by that broadsword. Qin Yu had already noticed the movements outside the relay station. After the relay station deputy arrived, he lightly said, "Go and tell the various lords that I have the Emperor's decree and am only passing through Sea Viewing City. I will leave as soon as the sun rises. Everything can be reported to the imperial capital and they can deal with it as they see fit." The relay station deputy certainly didn't dare to refute. He could only run back and repeat the Marquis's words. Besides Xu Shen, the others all revealed a hint of joy. Before, they didn't come to the relay station to ask for help because they were worried that this great merit of quelling the rebellion would be swallowed up by the Marquis. At that time, they would all become foils. The reason they rushed over now was because the overall situation had been decided. No matter who reported to the imperial capital now, they would have already taken the first merit. In order to avoid being hated by Marquis Zhongwu afterwards, they ran over to ask the Marquis to manage the situation and share some of the merit with him. This was also to form good karma. They didn't think that Marquis Zhongwu wouldn't covet the merit. And since they had already expressed their intentions, they weren't worried that he would settle accounts with them later. Of course, they were happy to swallow the merit alone. They all bowed towards the relay station and said, "Marquis, please rest assured that we will do our best to stabilize the situation in the city." Then, they turned their horses and quickly left. From beginning to end, Xu Shen remained silent. His eyes were faint as he glanced at the relay station shrouded in the darkness of the night. Before dawn, the world was dark. But after these people left, another person appeared outside the relay station, asking to see Marquis Zhongwu. This person didn't state his identity and his face was even paler than the relay station deputies. He looked like a sickly invalid that wouldn't live for long. But, the relay station deputy hesitated again and again. In the end, he didn't dare to underestimate this person. He respectfully bowed and asked the Marquis to wait a moment. Then, he braced himself and ran back to report. Of course, the reason he dared to do this was because after several brief encounters, he discovered that this Marquis Zhongwu was far easier to get along with than the rumors said. He didn't have a cruel and murderous nature, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. Qin Yu frowned. He looked away from the darkness. He really didn't think that the one who came would be him. Although he hadn't seen him before, he had been injured by an incense flame artifact and his sword cultivation had been severed. Just these 2 points were enough to indicate the identity of this person. Wasn't it said that the Central Desolate's third-generation disciple Li Ji had died from his injuries? He wanted to refuse so that he wouldn't unknowingly get himself into trouble. But before he could speak, Meeta's calm voice sounded out in his mind. Let him in. This boy is a bit interesting. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He readily agreed. Let him in. Soon, a pale-faced Li Ji walked into the small courtyard like a corpse. As he saw Qin Yu sitting in the living room, his first words caused him to feel that he had gone too far. I didn't come to see you. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. He wanted to retort, if you didn't come to see me then fuck off, but in the end he held himself back. Brat, although your thigh is good, not everyone has the qualifications to hug it. Looking for meaty, humph humph, I think your brain must have been cut off by that sword. Hell has no gates and yet you insist on forcing your way in. There was the sound of footsteps and Meaty walked in. She walked to Qin Yu's side and sat down. Then, she looked down at Li Ji. Just a single glance caused him to stuffily cough. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and soon soaked through his entire body, as if he were enduring some intense pain. But in his eyes, there was pain, and within this pain, there was also excitement. With a thud, he fell to his knees and said in a hoarse voice, Please save me. I, Li Ji, am willing to pay any price. Meeta's eyebrows rose up. Her lips curved up. You're willing to be a dog? Li Ji lowered his head. I am. Very good. Then from today onwards, you will be called Dog Leftover. Don't ask me what this name means, you don't have the qualifications to know. Li Ji stood up. He took a deep breath and said, Yes, master. As a dog, he naturally had to have a master. He didn't lack this awareness. Meaty pointed at Qin Yu. Remember, he can be considered half a master to you. When I am not here, his words are still useful. Li Ji nodded. Ruru waved her hand. Go down. You won't die for a while. Just live like this for now. After Li Ji left, little Meaty turned to look at Qin Yu. She sneered, Did you see little Qin Yu? This was his normal position. Even if he didn't do anything, people would take the initiative to serve him as a dog. In my opinion, Dog Leftover's awareness is much stronger than yours. He's not like you, who likes to do things half-heartedly and can't see his own position clearly. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. You are mighty and domineering. I admire you greatly. After flattering him, he didn't mention anything else. He couldn't possibly stop people from acting cool, right? What's more, he did have the right to act tough. Little Meaty clenched her teeth. She suppressed her voice and roared, Little Qin Yu, you are becoming more and more insolent, you are becoming more and more disrespectful. She seemed to have seen through some disrespectful thoughts that left her annoyed. Qin Yu yawned and stood up to leave. I'm tired. See you tomorrow. He turned and left, the soles of his feet smeared with oil. Behind him, Meaty roared, Now I understand, you bastard. Chapter 1599. That day, on the eve of the darkest dawn of the night, the entire City Lord mansion had been destroyed in the great battle. Broken walls and broken corpses littered the ground, most of them broken and incomplete. The earth was dyed red and the air was filled with the thick scent of blood. Within the iron cage inscribed with talismans, Chen Yuanshan's hair was disheveled and his limbs were broken. 2 thick black chains had pierced through his shoulder blades, imprisoning his cultivation. Blood flowed from his wounds, constantly dripping to the ground through the gaps in his armor. This traitor was actually still alive. This was indeed something that surpassed everyone's expectations. After all, compared to being escorted to the capital and being judged by the great emperor, it would have been far better to commit suicide. At least he would have suffered less physical pain and would have preserved some of his face from when he was alive. But a living traitor was far more meritorious than a corpse. Since Chen Yuanshan didn't have the courage to commit suicide, the meritorious officials in the city were naturally satisfied. They had already investigated everything and all the evidence was conclusive. Chen Yuanshan's treason had become an ironclad case. Only like this could they feel at ease sending him to the capital. Otherwise, if something went wrong, not only would they not have earned any merit, but they would also be shamed. Escort the traitor to the capital, set out. The Marquis of Guochi had an excited expression. He roared out loud and brandished the saber in his hands, his face filled with high spirits. He never imagined that one day he would be able to personally place Chen Yuanshan, who had never looked him in the eye, into a cage used to transport serious criminals. It was truly a joyous event. The carriage pulling the cage slowly drove out of the ruins of the City Lord mansion. At this time, the thick darkness above was rapidly fading away. The 9 suns rose, dispersing the darkness of the world. Numb faces slowly appeared on both sides of the road. They saw Chen Yuanshan imprisoned in the iron cage. Their faces twisted and they clenched their teeth, revealing endless resentment. Their homes were mostly located around the City Lord mansion. After being affected by the previous rebellion, they had been smashed to pieces. Every one of them had lost countless family members and loved ones. Towards Chen Yuanshan, who had caused all of this, after a brief moment of disbelief, they were filled with deep resentment. "You dog thief, return my daughter. Chen Yuanshan, you will die a horrible death. I curse your Chen family to be exterminated to the 9th generation." Bang! A rock smashed heavily into Chen Yuanshan's forehead, tearing open the wound and causing blood to flow out. The crowd fell silent. Seeing that the escorting soldiers didn't say anything, pieces of rubble, eggs, mud, feces, fell from the sky. They wished they could tear the high and mighty city lord into pieces on the spot. Chen Yuanshan's body was still curled up, protecting his vitals without moving. Behind the surging tide of people, a window near the street quietly opened a crack. A pair of eyes looked at the scene before them, and their eyes quickly turned red. As he panted heavily, he reached out to grab the window. "If you want to die, you can jump out. But if you do that, you will be letting down everything your father has done." Li Ruhua sat on the chair, holding a teacup in her hand as she spoke slowly. Her voice was extremely cold and emotionless. Chen Shangolv's body trembled and his eyes were bloodshot. He didn't turn his head as he roared, "Save him, you can do it. I am willing to pay any price." Li Ruhua took a sip of tea, her tone even colder. "Your life was saved by me to begin with, so the current you has no qualifications to discuss conditions with me." She put down the teacup. After a moment of silence, her tone softened. "You should know that the reason your father chose to take this step was to exchange his own life for your survival. And I cannot save him." At this time, within the iron cage, Chen Shangolv suddenly looked up. In his calm and wooden eyes, there was a trace of gratification. Then, he shook his head in an imperceptible but firm manner. The procession gradually moved away. The crowd on the street also followed. After the chaos, the silence made it easy for one to fall into a trance. Chen Shangolv fell backwards. He lay on the ground like a piece of dead wood, his eyes closed as tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. "Cry. Consider this a farewell for your father. I underestimated this Chen Yuanshan. But you must remember that the reason your father ended up in this situation is all because of the loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin. It was because of him that your father had to take this step in order to allow you to live." Li Ruhua walked over to his side and knelt beside his ear, speaking in a soft voice. Her voice was calm and serene, like a stream that flowed into Chen Shangolv's fierce and cruel heart that wished to destroy everything. "Loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin. Loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin. Loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin." He whispered again and again, his tears of blood falling without end. In the ruins of the City Lord mansion, little Meaty stood in the shadows. From start to finish, she had been here, but no one had been able to see her. At this time, she looked up at the window that had opened a crack, her expression light. Mo's eyes were icy cold. The reason why she wasn't worried about the cooperation between the Western Wasteland and the Li family was simple. After leaving the Western Wasteland imperial capital, she would have no scruples. As long as she killed the 2 people in the room, the cooperation would collapse. Moreover, what Li Ruhua was doing now had caused little Meaty's killing intent to rise even higher. The corners of her lips curved up in a diabolical smile. She was really, really cruel and cruel. This wasn't just empty words. Killing someone was an extremely simple matter. Only Qin Yu was different. So what if he was the third generation of the Li family? So what if he killed them? Would he be able to find her? Taking a step back, even if he really did find her, would she be afraid? They were nothing more than a bunch of snacks delivered to her on their own initiative. She lifted a hand. The darkness around little Metis' fingertips suddenly thickened. It was like a monster had silently appeared, opening its mouth as if it wanted to swallow everything in the world. Within the room, Li Ruhua's complexion changed. The red spot on her palm seemed to ignite, emitting an intense burning pain. Without any hesitation, she reached out and grabbed Chen Shanglu. With a shout, the two of them vanished from sight. Little Metis' eyebrows arched up. She maintained the posture of her fingertips and frowned, revealing a helpless expression. How annoying. Why did you stop me? Provocation? Can this be considered a provocation? Can't you be a bit more reasonable? I'm just pinching two little bugs to death. Is there a need to make it sound so serious? Fine, fine, fine. If you say you won't kill them, then you won't kill them. Can you not be so hostile? For better or worse, we have been neighbors for many years. Humph humph, I understand. I will go back earlier. Stop nagging and nagging me to death. She turned and left. Her eyes darkened and an icy cold ruthlessness surged within them. Swish, little Meaty disappeared into the darkness. Your Majesty, I don't understand. The sky-bearing king frowned and said with a worried expression. He and Chen Yuanshan weren't close, but they had some dealings. Otherwise, true Saint Bai Yu wouldn't have taken the initiative to visit him. The sky-bearing king thought that he had some understanding of Chen Yuanshan. He was a smart person and wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Rebellion? What a joke. Unless there was a great change in the world and there was a calamity, no one could shake the rule of Imperial Jew. Chen Yuanshan's rebellion was more like he was asking for death. The escort team had already arrived at the capital region. After the Imperial Guard verified Chen Yuanshan's identity, they were putting him in prison to await trial. But everyone knew that Chen Yuanshan, who had been detained in the imperial capital, was destined to die. The so-called trial was just a formality. But the worry on the sky-bearing king's face wasn't because of Chen Yuanshan. The city lord of a main city could be considered a high position. If he was killed because of rebellion, if this matter wasn't handled well, it would cause turmoil in the court. Above the 9 heavens, behind the bead curtain, the great emperor's expression was calm. Chen Yuanshan is seeking death. He came to the imperial capital alive to vent his anger on me, to protect his son who was sent to the Li family in the central wasteland. After a moment of silence, the emperor coldly sneered. Chen Yuanshan understands me, but he underestimated my breadth of mind. But I will still fulfill his wish and give Chen Shanglu a chance to live. The sky-bearing king bowed. Your Majesty is magnanimous. The emperor waved his hand. Go. Tell the Ministry of Justice that there is no need to investigate anymore. Give Chen Yuanshan a quick death. After all, he once ruled a main city of the Western Wasteland. He cannot be humiliated. The sky-bearing king bowed once more and left the hall, sighing. His Majesty was still as hypocritical as ever. But giving Chen Yuanshan a quick death was also a rare act of mercy. Shaking his head, he gathered his thoughts and went straight to the prison. When Marquis Zhongwu's carriages left the station, there was another person. A pale-faced Li Ji was hiding in one of the carriages. His eyes were closed and his aura was faint. His sword Dao had already been destroyed, severed by the Joss flame artifact, his cultivation almost severed. But for some reason, he was so weak that he seemed like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Yet, he gave off a dangerous feeling. Maid Baiji was also in this carriage. She wore a white robe that covered her entire body, revealing only her eyes. Before they left, she was driven out by Ruru. Although her expression was calm, she was not happy in her heart. Looking at the pale-faced Li Ji, Baiji frowned as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Why did the Lord take him in? He was just a cripple. Could it be for Marquis Zhongwu? Although the Lord's cultivation was high and she could not guess, it was not an ordinary matter to save such a cripple. It would cause serious damage to himself. Thinking of this, Baiji's eyes became colder. At that moment, Li Ji opened his eyes. His eyes were dim but extremely sharp. At that moment, he gave Baiji a cold stare. He gave Baiji a feeling that her heart had been seen through. I have no ill intentions towards you. I hope you don't try to kill me. After a moment of silence, Li Ji continued to speak. His voice was slightly hoarse, revealing a heart-palpitating taste of blood. Believe me, although you are strong, if I die, I can take you with me. Baiji's pupils shrank. She wanted to sneer, but her intuition told her that Li Ji's words were true. He did have the ability to drag her down with him. Why? Li Ji's swordsmanship had clearly been broken and his cultivation had been destroyed. He was a cripple. Li Ji closed his eyes and continued to meditate. His current physical condition was very bad. If he wasn't carefully taken care of, he could die at any moment. Across from him, Baiji took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in her heart. But this did not mean that she was frightened by Li Ji. On the contrary, Baiji's killing intent never faded. If Li Ji's existence caused any harm to the Lord, she would kill him without hesitation. She would even kill the loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin, so what if they perished together? She was already tired of living. As long as the Lord wasn't harmed, everything was fine. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you not sneer at me like that? I'm a little scared." Across from him, Misty rolled her eyes. "If you don't want to watch, then leave." "Did I pull you?" Qin Yu choked for a moment. He changed his position and turned his back to her. He closed his eyes, thinking that these days were really hard to endure. When would it end? But as he thought about it, besides the Western Wasteland Great Emperor joining forces with the Li family, there was also the fierce tiger from the Yi family that wanted to kill him. What a headache. He feared he could only endure it for a short period of time. Then he would endure it. As a man, he had to be hard when he needed to be hard and soft when he needed to be soft. This was the philosophy of survival. Misty humphed. She looked away and closed her eyes. She thought that a stupid woman was indeed a stupid woman. She took things for granted. Worry about me? Do I need to? This great shaman of Meng Mountain had a high cultivation, but he was a bit blind. Besides a decent swordsman, what use was there in saving him? He might as well die and end all troubles once and for all, lest he implicate others. So, although Misty kept her by his side as a maid, she didn't try to save her. She might as well take a look first. If she died while looking, then that was because her fate was bad and she couldn't blame anyone else. Or perhaps one day when he was in a good mood, he would casually save her. Outside Seawatch City, 10,000 miles away. In a mountain cave, Li Ruhua slowly opened her eyes. Although she had been meditating for several hours, her complexion was still deathly pale. She looked down at the faint red spots on her palms. As she thought about that aura she could faintly feel, her body shivered. She couldn't suppress the endless fear that gushed out from deep within her. That killing intent, just where did it come from? It was terrifying and boundless, like a surging black sea. A single wave could cover the world. In just an instant, Li Ruhua felt as if she was in a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. Although she had smoothly borrowed the strength of the red spots to travel through the world and leave Seawatch City, Li Ruhua's intuition told her that it wasn't that the other party didn't have the ability to kill her ahead of time, but for some unknown reason, the owner of that killing intent had suddenly chosen to give up. Otherwise, perhaps she would already be a cold corpse by now. Just who was it? Li Ruhua took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Before she left the Li family, she had always thought that the world was vast. As long as she didn't provoke those high and mighty characters, she would be safe and sound. She could go anywhere she wanted in the world. In fact, she didn't even think that searching for the new barbarian emperor was a difficult matter. But in just a short period of time, reality had taught her a serious lesson. In the imperial capital, Li Ji's swordsmanship cultivation had been severed because of the nine-tailed monster fox. Now, her whereabouts were unknown and she didn't know if she would ever see her again. And in Seawatch City, she inexplicably encountered a terrifying killing intent and was just inches away from death. Li Ruhua's complexion changed. She suddenly thought of a possibility. Was the killing intent she felt related to the new barbarian emperor? Before, she had guessed that everything that happened in the imperial capital was a trap. But then she thought of the central desolate divine continent and the large sects that competed with each other. But why couldn't this be the barbarian emperor's plot? And this plot itself was to plot against the Li family and also to conceal their line of sight and then protect them. If this was true, then there was only one explanation for the terrifying killing intent she encountered in Sea-Watch City. The barbarian emperor was preventing her from approaching Marquis Zhongwu. At this moment, Li Ruhua's eyes brightened. Chapter 1600. Li Ruhua was one of the few people in the world who knew about it. The red spot on her palm was her greatest secret. As for her identity, the Li family had been guarding it to the death. So far, only 2 or 3 people knew about her background. 2 of them were even more elusive. They traveled the world all year round and hadn't shown up in the family for a long time. In the Li family of the Central Wilderness, although Li Ruhua had a very ordinary name, in fact, she was not ordinary at all. Her status was far above that of the ordinary third-generation disciples. What Li Ji knew about her was only a little bit more than the surface. In the cave, Li Ruhua's eyes were bright. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Then, she looked across and said, "Chen Shangolv, guard outside." Chen Shangolv opened his eyes. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were calm. However, there was a trace of blood in the deepest part of his eyes that couldn't be erased. Nodding, he got up and left without saying a word. Li Ruhua raised her hand and spread her fingers, revealing the red spot on her palm. "Heaven fire." As she murmured, she suddenly looked up. Her eyes and long hair turned red at the same time. It was as if a flame was burning, or as if it had been injected with a copious amount of blood. Li Ruhua's aura changed. It became cold and indifferent, as if she was a god that had descended to the world and regarded all living beings as ants under her feet. She raised her hand and pointed a finger at the void, forming a small world that was completely isolated from the outside world. "Li Mu." A calm voice came out of her mouth. Sea-Watching City. When Marquis Zhongwu's convoy stepped into the teleportation array, the several powerful figures in the city finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Marquis Zhongwu had taken the initiative to refuse the credit they had delivered to him, no one knew if there was something wrong with it. A marquis, who was a general of the army, had great power and status. If he really wanted to do something, it would be hard for them to breathe. Yi Gui was also here. That day, when he left the Yi family, he was already a dead man. Now, he was only a wandering ghost with no roots. He wasn't afraid of death, but he had promised the general that he would repay the family with his own death. Therefore, he had been looking for an opportunity. Yi Gui watched as the procession entered the teleportation array, then turned and left. He returned to his residence in the city, where he saw a green jade slip on the table in his room. The material was very ordinary and could only record some simple words. He glanced at it and picked it up. After several breaths of time, he exerted a bit of strength in his fingers and the jade slip quietly shattered, turning into powder. Yi Gui stood up and respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the imperial capital. When he stood up again, there was a smile on his face, as if he had been relieved of a great burden. "Your Majesty, I still feel that Li Siji's words can't be trusted after he went crazy. It is likely that he is a part of some plan. When you faced Marquis Zhongwu, I can understand that you were cautious because of what he did. But, this is still a very risky move." The little eunuch had a rare solemn expression on his face. He bowed as he stood in front of the palace, his tone heavy. What if this is still the scheme of that race and the Central Wasteland's Li family? After all, the loyal Marshal Marquis Ningqin is no longer an ordinary chess piece. Once he is destroyed, His Majesty's entire plan will suffer an irreparable loss. Above the 9 levels, behind the bead curtains, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor had a calm expression. "Li Juqing, with what status are you speaking to me?" The little eunuch bowed even lower. He calmly said, "I am your Majesty's servant, but I am also a servant of my Western Wasteland. I have overstepped my boundaries with sincerity. I ask that your majesty investigate this clearly. Humph. The great emperor coldly sneered. I don't need you to remind me how to do things. As for the loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin, I have my own arrangements. As for you, don't forget to continue searching for the whereabouts of civilian residences. As long as that old monster is still within the borders of the Western Wasteland, even if you have to dig 300 feet underground, you must find him. The little eunuch bitterly smiled. He bowed and retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. His status. What status? In the shadow world, beneath the sleeves of the eunuch's robes, he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Your Majesty, it isn't that I owe the Emperor clans, but that they owe me far too much. After Seaview City, there was a transmission array that led directly to Blue River City, a strategic location for the Empire's troops. He was conferred the title of Loyal Marshal Marquis and was a great general of the same rank. Of course, this wasn't just a nice title. The military authority in his hands also rose with it. Skybearing King delivered the decree of the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, ordering Qin Yu to return. When he arrived at the Western Border Army Camp, he also delivered the Tiger Seal to dispatch troops. On the Blue River side, it was clear that they had already received a notice from the military headquarters ahead of time. This time, there was no need for anyone to report to them in order to see the leading figures of Blue River City. This was because ever since they received the imperial decree from the military headquarters, they had been waiting here. Today's loyal Marshal Marquis was naturally different from the Golden General of the past. General Zhongshan was still in the crowd, but his ranking was at least 7 or 8. It was clear that when True Saint Baiyu said that he would be in charge of the training of Blue River City's troops, he was trying to flatter Qin Yu. In fact, the 20 counties to the east of Blue River City truly did have a territory of over 20 counties. This was the only reason they were able to station tens of millions of troops. This was the #1 strategic location in the entire empire. The one truly in charge of the training of Blue River City's troops was an old general who had retired from the battlefield, Yi Qianxing. That's right, he came from the most ancient Yi family. How could a mountain in the army be just a joke? Even though he only had one leg and one hand left and they were all replaced by puppets, making it slightly inconvenient for him to walk around, he was still a great figure within Blue River County. Marquis Loyal Marshal, the 400,000 new troops have been prepared. They can leave in 2 days. Yi Qianxing gestured with his hand. Marquis, please follow me to temporarily reorganize. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I'll have to trouble General Yi. According to the arrangements given by the military headquarters, Blue River City would only stay for 3 days at most. It was clear that they had already made arrangements. Yi Qianxing turned and looked at the caravan behind them. I heard that the madam is also among them. Qin Yu smiled. My madam has a quiet temperament, so there is no need to trouble her. Yi Qianxing nodded, not speaking any further. The group soon arrived at the relay station that Blue River City had prepared ahead of time. The place they were staying at was naturally different from before. Qin Yu didn't care about this, but this caused the restless relay station officials and others to relax and do their best to entertain them. If Blue River went further west, he would no longer be able to use a transmission array to cross the borders of the empire. He would have to ride an airship that transported the army to the border, and that would take around a month. If the Western Wasteland Great Emperor and the Li family wanted to make a move, they should do so during this period of time. After all, if they waited any longer and the airship entered the border army camp, many things would become inconvenient. It was likely that some disturbances would be stirred up in the army. As for these 400,000 new troops, he was still a stranger to the commanding general. There had been no contact between the two sides. As long as he placed several capable people within, once there was a mistake, he could turn the blade around and force the nominal commanding general into a hopeless situation. He wouldn't have to worry about causing too much trouble. Of course, Qin Yu couldn't be completely sure what would happen and whether or not things would reach this step. So, he could only patiently wait. Luckily, he didn't feel any fear in his heart, so there was no torment to speak of. He only treated this as a formality. This was the beauty of hugging someone's thigh. If you didn't hug them, you wouldn't know. Whoever hugged them would laugh. This feeling was wonderful. Qin Yu faintly smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. The incense boy had snuck into the western wasteland's massive incense-burning Dao field. This was the same as opening a small opening in a rushing river. Endless amounts of incense-burning strength fused into Qin Yu's body. This was equivalent to activating another driving force that could help him improve his cultivation base in addition to his own cultivation. Of course, the effects couldn't be compared to the incense-burning strength he received when he made a breakthrough, but it was still considerable. When combined with the gifts of the world he obtained after the darkness in front of him was broken, it was enough to allow him to constantly be in the paradise land that other cultivators yearned for. Although it was a bit exaggerated to say that a single day was equal to a year of cultivation, it was still equal to a month of bitter cultivation for an ordinary person. Qin Yu didn't want to waste even the tiniest bit of cultivation time. Ever since he broke into the ruler realm, he had been diligently cultivating whenever he had time. But the only thing that worried him was that as he cultivated every day and his strength increased, the suppressive feeling of being a fish caught in a net of the heavens and earth was also growing. Little Misty had said that if the heavens collapsed, the tall ones would hold it up. But why did the heavens collapse? Could the tall ones really hold it up? And what if they couldn't? What would the result be? Qin Yu constantly told himself that he was a cultivator that took 1 or 2 steps at a time. He shouldn't bite off more than he could chew and think about matters that far surpassed his current boundary. But deep in his heart, the worry never dissipated. Even if he was hugging onto a very, very thick thigh. This was because Qin Yu always felt that the mysterious existence hidden in spacetime couldn't hold up the heavens. Not too far away, in another part of the Blue River relay station, little Misty looked at Qin Yu's cultivation area and gradually frowned. There really was a problem. Just who was Qin Yu? The reincarnated body of an almighty being? But there were no traces of reincarnation on his body. Even if Qin Yu himself was special and she couldn't recognize him as one of the most special and ancient existences in the world, little Misty didn't remember that she owed a favor to some almighty being in the past. She ate, and she ate several. So, this couldn't explain why she always involuntarily did so many unexpected things when she faced Qin Yu. She couldn't control her heart. Little Misty rubbed her temples. Then, her movements stiffened and she drew back her hand with a gloomy expression. She took a deep breath and suppressed her violent mood. Then, she looked up into the distance. Her eyes brightened. After several breaths of time, she composed herself. After thinking for a moment, she coldly sneered. "You aren't completely useless. Then, I'll let you live a bit longer." She said 2 days, and it really was 2 days. Yi Qianxing led the Blue River relay station. After the 400,000 soldiers paid their respects to their commander, they boarded the airships. They were densely packed, and their numbers were so great that they covered a large portion of the sky and scattered down boundless shadows. It was truly a magnificent sight, a sight that swallowed up mountains and rivers. Not to mention whether or not this 400,000-strong army would one day turn their blades around and chop him, the commander, into pieces. Just the current feeling was really great. The shouts of 400,000 people shook the heavens. In that moment, Qin Yu felt what it meant to be a man holding the power of the world in his hands. The power of incense that the incense boy stole also increased. It seemed that there was a deep connection between this and Qin Yu's own destiny. "Let's go." Qin Yu waved his hand. The surface of the airships lit up with runes of array formations. The air shook and the airships accelerated. They were like giant fish swimming in the deep sea, gradually speeding away. Chapter 1601. Strange things had happened in the Devil sect recently. The commotion was so big that it had alerted the higher-ups in the sect. The first incident was about a disciple of a small and unknown sect in the Devil sect who suddenly fell into a coma for no reason. When he woke up 2 days later, his cultivation had increased tremendously. He also learned a supernatural power called ocean reversal from somewhere. It had the power to move mountains and drain oceans. It caused the river to flow backwards and drown half of the mountain. A few of his fellow disciples who had bullied him for many years were killed on the spot. It was quite a commotion. The second thing was that in a city, there was a son of a rich family. He was born a fool, But after one night, he suddenly became enlightened. He was knowledgeable and could speak logically. His relatives were shocked, and they invited an immortal master to perform a ritual at great cost. Finally, it was confirmed that this son of the first wife had not been possessed or possessed. He had really opened his spiritual aperture and obtained great knowledge that was close to talent. If that was the case, it wouldn't have been worth the attention of the devil sect. After all, there were countless opportunities in the world. Someone might get it one day and change their fate. This had happened more than once in the history of the devil sect. However, the third thing was too shocking. It was a devil sect protector who was in seclusion. He was already at the end of his rope and couldn't see any possibility of breaking through. He could only sit there like a piece of dead wood, waiting for death to come. However, one day, a bright light suddenly shone and countless rules appeared. He had actually stepped into the sovereign realm and become a new elder of the devil sect. However, after this elder had broken through, his temperament had changed. When the devil sect asked him about it, he didn't say a word. In the end, he attacked someone and escaped. The series of accidents attracted the attention of the devil sect. After careful investigation, they found that there were many similar incidents. In fact, in a remote mountain village, everyone in the village was devoured by the demonic beasts. The monster that was caught had an even more bizarre origin. It was actually the guard dog of the village's butcher family. In the past, it had seen many people eat animals. After transforming into a monster, it opened its mouth and ate them all. However, it was clearly an ordinary animal, but after a night, it had directly become a monster with spiritual intelligence. It was truly unimaginable. As the chief of the devil sect, the night demon sect's sect master's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he examined the cases he had received. There was excitement in his eyes. Pass down my orders. Anything that has happened recently is to be suppressed for the time being. Do not spread it out. Leaving behind an order, the night demon sect master turned around and left. Marquis Zhongwu had left the Imperial Army and was returning to the Western Border Army. He would pass by Green River and incorporate the troops under the Great General. This was not a secret. According to the time, the young miss was following Marquis Zhongwu and was not far from the devil sect. Inside the secret chamber, the night demon sect master held the jade slip in his hand. After imprinting the information, he clenched his fist and crushed the entire jade slip. However, the information within the jade slip had already been transmitted through a secret technique. On the airship, little Misty, who had occupied a cabin to herself, finally received a message from the devil sect. She glanced at it and found that it was about the same as she had expected. She stood up and left. She found Qin Yu, who was always cultivating and cherishing his time. There is a lucky chance that is right in front of you. Do you want it? Although her expression was light and indifferent, as if she didn't care too much about this so-called lucky chance, with Qin Yu's understanding of little Misty, for her to make such a trip meant that this matter was not ordinary at all. Little Misty didn't care about it because she was strong and her boundary was deep enough. Even to this day, Qin Yu hadn't been able to see through her. But he clearly didn't have the qualifications or confidence to do so. I want it. He blurted out. He could feel the invisible suppression of the great net of heaven and earth. Although the stronger one was, the greater the pressure. Still, he couldn't stop eating for fear of choking. Couldn't go forward. Perhaps the pressure he felt today would be broken one day as his strength grew. Even if it didn't, the stronger he was, the more likely it would be. He could take a look at the scenery of the mountain peak and find a way out. Little Misty turned and left. Qin Yu hurried to follow. A moment later, an order spread through the airship. Many generals revealed strange expressions. They thought that even if Marquis Zhongwu was highly regarded by His Majesty, would nothing happen to him if he did this? I will bring my wife to the demonic sect to visit relatives. We will return soon. The army will continue forward according to the plan. True Saint Bai Yu certainly didn't receive any accurate words. He bitterly smiled but was powerless to stop them. He could only anxiously respond to the questions coming from the various airships. And at this time, Qin Yu and little Misty were already on the road to the demonic sect. Cough, we are leaving like this. But, I still don't know what the lucky chance is. Qin Yu revealed a puzzled look. According to his plan, the two of them could leave without making a sound. All they had to do was find an excuse, and no one would notice them. Why would they make such a big fuss about it and even spread the excuse that they were returning to the demonic sect to visit relatives? Little Meaty had a calm expression. On the airship, there are 4 old fourth claws bestowed by the Imperial Palace. We can hide it from them for a while, but we will definitely be discovered after a long time. How about we just leave like this? Qin Yu frowned. That's it. Little Meaty said, of course, not. The reason we are doing this openly is because the lucky chance within the demonic sect was sent by the Western Wasteland Great Emperor and the Li family together. Since they went through so much trouble and sincerity, you certainly have to appreciate it. It is normal for you to inform Master. Qin Yu's expression turned solemn. He seemed to understand. After a moment of thought, he said, you still haven't told me what this lucky chance is. Little Meaty thought for a moment. If I were to tell you seriously, it would be a very complicated and troublesome matter. So, I will change the tone of my storytelling. Just listen. She glanced at Qin Yu and saw him nod. She continued to say, in ancient times, a long, long time ago, there was a strange stone in the world that possessed the supernatural ability to interfere with the flow of time. If that was the case, then it would at most be an extraordinary treasure. If it was refined by someone and passed down for generations, that would be fine. But, coincidentally, not long after this stone was born, before anyone could find it, a seed fell onto it. It smoothly sprouted and grew into a great tree. As she spoke of trees, Qin Yu thought of Little Meaty's 2 incomparably mystical trees that were currently nowhere to be found. Her cooking skills were world-shaking. There's no way to compare. The difference between the 2 is too great. Although my 2 trees have a bit of an origin, the difference in rank is too great. Even if 10,000 years passed, 100,000 years passed, it would still be impossible for them to compare. In short, a great tree grew out of the stone. It was similar to a treasure forming a happy marriage with another treasure. Well, of course, it might have been forced, but the ending wasn't bad. A truly wondrous object was born. A moment later, Qin Yu's eyes widened and a look of praise appeared on his face. He thought that the world was vast and there were truly all sorts of strange things. It was actually able to naturally give birth to such a wondrous object. The large stone was named Grandeur. The great tree was called Golden Millet. This Grandeur stone had a golden millet tree growing on it. When the 2 were placed together, it was called Grandeur's Dream, Golden Millet Half a Life. If any living being of the world were to step into it, they would gain another life. Everything they obtained could be directly fed back to their main body. Thus, there was the phrase reaching the heavens in a single bound. There was also the phrase suddenly a spring breeze comes, thousands of pear blossoms bloom. There was also the phrase hearing the great Tao in the morning, chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. There were so many things in the world that one could find their roots in. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu's eyes brightened with anticipation. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his complexion changed. You've said so much. Grandeur descends into Golden Millet Dream. But, not just anyone can enter. Little Meaty glanced at him and coldly coughed. Since I allowed you to come, I naturally have a way. Just wait. Qin Yu nodded. But just as he began to move, he suddenly felt a wave of weariness wash over him. His eyelids ached unbearably. Before he could even react, his body slumped and he fell into a deep sleep. Little Meaty turned and reached out a hand. She hugged Qin Yu, a look of disdain on her face. From her expression, it seemed she had already expected this. At this time, Little Meaty furrowed her eyebrows and a cold intent appeared in her eyes. You reckless thing, get back here. As her voice fell, even though she clearly hadn't done anything, space began to twist and a powerful repulsive force burst out from within. With a dull bang, it seemed as if something was forcefully jolted away. Sure, Little Meaty stepped forwards and vanished from sight. In the next moment, she arrived at a courtyard within the demonic sect. The night demon sect master sensed something and appeared out of thin air. His face lit up with joy. He bowed and said, "This old servant greets the miss." Little Meaty nodded. She lightly said, I want to borrow this courtyard for a period of time to download the 31 app. Stand guard outside and don't allow anyone to enter. Her words were impolite, but the dignified peak ruler Night Demon Sect Master, the chief disciple of the demonic sect, didn't seem angry at all. Instead, he respectfully bowed. He didn't even ask why. He turned and left, completely activating the defensive array formation and blocking out his own sense. Then, he stood guard at the entrance of the courtyard, motionless. Little Meaty turned and walked away, as if she were very familiar with this place. She activated a mechanism and passed through several trap arrays and killing arrays, arriving at an underground chamber. After placing Qin Yu on a cushion on the ground, Little Meaty walked to a corner of the chamber. She swept her eyes around and sneered. Since you know I'm here, why haven't you appeared on your own initiative? Do you want me to capture you? With a light tremble, space shook and a tablet appeared. Fog lingered above it, condensing into a little person. He revealed a look of fear and alarm as he bowed towards Little Meaty. Humph. Don't worry, a little thing like you isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. You're also stained with bad luck, so I'm too lazy to open my mouth. She lifted a hand and pointed at the tablet. But this thing you're living in isn't bad at all. I want to take it and use it. The little person nearly cried. It fell to its knees and kowtowed again and again. Little Meaty's eyes were ice cold. You don't want to? The little person froze. He was on edge and could only nod in aggrievement. Then come out. The little person didn't want to. This tablet was the foundation of his life. If it was taken away by others, his only fate would be to fade away. But as he looked at the impatient Little Meaty in front of him, he didn't dare to delay at all. Otherwise, he feared he really would be smashed to pieces. Did he really think she was poking around just for fun? No, that was a naked threat. The fog violently tumbled. The little person that had just emerged was pinched between two fingers and pulled out. Before she could scream out loud, her vision darkened and she fell unconscious. Little Meaty licked her lips. She thought that this little thing was far too stupid. Don't be fooled by how she said she didn't care before, but the truth was that she was a bit greedy. Eating her could also be considered a small tonic. But at this time, Little Meaty suddenly frowned. A trace of dissatisfaction appeared in her eyes. She looked at the unconscious little person in her hands and then put it away somewhere. She lifted a hand and pointed between her eyebrows. Don't forget what you said today, otherwise I will definitely be angry. She turned and glanced at Qin Yu. Then, she stepped forwards and her body instantly faded away, fusing into the lingering fog of the tablet. Chapter 1602. Nanki was illusory, while golden millet was intangible. Even though it was right in front of him, it was still difficult to see with the naked eye and impossible to lock onto with his divine sense. This was a gift from heaven and earth, a natural magical power after the two treasures tied the knot. Li Mu obtained them by chance. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had walked on a heaven-defying path of luck. Of course, he himself was the luckiest person in the world. It was very likely that no one else could compare to him. He could pick up a treasure just by tripping while walking, and he could have an epiphany and break through to the next realm just by turning over in his sleep. In any case, if one really wanted to compare them, then one would have to live up to the old saying, comparisons are odious. Odious to death. Because it was really hard to believe that there could be such a lucky person in this world. The key was, why was it so? We were all living people, and Li Mu did not give us an extra head or arm. Along the way, there were many people envious and jealous of him. So many that Li Mu had already learned not to care about it. Because almost everything he encountered, as long as it was in front of him, could be included in his scope. Above the devil sect, under the sun, there was no cover. There was only a large stone floating in the air. Its surface was grey and covered with tiny cracks. It looked inconspicuous at first glance. Now, above the stone, there was a big tree with lush branches and lush leaves. Wisps of smoke rose from the bottom of the tree and were sucked up by the greedy branches and green leaves, without any leakage. Sitting on the protruding stone, Li Mu controlled the fire with one hand and held the fish stick in the other. His eyes were serious as he roasted the fish carefully. At this moment, with a light pop, a spark sprang out and exploded. Li Mu raised his eyebrows and looked a little surprised. But when he closed his eyes to sense, he found nothing. This made him feel a little uneasy, so he looked a little embarrassed. Raising his head to look at Li Ruhua, who was meditating with her eyes closed on the other side of the fire, he coughed lightly and said, "Ruhua, although I have always trusted your judgment, this time seems to be a little different. Are you hiding something from me?" Li Ruhua opened her eyes and nodded calmly. "Pa." Li Mu raised his hand to cover his face. The corners of his mouth twitched and he said with a wry smile, "Why can't you just say it? If you do this, someone might die." Li Ruhua's mouth curled up, showing a little smile. "Did he go in?" Li Mu nodded, and the wry smile on his face deepened. Li Ruhua stood up and clapped her hands. "Don't worry. I'm very confident in your luck. Even if everyone dies, you'll still be alive and kicking." She walked to the side of the tree and patted the trunk. "Let's start working. Let me in." Li Mu raised his eyebrows. "Is it fast?" Li Ruhua sighed softly. "Li Ji's death has something to do with him. It's good enough that I didn't kill him. Should I really give him an opportunity?" Li Ruhua of Li sect. Li Mu snapped his fingers. Li Ruhua sat cross-legged. Before her consciousness fell into darkness, Li Mu's voice rang in her ears, "I've told you before, don't talk nonsense. What if it comes true? Let's see what you can do. Go and come back quickly. Maybe you can catch the fish." Li Ruhua's mouth curved into a cold smile. "Comes true? I'm afraid I won't have that chance." Her vision darkened. When it lit up again, she had already appeared beside a cheerful stream. Above their heads, a great sun hung high in the sky. White clouds floated in the sky, moving slowly in the breeze. She took a few steps forward, looked down at the river, and looked at her current appearance. Li Ruhua's face darkened. Damn Li Mu, he actually let her show her true appearance here. Although it was only 70 to 80% similar, it still revealed the secret of heaven. She clenched her teeth. But now that she was in Yellow Millet country, she could only endure. Once she got out, she would deal with Li Mu. There was the sound of falling into the water, followed by a cry of surprise. Li Ruhua helplessly turned around. Sure enough, in the stream, she saw a young boy who was drinking with a cow. He was struggling to get up. When she glanced at him, his face immediately flushed red. With a humph, Li Ruhua turned around and walked away. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped and turned to look at the boy in the river. "Hey, where is this?" The young boy was stunned. He couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful voice in this world. But when he saw the face in front of him, he felt that it was only natural. He stammered, This is Nanki country. Li Mu." Li Ruhua, who looked to be 11 or 12 years old, was extremely beautiful like a little fairy. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and scream. He did it on purpose. This bastard, he must have done it on purpose. The young boy was dripping wet. Looking at the scene in front of him, he suddenly realized that when a woman was angry, she wasn't as scary as his mother. She was like a man-eating tiger, but she could still be so cute. After Li Ruhua screamed, she lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then, she crooked her finger and said, "Boy, this cow of yours is pretty good. Can you give it to me?" "Ah, cow." The young boy's eyes widened. He stammered, "It is, my mother said, it's the betrothal gift, for my wife." Li Ruhua smiled. "Okay, give it to me. When I grow up, I will be your wife." Soon, the little girl riding the cow found it difficult to travel along the stream. She wanted to walk and walk. She wanted to cross the border of Nanki country and go to Yellow Millet country to find that person. This was a very long journey. "As for becoming a wife when I grow up, I'm really sorry. I won't stay here for too long. I'll leave after I kill someone. So, betrothal gift or not, it doesn't matter at all." Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps came from behind. Li Ruhua frowned her beautiful eyebrows and turned around. "What are you doing? The cow is already mine. You promised it yourself. Are you a man going to go back on your word?" She was a bit annoyed. If it weren't for the fact that she was in this world and the price she had to pay for maintaining a clear mind was that she couldn't casually attack, then this boy would have already been sent flying with a single slap. The young boy's face flushed red. He gasped for breath and shook his head. No, no. I just came to tell you that my family lives in Ox Village. The first one on the west side of the village is there. If you can't find it, just tell them you need to go to the one that sells medicine. My father is a village doctor and he is very famous in this area. Li Ruhua had an impatient expression. I know. Stop being so long-winded. Hurry up and go back. The young boy waved his hand from behind and loudly said, there is one last thing. From today onwards, you are my wife. You must adhere to your womanly ways and don't mess around outside. Otherwise, if I find out, I will definitely chase after you and demand an explanation from you. Li Ruhua's face darkened. She forcefully patted the large yellow cow that was shaking its head. She thought to herself that she would never come back to this broken place again. And Li Mu, hurry up and close your eyes. If you dare to say a single word about what happened here, I will definitely make you suffer. In reality, Li Mu really wasn't paying attention to what was happening within the borders of the Nanki country. This was because just as Li Ruhua entered, on top of the large stone that hung high in the sky and no one had discovered, a small memorial tablet inexplicably appeared. However, Li Mu felt that it was very, very large. It was large enough to cover the entire sky. The corner of his mouth twitched and he secretly cursed Li Ruhua for setting him up. He saluted respectfully with one hand, while the other hand was still stubbornly grasping the fish that was about to be roasted. Vaguely, Li Mu felt the gaze on the roasted fish. He subconsciously tightened his grip, licked the corner of his mouth, and coughed softly. May I ask who you are, Your Excellency? The mist on the surface of the memorial tablet moved slightly and a chuckle came from it. But the following words were very rude. Your ancestor. Li Mu's face was bitter. Although my ancestor is indeed a memorial tablet now, you can't joke like this. After all, the Li family of the Central Desolate still cares about face. The mist on the surface of the memorial tablet continued to billow. If you don't accept it, then hit me. Li Mu seriously thought for a moment and then shook his head. I think it's better not to court death. Don't you think so? The memorial tablet swayed as if it were nodding. Since you don't want to die, then open a path. I will go in and take a look. Li Mu gripped the wooden stick with the roasted fish and tightened his grip. The surface of his palm was slightly pale, but his expression was still calm. He only revealed a bit of distress. With your cultivation level, even if the world is vast, what kind of scenery have you not seen? Why go inside? Why don't I treat you to some fish and let's just forget about it? A sneer came from the memorial tablet. I think you really want to die. After a slight pause, he continued, Li Mu, you are indeed very lucky. It can even be said that you are the luckiest creature I have ever seen. But have you ever heard that a person who has always been very lucky may lose his life one day because of a small problem? For example, you don't open a path for me. This threat was really on the surface, there was no doubt about it, there was no intention of hiding it at all. Li Mu raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He was not pretending, but he was really sweating. Because his intuition told him that today, he might really die. This was the first time that he had felt this way. He was very curious and wanted to have a try. After all, his life was really boring. It was not easy for him to have a real challenge. But when Li Mu raised his head and saw the memorial tablet opposite him, he immediately gave up the idea. He was eager to make trouble in front of a memorial tablet. It was too unlucky to make trouble in front of a memorial tablet. If he was not careful, he might really die. Wouldn't that be extremely tragic? Ahem, that's right. I was pretending to be tough just now, but there is no rule in this world that forbids people from pretending to be tough, right? Can you guarantee that you won't hurt Li Ruhua's life? A faint voice came from the memorial tablet. I promise. So fast. Isn't it a little insincere? Li Mu secretly thought. But when he looked at the impatient smoke on the memorial tablet, he decisively snapped his fingers. Swish, a cloud of smoke directly separated from the memorial tablet and disappeared in an instant. Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. A sneer came from the memorial tablet. "Are you stupid? I didn't say that I would go in with my whole body. You think too much." Chapter 1603. When the little fairy maiden rode the cow south, she would have to pass through the vast Jianghu to reach the Golden Millet Kingdom. The road was long, and it was destined to be filled with dangers. Especially now that 70 to 80% of her true appearance had been revealed, the chances of her triggering dangers had increased by more than 100 times. But in the end, the little fairy maiden was still a little fairy maiden. Even if she was restricted and couldn't act as she pleased, she could still crush all the disgusting gazes around her with a single hand. But she still found a way to ensure her own safety. For instance, along the way, she gradually found herself 7 unofficial masters. According to the little fairy maiden, she wanted to walk around and think about it. Only then could she finally decide which master she would take as her master. Before this, they could only hide their tracks and follow by her side. They couldn't jump out and disturb her as she toured the mountains and rivers, otherwise they would automatically lose the chance to be chosen as her master. If it was anyone else who dared to make such an unreasonable request and even find 7 unofficial masters in one go, they would have already been taught a lesson by the Jianghu. But facing the little fairy maiden, the 7 unofficial masters all smiled more kindly than the last, repeatedly nodding their heads to show that there was absolutely no problem. After all, they could see with a single glance the aptitude of an immortal. As long as this little girl riding on the cow stepped onto the road of cultivation, she would definitely ascend to the ascension realm, becoming a celestial being that would ascend to the heaven. Since they had encountered such a disciple, how could they let her go? Even if they died, they wouldn't. Just like that, the little fairy maiden headed south. The 7 unofficial masters were always 7. Those who didn't open their eyes didn't need her to do anything, they were directly cleaned up. Those who opened their eyes widened and their mouths drooled. But before they could even report their sect and roots, they were surrounded by several people who had appeared out of nowhere. They cupped their hands in greeting with solemn expressions. After a brief conversation, most of these people who opened their eyes sighed and beat their chests with their hands, their expressions as if their hearts had died. But there were also some who didn't care at all. As soon as they opened their mouths, they said that they would take one of the 7 unofficial masters. Because the little fairy maiden had said that she only wanted 7 masters, not 1 more or 1 less. She said that if they included her, they would be awe-inspiring as they roamed the Jianghu. If they weren't convinced, they would fight. The loser wanted to cry but had no tears. They would vomit blood as they left miserably. However, the nominal masters who had been usurped were certainly not willing to miss the opportunity to have a disciple with immortal aptitude. They turned around and looked for the elders of their sects. Those who didn't have a sect went to look for their old friends. Those who didn't have anything to do with either side gritted their teeth and sold the news in exchange for a windfall. If I can't get the disciple, don't even think about getting him easily. As a result, the Jianghu of the Nanki nation was quickly stirred up. Some of the great figures that had been living in seclusion were alarmed and quietly revealed themselves. They had a great reputation, so they naturally couldn't make a move just for a mere piece of news. Otherwise, it would be too degrading. Then, after they hid themselves and personally took a look, they could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. They directly revealed their identities and found the group of people who were hiding beside their little fairy. When some of them saw who it was, they smiled bitterly and left on their own. Some of them were unwilling to let go and were beaten until they vomited a few vats of blood, looking extremely miserable. In short, after a few rounds of elimination, the 7 in-name masters were still 7, but they had already been replaced by those legendary names. Only then did the situation gradually stabilize. The shock that swept through the Jianghu of the Nanki nation and Huangliang nation gradually calmed down. But in the Jianghu, any expert with a bit of status knew that in the current world, there was a little girl who rode a yellow bull to the south. She was someone they absolutely could not provoke. It was said that within the Nanki nation, the young master of the Haiyan County's county governor had had all 4 of his limbs broken in a moment of rashness. He had been tossed at the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Afterwards, not only had the Haiyan county governor gritted his teeth and admitted his mistake, he had even personally gone to apologize. His attitude was extremely humble, but in the end, he didn't even get to see the young master. When he returned to his mansion, his face was deathly pale. He dragged out the young master who was moaning on the sickbed and gave him another violent beating. After this matter, the Jianghu was in a state of panic. Countless sects recalled their disciples or warned them not to provoke the young master, otherwise they would be killed on the spot. Even if they died, they would have died in vain. The sects definitely wouldn't stand up for this matter. Perhaps they would even be purged and their fates would be miserable. This was the case for both the righteous and demonic paths, but there were no exceptions. Little fairy Li Ruhua, who was riding on the yellow ox, was very clear about all of this. The reason why she was hiding in the dark and was still willing to keep her original promise to the 7 incredible masters who were following by her side was because she would occasionally sweep her gaze over them. Her gaze was bright and penetrating, as if she knew everything like the back of her hand. This caused the 7 peak powerhouses of Nanqi and Huangliang countries to sigh inwardly. No matter what thoughts they had in their hearts, they hesitated again and again, but in the end they didn't dare to break the rules. They chose to silently wait for an opportunity. As they headed south, the little stream that had once flowed past them couldn't even drown them. But now, that little boy's head had become a roaring river. Li Ruhua furrowed her eyebrows in annoyance. Why did she suddenly think of that cowherding boy? Could it be that she was truly angered? She looked up into the distance. Mist rose up and turned into clouds, obscuring her vision. But Li Ruhua knew that she was already very close. This caused her mood to improve a little. Although she hadn't suffered the slightest grievance along the way, it was still far too boring. Find him, kill him, and quickly leave this place. For cultivators, especially tyrannical and powerful great cultivators, to be restricted from using their cultivation was an extremely depressing feeling. In any case, she couldn't continue to endure it. On the bank of the river was a newly built official road of Huangliang country. It was said to make it convenient for nearby officials and rich families to come to the riverside to enjoy the scenery. So along the way, there were many carriages coming and going. Most of them wore luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. As they saw the calm and composed little fairy maiden riding on the back of the yellow bull, they were dazzled for a brief moment. Then, their hearts were filled with excitement, but they also couldn't suppress their nervousness. Those noble young masters, who were riding on tall horses and dressed in all kinds of robes, subconsciously straightened their backs and showed their most elegant side. Their hopes weren't high, but what if the little fairy maiden riding the yellow bull took a fancy to them? At that time, it would be a heaven-shattering fortune and lucky chance. If it weren't for this, even though the scenery of the rushing river here wasn't bad, it wouldn't be so densely packed with tourists. It was as if all the handsome young masters of the right age within 1,000 miles had gathered here. Li Ruhua knew all of this like the back of her hand. She didn't need to think to figure out the hidden story. She didn't care, nor was she annoyed. After all, the two of them weren't people from the same world. If they wanted to see, then so be it. In any case, after she left, the memories of these people would become blurred. In the end, they would only remember that they had seen a very beautiful girl when they were young. But no matter how they thought about it, they simply couldn't remember what she looked like. Suddenly, the little fairy maiden riding on the back of the yellow bull reached out and patted the yellow bull. It immediately obediently stopped. "Excuse me, what is that place in front of us surrounded by fog?" The one being questioned was a 14 or 15-year-old youth. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and was incomparably handsome. His entire body exuded an air of nobility. Obviously, his background wasn't ordinary. At this moment, as he looked at the little fairy maiden in front of him, he blushed but didn't lose his composure. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands in salute. "Miss, that place is called Cloud Mist Valley. It's the place where a local immortal master lives in seclusion. Ordinary people can't casually approach it." He was about to vaguely reveal his identity and say that he could lead the way to the valley, but before he could open his mouth, he was interrupted. "Cloud Mist Valley? The name isn't bad, and the scenery isn't bad either. I hope I didn't come to the wrong place. Li Ruhua smiled and nodded, leaving behind a disappointed and frustrated young master. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. She patted the yellow bull and walked into the depths of the fog. This little fellow was about the same age as him, but his demeanor were more than 100 times worse. I didn't even spare a glance at the noble young master who came to me on his own initiative, but this little toad actually wanted to take me as his wife. How audacious of him! The corners of Li Ruhua's mouth curled up. She didn't know why she thought of this at this moment, and why she felt indescribably proud. It was probably because after running around, the time had finally come for the mystery to be revealed. Was he really the barbarian sovereign? On Nanki Rock, under the yellow millet tree, no one could hide their spirituality. If she hadn't cheated, of course she wouldn't have been able to see it. But since she had cheated, she naturally only needed a glance to see through his roots. In Yellow Millet Country's Cloud Mist Valley, Daoist Cloud Mist, who was concentrating on building a hut and cultivating a Daoist lore, looked at the little girl passing through the fog and arriving on the yellow bull. His eyes subconsciously widened, then suddenly brightened, revealing an irrepressible and endless fervor. It was as if two suns had suddenly appeared from behind the clouds, enough to cause the air to burn. With a light cough, Daoist Cloud Mist took a deep breath and tried his best to display the demeanor of an expert. He rode the wind and arrived, as elegant as an immortal. Little girl, this poor Daoist is fated to meet you. I have been waiting here for many days. Are you willing to become my disciple and cultivate a supreme Daoist lore so that you can live forever? Li Ruhua blinked her eyes. She looked at Daoist Cloud Mist, who was forcing himself to stay calm and whose heart was beating like thunder. She smiled and softly said, "Disciple greets master." Daoist Cloud Mist was startled, and then ecstasy gushed out from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head and laughed wildly. But just as this laughter began, it froze. He was like a toad covered in ice. Although he maintained his laughing expression, his eyes revealed endless fear. In short, his appearance was extremely strange. Li Ruhua furrowed her eyebrows. She turned her head and looked somewhere behind her. The completely still cloud mist began to surge once more. Hoochie Daoist Cloud Mist gasped for breath. He looked up at the little fairy maiden in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a look of fear and unease. You are, Li Ruhua smiled. Master, how come your memory is so bad? I am the little disciple you just received. Do you not want to recognize me? Her smile became increasingly sweet, as if all the beauty and light in the world were gathered around her. But at this moment, Daoist Cloud Mist felt as if he had been locked onto by some terrifying being hidden in the shadows. If he wasn't careful, he would lose his life. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He wanted to ask, did he take the wrong script? Shouldn't the old immortal have stumbled upon a fine jade and cultivated her with all his strength, finally leaving his name in the annals of history? How come in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a horrifying scene? It was as if he had fallen into a swamp and could be swallowed up at any moment. His thoughts raced. Daoist Cloud Mist clenched his teeth. It's my memory that's bad. What is your name? Li Ruhua, as beautiful as a flower. Master, please lead the way. I want to see the two senior apprentice brothers in front of me. Daoist Cloud Mist's vision darkened and he nearly fainted. Today was the first time we met, so how did you know that I had two disciples? This was proof. There must be some hidden scheme behind this. My Cloud Mist Valley is in danger. His heart wailed in anguish. He was in unbearable pain, and he was even more terrified. However, when he saw Li Ruhua smiling like a flower in front of him, Daoist Cloudy Mist couldn't utter a single word. He also didn't have the courage to sacrifice himself and shed all pretense of cordiality with her on the spot. One old and one young, they turned and walked into Cloud Mist Valley. The old Daoist bowed his head, but the little girl was bouncing up and down. It was clear she was in a good mood. Chapter 1604. Daoist Cloudy Mist was a cultivator in the lower middle reaches of the Yellow Millet Country. He was only somewhat famous in this area. In his early years, he was mediocre and ambitious. Later, he was taught a lesson by the Jianghu. Disheartened, he came to the Cloud Mist Valley and built a hut. He also accepted 2 disciples. The eldest disciple was named Ning Changeng. He was a young master of a noble family in the capital of the Yellow Millet country. Although his family was not very prominent, it was still a prosperous family. Every year, he would send a large amount of wealth to the Cloud Mist Valley on time. It was the key to Daoist cloudy mists cultivation and not pay attention to the outside world. The second disciple was named Sheko. It was the right name given by his parents. He was a man of few words, as if he had a mouth made of stone. He was born in a poor family. His parents had long died, leaving him alone. If it weren't for his good cultivation aptitude, Daoist cloudy mist would have long driven him out. What was the use of keeping a bastard who didn't even call him master? But unexpectedly, the relationship between these 2 disciples was very good. They always ate and lived together and supervised each other in cultivation. This was the only thing that made Daoist cloudy mist feel a little gratified. It was also because of this that he accepted a new disciple today. When the 2 of them came to meet him, the 2 arrived together. As the senior brother, he saw Li Ruhua standing next to Daoist cloudy mist at first glance. His eyes suddenly lit up. Sheko followed behind. His slightly dark face blushed. Fortunately, it was not obvious. He cautiously bowed and stood aside in silence. Ahem. Her name is Li Ruhua. From today on, she will be your junior sister. I hope the 3 of you can support each other and cultivate together. After saying that, Daoist cloudy mist found an excuse and directly left. He said that he wanted to let his fellow brothers and sisters get to know each other. Li Ruhua glanced at Daoist cloudy mist's back and stepped forward with a smile. She bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brothers." She blinked her eyes and looked left and right. Her smile remained unchanged, but deep down, she couldn't help but sigh softly. This time, he did not hesitate to call Li Mu over and went through a lot of trouble to open the golden millet realm of Nanki, but in the end, he returned disappointed. She found the mark that Li Mu had made in advance. But the handsome Ning Changeng didn't have the slightest aura of the barbarians. Of course, he couldn't be the barbarian emperor. In the end, she had misjudged this game of chess and wasted a favor for nothing. Li Mu was very shrewd. It would be difficult to make him owe a favor in the future. As for Sheku at the side, she only glanced at him before giving up. However, she didn't make it too obvious on the surface. After chatting for a while, Sheku looked at his junior sister, who was clearly closer to his first senior brother. He pursed his lips, cupped his hands, and left. He had always been a stiff and cold person. Since his junior sister was unwilling to get close to him, he would take the initiative to distance himself from her. According to the agreement between Li Ruhua and the Western Wilderness Great Emperor, after confirming Marquis Zhongwu's background and confirming that he had nothing to do with the new barbarian emperor, this golden millet realm of Nanki could only be considered as compensation to avoid Marquis Zhongwu resenting him in the future. But in fact, after entering this realm, there was only one thought in Li Ruhua's mind: Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin must die. Tearing up the cooperation with the great emperor of Western Wilderness was indeed a big trouble. But in the territory of Nanki Golden Millet, accidents could also happen. As long as he got himself clean and didn't leave behind any evidence, what could the great emperor of Western Wilderness do? This was not the imperial capital, and Li Mu was here. He couldn't just watch her die under the thunderous rage of the Western Wilderness great emperor. As for the reason for forcing Marquis Zhongwu to kill Ningqin, it was simple. It was because ever since she saw Marquis Zhongwu from afar in the imperial capital, she always had a feeling of dread in her heart. It was as if there was a fishbone stuck in her throat. Even if he wasn't the barbarian emperor, Li Ruhua still wanted him dead. This was the first time she had such a feeling in her life. But Li Ruhua didn't hesitate at all. Even when she reached the agreement with the Western Wilderness Great Emperor, she already had this idea. His Majesty probably didn't expect that there was someone in the Western Wilderness who dared to play this game with him. Of course, as she said just now, the best result was that she could get out of this matter unscathed and get rid of all the troubles. And for this, she had already made preparations in advance and found a chess piece to take action. Therefore, on the night when Taoist Cloudy Mist was dragged away for a heart-to-heart talk, he returned with a pale face. Although he clearly sensed Li Ruhua's movement, he just turned over and blocked his perception, not paying attention to what was going on outside the window. With a disaster looming, he didn't have the energy and time to care about the life and death of his two disciples. It was already good enough that he could survive. Li Ruhua knocked on the door. It was Ning Changeng who opened the door. Seeing little junior sister outside, his face lit up with joy. But before he could speak, Li Ruhua smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm looking for second senior brother. Please tell him." Ning Changeng was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure. He turned around and shouted, "Shaku, little junior sister is looking for you." He smiled without losing his elegance and turned back. Shaku came to the door, still silent and cautious. He paused for a moment and said dryly, "What's the matter?" Li Ruhua smiled. "It's not convenient to say. I don't know if second senior brother is willing to accompany me for a walk in the valley." With his back facing the two, Ning Changeng, who was holding the bamboo slip, slightly stiffened. Under the light of the lamp, his eyes revealed a trace of darkness. Shaku was silent for a moment and nodded. He first turned around to tell eldest senior brother, took a coat to avoid the cold, and then left with Li Ruhua. In the room, Ning Changeng put down the bamboo slip in his hand. His handsome face showed a trace of confusion and grievance. It seemed that he didn't expect this. But in his heart, there weren't too many other thoughts. It was just that his mood inevitably dropped and he became listless. After leaving their residence, Shaku and Li Ruhua were silent. No one spoke until the girl beside them stopped. Shaku looked up at her and said, "I know that you don't actually care about me. So, little junior sister, if you want to say something, then just get straight to the point." Li Ruhua smiled and nodded. "I came here to fulfill a promise. I want to tell you something. For example, just who you are." Shaku had a vigilant expression. "Little junior sister, what do you mean by this?" Li Ruhua lifted a hand. "Don't move." Then, Shaku discovered that he really couldn't move at all. A soft and cool fingertip gently tapped between his eyebrows. He felt as if a long sword had ruthlessly pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Under the stirring of pain, his head nearly split open from the middle. He opened his mouth, but before he could cry out, he was pressed down by Li Ruhua's hand. She smiled and winked at him. "You can only wake up after suffering. I know it is hard to bear, but believe me, after you wake up, you will most likely thank me for this." An hour later, he was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. His robes were soaked through, and he looked like a stone that had been fished out of the water. He lay on his back on the ground, gasping for breath. However, the look in his eyes had changed. Two states of confusion and sobriety constantly flashed by. Li Ruhua took 2 steps back. She said in a soft voice, "To be forcefully woken up from your dreams must be uncomfortable. Go back and sleep. When you open your eyes tomorrow, everything will be fine." Shaku stood up and staggered away. The next day, he was woken up by eldest senior brother Ning Changeng. His face was deathly pale, as if he had been gravely ill. "Junior apprentice brother, what happened to you? Don't scare me." Shaku narrowed his eyes, as if he had been in the dark for too long and could not see the light. He subconsciously raised his hand to cover his face. After several breaths, he shook his head. "Senior apprentice brother, I am fine." Ning Changeng let out a long breath. "You scared me. You were not right when you came back last night. Junior apprentice sister asked you to go out. Are you all right?" Shaku frowned, a pained expression on his face. But he quickly shook his head. "I am fine, I just did not sleep well. Senior apprentice brother, please help me ask for a leave from teacher. I am not feeling well today, so I will stay in my room to rest." Ning Changeng nodded. "Okay, you rest. I will ask for a leave for you." Seeing Shaku close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep, Ning Changeng hesitated. He felt that something was wrong with his junior apprentice brother today, but he could not find anything after thinking about it. He could only say that he was thinking too much. As he left his residence, he was surprised to find that his master had left him a note. He said that he was bringing the new junior apprentice sister to obtain a lucky chance. He also told him to stay in the valley and cultivate. He could not slack off just because there was no one to supervise him. Patting the bamboo slip in his hand, Ning Changang raised his hand and scratched his head. Although the young man could clearly see that it was indeed the master's handwriting, his tone was the same as his junior brother's today, revealing a trace of strangeness. Moreover, his junior apprentice sister had just arrived yesterday and today she was taken away by his master. He felt that this matter was a bit rushed. Thinking about it, Ning Changang could not find anything. He could only patiently cultivate by himself. His talent was good and he had always cultivated diligently. He was the kind of person that did not need the supervision of teachers. Because of this, he felt that his master's tone was a bit strange. Daoist Cloudy Mist's face paled and his legs trembled. He felt as if he would faint at any moment. This was because he was frightened. If it was anyone else who was stared at by the 7 expressionless people in front of him, they would also be like this. They would not be any better than him. Of these 7 people, he only knew one. It was because of a lucky chance in his early years. More accurately, he had thickened his skin and went to a banquet. He had seen this person from a distance in a corner of the banquet. This was the peak great cultivator of golden millet country. And that was already enough. Since the other 6 could sit on the same level as this person in front of him, they were naturally existences on the same level. Daoist Cloudy Mist wanted to cry but no tears came out. He really did not know what sin he had committed to actually suffer such a great calamity. Right now, there was only one thought in the depths of his heart. I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm really dead this time. Let alone these people moving a finger, if they continued to look at me, I'm afraid I would be scared to death. His face paled again and again, not a single trace of blood could be seen. All right, unofficial masters, the one in front of you is my true master. Although it's only for a day, as the saying goes, a master for a day must be treated seriously. Therefore, no one can die. Li Ruhua said with a smile. She glanced at Daoist Cloudy Mist, who was letting out a long breath of relief and a look of gratitude on his face. Her next words almost scared him to the point of pissing his pants. Then I'll ask several registered masters to extract his soul and refine it into a puppet that won't talk too much. It shouldn't be difficult to cut off the karmic ties between us, right? An old woman with a gloomy face, who didn't speak or smile, let out 2 sharp laughs. This matter, of course, is not difficult. In terms of refining people's souls, if my ghost god Valley admits that we are second, none of you here would have the face to admit that you are first. But little girl, if I help you do this, can you agree to come with me to the ghost god Valley to cultivate? Me. Old ghost woman, don't go too far. Although your ghost god Valley is indeed powerful in refining people's souls, if you want to take away my beloved disciple for such a small matter, you must be dreaming. Little girl, as long as you acknowledge me as your master, I can help you with this. I can even use a treasure to help you completely erase your aura so that no one will be able to detect it. The other 5 people all sneered. Their general meaning was the same. No one was willing to give up on this disciple in front of them. After all, she had the talent to become an immortal. Training her well was one thing, but it might also be a lucky chance for them. Li Ruhua didn't stop them from quarreling. She just smiled and looked at them. When they quieted down a little, she raised her hand and pointed. Ghost Granny, I'll choose you. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue at them. I'm sorry, but I have to guarantee that no one will know what I'm doing, so I can only choose the best one. You all have admitted this yourself. Also, I need to ask seniors to help me keep this a secret. Don't tell anyone about what happened in the Cloud Mist Valley. Ghost Granny laughed. Her wrinkled face was like a flower. Little girl, you really have good eyes. Then from now on, you are the direct disciple of our ghost god Valley's ancestral master hall. This old woman is waiting for my master to accept her as his disciple. In the future, you can just call me senior sister. After saying that, her dark eyes swept over the people around her. Everyone, you all heard it. This is the little girl's own choice. I believe you all won't break your promise, right? Otherwise, our ghost god Valley hasn't opened our doors for many years. The expressions of the people around her changed. Obviously, they were afraid. But they couldn't bear to abandon this disciple with the talent to become an immortal. Just as they were hesitating, Li Ruhua laughed and said, "You all heard my senior sister's words. Why aren't you leaving? Otherwise, don't blame me for not acknowledging the rather harmonious master-disciple relationship between us." They didn't know why, but after hearing these words, several of the powerful old monsters felt their hearts palpitate. Looking at each other, they took a deep breath. Without saying a word, they turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. As for whether they really left or hid in the dark, no one knew. But to Li Ruhua, this wasn't important. Because these people would soon forget about her. After thinking about it and making sure she didn't make any mistakes, she looked up and said with a smile, "Senior sister, then I'll have to trouble you." Ghost Granny's face was full of smiles. She nodded and grabbed Daoist Cloudy Mist's head. He screamed and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. His eyes were wide open, revealing endless pain. A moment later, a black fog soared into the sky. Ghost Granny's smile was horrifying. "Little junior sister, let's go back to the Ghost God Valley." Li Ruhua nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 1605. 2 months later, in the secluded Ghost God Valley, a little fairy girl walked out. She wrinkled her nose and looked back, only to see flames soaring into the sky. Many figures were struggling inside, but soon lost their strength and fell to the ground, turning into ashes. "Don't blame me. You asked for it. So, the saying the evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. It makes sense," Li Ruhua said with a smile, looking extremely calm. Although she couldn't take the initiative to attack, before entering this realm, Li Mu gave her some authority to use it within a certain range. She was the rule. Since the people of the Ghost God Valley wanted to break the rules, they were naturally attacked by the rules and ended up like this. The heavenly fire descended and burned everything. Of course, these people of the Ghost God Valley wouldn't die in vain. They would be sacrificed by Li Ruhua to make a deal with the bigger rules of this world. For example, completely erasing the traces she left in this world. Of course, this process would be carried out bit by bit in the next 10 years or even decades. It would be enough for the creatures in this world to not notice it. Even for some extremely powerful existences, this was the limitation of different dimensions and horizons. Even though everything in the Nanqi country and Huangliang country had reached the Dao integration stage and could be regarded as part of the world, they were still different. Li Ruhua withdrew her gaze and continued to walk out. As she walked, she thought, so much time has passed. It should be about time, right? What she needed to do now was to wait patiently for the detection to arrive. After confirming that Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin had been killed, she would leave directly. Cloud and Mist Valley. 2 months had passed, but there was still no news from his master and junior sister, which made Ning Chang'eng a little worried. But compared to that, what worried the eldest senior brother in the valley even more was that his junior brother seemed to have changed into a different person during this period of time. Although he was still silent, sometimes his junior brother looked at him from behind, which made him feel a chill down his spine. He always felt that there were many things hidden in his junior brother's eyes. Ning Chang'eng tried to ask, but his junior brother always shook his head and refused to answer. Later, Ning Chang'eng found that his junior brother was carving bamboo slips in private and writing a lot of things on them. He didn't intend to peek at them. After all, they belonged to his junior brother. However, the bamboo slips were placed randomly and sometimes fell on his table. Occasionally glancing at it, Ning Chang'eng found that what his junior brother had carved on the bamboo slips was actually a person's life. It was a story similar to a biography. After reading a few paragraphs, he found it interesting and took the initiative to mention it to his junior brother. If senior martial brother wants to read it, feel free to flip through it. Shiku's tone was calm, his eyes deep. Ning Chang'eng felt that something was wrong, but for some reason, the stories engraved on the bamboo slips had a strong attraction to him. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, "Then I'll take a look. I'll just check it out for my junior brother." The story was very long. It was about a foreign country called the Western Wilderness. One day, A man named Ning Qin came to the country. Ning Changeng was engrossed in the story. Sometimes, when he looked up after a long time, his eyes would subconsciously reveal a sense of confusion. And every time this happened, Shaku would quietly look at Ning Changeng, under the tree, outside the window, by the stream, in the fog. His shadow could be seen everywhere. More and more bamboo slips appeared. Ning Changeng was completely engrossed. Until one night, when the skies above his head were particularly dark and not a single star appeared. He put down the last bamboo slip. It was about Marquis Loyal Marshal Ning Qin. When he led his army back to the border, he encountered a lucky chance along the way. His soul entered a mystic realm and his life began anew. "Senior apprentice brother, have you finished reading?" Shaku calmly said. Across from him, Ning Changeng was in a trance. After several breaths of time, he nodded. His eyes were sometimes clear and sometimes confused. "Junior apprentice brother, I always feel that the person in your story is very familiar with me. There is even a feeling that I am him and he is me." Shaku was silent for a moment. He slowly said, "Senior apprentice brother's feeling is correct. You are indeed Marquis Loyal Marshal, the Ning Qin in the story. This is because when he led his army back to the border army camp, the lucky chance he encountered was the descent of Nanki, the dream of golden millet. That's right, it is the Nanki nation. The golden millet nation is where you and I are now." Ning Changeng's eyes widened. He was shocked and in disbelief. But soon, a pained expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but hold his head in his hands, mumbling to himself, "I am Ning Qin. I am Marquis Loyal Marshal. No, my name is Ning Changeng. I am a descendant of the Ning family of the Golden Millet Nation. But who is Ning Qin? Why do I feel so familiar? Who am I? Who am I?" Ning Changeng's pain increased. He gasped for breath in great gulps. Shaku suddenly said, "Senior apprentice brother, to be woken up from a dream by someone is indeed a very uncomfortable matter. But please believe me, your current experience is already very good. At the very least, it is much better than what I experienced in the past." He reached out and patted Ning Changeng's shoulder. "Sleep. Sleep and everything will be over." Ning Changeng struggled to open his eyes. There was some anxiety and fear in them, but he couldn't control his body. He nodded at Shaku and quickly fell asleep. His eyebrows were still tightly furrowed and his body was constantly tense and relaxed. It was clear that even in his dream, it wasn't easy. After waiting for a moment, Shaku took out a saber from his chest. He looked at the sleeping Ning Changeng and unsheathed the saber and placed it on his neck. "Senior apprentice brother, please go on your way." With a ruthless swipe, blood gushed out. He had used so much strength, and with the sharpness of the saber, Ning Changeng's head was instantly severed from his body. Looking at the decapitated corpse in front of him, Shaku frowned. He didn't think that this matter would be so easily accomplished. After checking and confirming that Ning Changeng was dead, Shaku flipped his hand and stabbed the saber into his own chest. His face suddenly paled, but there was a look of relief on his face. With a plop, he breathed his last. Shaku also had 10 mouths. When put together, they formed the character Yi. His name was Yi Gui. He was a wandering ghost of the Yi family that had long been removed from the family. It could even be said that many years ago, when he discovered that he was a barbarian, Yi Gui had already died. What lived to this day was only an empty shell. Within the Golden Millet Kingdom, within Nanki Mountain, there was a saying that touched upon the foundation of the Great Tao. It was true and false and true. This world seemed no different from the outside world, but it was still an illusory world formed by two treasures. In this illusory world, if one was killed after they were awake, then they would truly die. This was the meaning of the words false and true. So, when Yi Gui committed suicide, he had truly killed himself. The body he left in the outside world had already lost all signs of life. Then, the Marquis Zhongwu, who was in a semi-conscious state but had actually woken up, after being killed by him, naturally also died. 100 miles away from the Valley of Ghosts and Gods, in a deep forest, Li Ruhua was sitting on a slender branch, her body as light as a feather as if she were weightless. Suddenly, her eyes brightened and she revealed a bright and brilliant smile. This scene was like flowers blooming in the warmth of spring. It made one feel as if the entire world had suddenly become bright and beautiful. He's dead just like this. She closed her eyes and carefully sensed her surroundings. After confirming that the aura belonging to Marquis Zhongwu had completely disappeared, she opened her eyes and waved her fist. She laughed. Good, very good, this is simply too good. She stood up and stepped on a branch. A gust of wind blew past, causing her to rise and fall. Li Ruhua walked back and forth several times. Then, she suddenly jumped up and spread her arms like a fairy. Then, in the next moment, with a loud bang, she fell to the ground. She wouldn't fall. Even if she couldn't use her cultivation, her foundation was still there. Li Ruhua opened her eyes and looked around. Then, she looked down at her feet. She frowned and impatiently said, Li Mu, stop playing around. Let me out immediately. There was no response. Li Ruhua's frown deepened. She coldly sneered, I'm warning you, don't go too far, otherwise I will really be angry. As soon as she finished speaking, she flipped her hand, took out an object, and directly crushed it. With a light crack, the space suddenly distorted. But in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had grabbed the space, it pulled outward, and the distorted space immediately returned to normal. Li Ruhua staggered. This time, she really fell to the ground. She didn't get up. Her eyes were extremely cold as she slowly glanced around. She didn't know what went wrong, but it was obvious that something had really happened. Li Mu had always been a person with a sense of propriety. Even if he was joking, he would not go too far. In other words, all this had nothing to do with Li Mu. But he was the master of the Nanki stone and the yellow millet tree. Except for him, who else could interfere in this world? And where did Li Mu go? Little girl, you have to keep your promise. You haven't finished your task yet. Of course, you can't leave now. A calm voice came from all directions. When it entered one's ears, one would not be able to tell where the person was. Li Ruhua was expressionless. You're playing tricks. Are you sure you want to be the enemy of the Li family of the Central Wilderness? Wow. The Li family of the Central Wilderness, I'm really scared, but that's all in the future. You should worry about yourself now. After a slight pause, the voice continued, Don't worry, I promised someone that I wouldn't harm your life. I will only let you go after you keep your promise. But don't even think about roasted fish. I'm very hungry. I can't eat you, so I can only use it to satisfy my hunger. Li Ruhua's pupils shrank. Something had happened to Li Mu. She was about to forcefully erupt her cultivation at all costs, but at this moment, a deep tiredness surged over her like a tide, sweeping away all obstacles, not giving her the slightest chance to resist. Her vision darkened, and she fell into a deep sleep. The space twisted slightly. A bamboo slip emerged, floating above Li Ruhua. After a moment of silence, a sneer came out. You've got it easy. As it spoke, the bamboo slip unfolded and expanded. Like a sleeping mat, it wrapped around Li Ruhua and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. On Nanki Rock, beneath the yellow millet tree, Li Mu bitterly smiled, his face pale. If you do this, I will die. The tablet above his head jumped up as if it were slapping him on the head. You can choose whether to be killed by me now or die later. Li Mu's bitter smile deepened. But he didn't doubt that the person hidden within the tablet was surging with violent killing intent. If he dared to resist or continue to oppose it, he really would die. The other party's mood seemed to worsen by a great deal. Just by sensing it, he felt as if the world was collapsing. But this matter was originally done by you, so why are you so angry because of this? Li Mu couldn't figure it out. Pa, the tablet jumped up again. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. I'm really hungry right now. Is the fish ready? If it's not, I will consider eating you. Li Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. He nodded again and again. It'll be ready soon, it'll be ready soon. Although I have a good relationship with you, it was you, Li Ruhua, who tricked me first and caused me to fall into such a situation. So, you brought this trouble upon yourself, so don't blame me for being disloyal. Turning to face the fire, Li Mu concentrated on roasting the fish. He didn't forget to completely retract his perception of Nanki and yellow millet tree. Otherwise, if he really saw what happened next, he feared that Li Ruhua would really kill him to silence him. The tablet fell on top of his head. Clouds tumbled on its surface, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, giving off a stifling feeling. You smelly woman, I really want to eat you up. Nanki Nation, upstream of the Blue Waves River, there was an ordinary village beneath a snowy mountain. Because more than half of the villagers had the surname Ox, after several disputes, the name Ox Village came to be. Towards this name, the villagers with different surnames were certainly dissatisfied. But fists were more effective than words. After being hammered several times, they cursed in their hearts, but no one dared to say anything. Simply put, the small families in the village lived a slightly sullen life, but they were not bullied to the point where they couldn't continue living. In the west of Yochi village, the Qin family's male master was a self-taught village doctor. Although he wasn't officially recognized, anyone in the surrounding villages who had a headache or fever could find him to treat them. People ate only 5 grains and got all sorts of illnesses. Who dared to say that they didn't have any difficulties in their lives? Over time, the Qin family's status in the village gradually rose. Even the old Ox family, which had the most descendants in the east of the village and had more than 40 strong young men, also treated the Qin family's 3 members with great respect. 3 years ago, the Qin family's silly boy was swindled out of a large yellow ox. Several of the Ox family's brats mocked and ridiculed him. After being caught by the old Ox family, each of them was beaten several times, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. There were still some clever people who hurried to find the Qin family's male master. After he arrived, he stopped the old master who was really angry. According to the old master, if it wasn't for Mr. Qin saving my life, I would have died by now. You bunch of ungrateful little bastards. After the incident, the Qin family's status in the village rose even higher. On the surface, everyone respected them, but when they saw the Qin family's boy, they couldn't help but shake their heads in their hearts. They thought to themselves that he looked like a decent lad, but they didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Not only was he swindled, but he also refused to admit it. He insisted that it was a betrothal gift for his future wife, and he was waiting for her to come back and marry him. Because of this, the surrounding matchmakers visited him several times in the past 2 years, but they were all rebuffed. After he was chased out of the Qin family, he added fuel to the fire, causing the Qin family's boy's reputation to become more and more disreputable in the surrounding villages. Gradually, no family had the thought of marrying off their daughter. They were afraid that their precious daughter would never be able to raise her head after marrying into the Qin family. Chapter 1606. In the past, Qin Yu had been too engrossed in the little fairy maiden and had fallen off the cows back into the water. Now, 3 years had passed and he had grown into a young man in his teens. He was tall and his skin was dark, making him seem even more robust. He was a well-liked young man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had matchmakers visiting him one after another when he had just reached marriageable age in the countryside. Of course, the Qin family's solid financial situation and their status in the surrounding villages were also important factors. Ever since he had given away his family's large cow, little Qin Yu no longer tended cows. He began to learn how to identify herbs from his father. At the time, he had said that since the girl had accepted his betrothal gift, she could be considered his wife. In order to support his family in the future, he couldn't muddle through his days. He had to learn his family's skills so that he wouldn't suffer when taking care of his wife and children. Because of this, little Qin Yu didn't suffer a beating from both his parents when he lost his family's large cow. He thought of it as spending some money to enlighten his son. Today, little Qin Yu returned from the mountains. The basket on his back was filled with all sorts of herbs. His luck was quite good this time. He had dug up a wild ginseng in a cave in the mountains. From the smell of it, he could tell it wasn't young. Of course, he already knew the principle of not showing off one's wealth. He hid the wild ginseng in the middle of the basket and surrounded it with several other smelly herbs so that others wouldn't smell the ginseng. Gathering herbs in the mountains for money was one of the sources of income for mountain dwellers. Although the people of this area were simple and honest, they still had to be wary of others. This was what his mother said. Little Chin Yu felt it was reasonable. It wasn't until he left the mountains and arrived at a familiar path that he let out a sigh of relief. He smiled. If he brought this ginseng back, he would definitely be able to sell it for a high price. He quickened his pace. When he entered the village, Little Chin Yu felt a bit strange. Normally, the villagers would gather here and chat to pass the time, but today he didn't see a single one. Not only that, but he also didn't see a single person in the village. This caused Little Chin Yu to frown. He hoped that something bad had happened. Ox village at the foot of the mountain wasn't large. Soon, he passed through more than half the village. He could faintly hear some voices, as if many people were gathered together. After turning around a large tree, Little Chin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He ran over. This was because almost everyone in the village had gathered outside his house. "I'm back." No one knew who shouted, but the air suddenly became silent. Countless gazes turned to fall on him. This was the first time in his life that Chin Brat realized that a gaze could be so scorching hot. It was as if his entire body was on fire. In particular, there were some youngsters in the village who didn't have a good relationship with him. Now, their eyes were bloodshot, and envy was written all over their faces. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like a bad thing. Little Chin subconsciously slowed down and coughed lightly. "Uncles, may I ask, what happened to my family?" Old Man Nyo, who had the loudest voice in the east of the village, knocked on his pipe with a face full of joy. He walked over and heavily patted Chin Brat's shoulder. "You brat, you're really good. This old man knew that you were an honest child and would definitely not lie. Heh, I really didn't expect that I, old ox, would actually be able to see the person in the painting before I die. No, she's even more beautiful than in the painting. She's as beautiful as the fairy that I heard about when I went to the county city 30 years ago." This loud voice was like a broken gong. Several old fellows who were usually unconvinced and loved to argue with Old Man Nyo now all nodded their heads. It was rare that they didn't have any different opinions. Instead, they all agreed with his words. They thought that although Old Man Nyo had taken the opportunity to boast about his trip to the county city 30 years ago, his words weren't wrong at all. This Chin Brat must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good karma. He actually managed to exchange a large yellow cow for such a wife. Thinking about the rumors in the village these past years, these old fellows thought that when they returned, they would definitely give the boys of their family a few ruthless slaps on the face and kick them, calling them trash. "That girl passed by our village in the past, so why didn't you guys meet her? Such a good wife, yet you couldn't find her even when the sun was up." She ended up in old Chin's family, causing old Nyo's family to lose all face. Little boy Chin rubbed his head. "Grandpa Nyo, just what is going on? I'm still confused." Old Man Nyo laughed out loud. "Don't ask. You'll know when you get home." What a good fortune, what a great fortune. The crowd parted. Little boy Chin walked to the entrance of his house. He immediately saw the large yellow cow tied outside the door. His eyes brightened. Without saying anything, he quickly walked in. Then, he saw his father and mother in the main hall, their faces cramped but full of smiles. Sitting across from them was a sage-like old daoist. With just a glance, one could tell that he was a very capable old daoist. His hair was white as snow, and he was smiling as he stroked his beard. Little boy Chin's eyes turned to look at the girl standing behind the old daoist. Although 3 years had passed and she had grown into a slender and elegant girl, he still recognized her at first glance. This was the little fairy maiden that had asked him for the yellow cow. His face flushed red. He took 2 steps forwards. You've finally come." He rubbed his hands together, not knowing what to say. Mother Chin pulled at him. She smiled and said, "Old immortal, this is my son. His surname is Chin and his name is Yu. Do you think it's him?" Father Chin nodded. "Marriage is an important matter that must be confirmed. If there's a mistake, it will be a great deal of trouble." They had been husband and wife for dozens of years, so they certainly understood each other's thoughts. They were extremely satisfied with this girl in front of them, but this fairy maiden that fell from the heavens left them restless. It was best to be a bit more cautious. The old daoist laughed. He looked at Qin Yu and bowed. Don't worry, this poor Daoist has already chosen him. My disciple was betrothed to the Qin family's young master. He turned around and looked at Li Ruhua, who was blushing and not saying a word. His heart skipped a beat, but he immediately felt great. My dear disciple, I brought you to Ox Village from so far away just to keep the marriage promise from back then. Since you accepted Big Yellow as a betrothal gift, you should be married to the Qin family's young master. Are you willing to do this? Deep in Li Ruhua's eyes, a trace of struggle flashed. But it disappeared in an instant. Her face flushed red and she bowed. I will follow teacher's arrangements. Daoist Cloudy Mist laughed, extremely carefree. Good. Then I will make the decision for you and betroth you to the Qin family's young master. He stood up and said, my two in-laws, before I came to Ox Village, I calculated the 8 characters of my horoscope. 3 days from now is the best date. If you two have no objections, then how about we set the wedding date for that day? Great. Qin Yu blurted out. Outside the courtyard, there was a burst of laughter. But it was hard to hide the envy in this laughter. Father Qin and Mother Qin nodded in agreement. After the Daoist stayed behind to eat lunch, he stood up and left with Li Ruhua. He said that he would come to Clear Cool Monastery halfway up Xiaoyong Mountain in 3 days to welcome the bride. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The entertainment troupe that Father Qin had specially invited from the county town rushed straight to Xiaoyong Mountain. Outside and inside the village, anyone that knew about the Qin family's wedding would come without invitation. Along the way, there were many onlookers, making the scene extremely lively. Soon, the doors to Clear Cool Monastery opened wide. Normally, the monastery master was extremely imposing. Even if the county magistrate came to visit, he would still ignore him. But today, he was dressed in new clothes and his face was full of smiles. As he greeted the people of Ox Village who came to welcome the bride, he displayed 120% enthusiasm. This caused the originally nervous crowd to relax, and then they began to feel even more envious. It seemed that the rumors in the village that the old Daoist and that fairy maiden were true celestial beings weren't false at all. Otherwise, why would such a great figure like the monastery master of Clear Cool Monastery act like this? Perhaps a country bumpkin didn't have much experience, but he didn't lack any intelligence. The old Daoist sat down and accepted Qin Yu and the bride's bow. He smiled. Today, this poor Daoist congratulates the two of you on your marriage. In the future, you should love each other and spend 100 years together. After welcoming the bride, the procession returned to Ox Village, blowing the trumpets and beating the drums. The old Daoist politely declined the invitation to the wedding feast. He said that it was the custom of his hometown and that the bride's family wouldn't come today. But during this period of time, he would be temporarily cultivating at Clear Cool Monastery. In the future, there would surely be a chance for him to visit. After everyone left, the old Daoist waved his hand and sent away the respectfully bowing monastery master. Then, he stood up and walked into the back hall. With a light cough, the old Daoist bowed. I have already married Li Ruhua to the Qin family's son. May I ask Senior to tell me what to do? Several breaths of time later, a voice appeared out of nowhere. I understand. After these 3 words were spoken, there was no more sound. Daoist Cloudy Mist, who had just escaped death, waited for a long time before slowly standing up. He couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought that this person didn't seem to be in a good mood. Although this person didn't reveal anything and didn't target him in the slightest, he could faintly sense it. This caused Daoist Cloudy Mist's heart to tremble, as if a great catastrophe were about to befall him. After hesitating again and again, he didn't dare to disturb him any further. He bowed once more and took several steps back. The Qin family held a grand banquet. They invited all the guests, regardless of whether they knew them or not. As long as they gave them a congratulatory gift, they could enter the banquet and eat their fill. The several youths of the village had already been incomparably envious of Qin Yu, and after being ruthlessly taught a lesson by their old man, they decided that they would drink Qin Yu to the point where he wouldn't be able to consummate his marriage. Luckily, Qin Yu's father was already prepared for this. He gave Qin Yu a pill in advance to relieve the effects of alcohol. After the several youths drank too much, they began to cry and make a ruckus. The old man felt that they had lost face, so he used the rod to teach them a lesson. After repeatedly apologizing, he was dragged away. It could be imagined that these people today wouldn't live comfortably for the next period of time. After this matter, the pressure on Qin Yu was greatly reduced. But after the guests dispersed, he still drank until his face was flushed red and the smell of alcohol gushed out from his nose and mouth. It wasn't that the villagers didn't want to, but that after experiencing the attitude of Clear Cool Monastery, they didn't dare to. How could a fairy maiden of an immortal family be restrained by common logic? If they didn't do something, there might be a big problem. No one wanted to provoke trouble. Qin Yu staggered. After bidding farewell to his parents, he walked towards his room. As he was about to enter, he nearly tripped. When he looked down, he saw that there was a bamboo slip on the ground. He was a bit confused. He subconsciously picked it up, but he didn't have the mind to look at it. He placed it in his chest pocket and pushed open the door. At this time, he heard a dissatisfied cold snort in his ears. Then, his field of vision fell into darkness. Then, light lit up. Qin Yu's eyes widened and he discovered that he was sitting in a side room of Clear Cool Monastery. In front of him was an old daoist with the air of a transcendent being. The old daoist was smiling at him and Li Ruhua, who had already changed her hair into a woman's bun. He was a bit confused, but he didn't know where the problem was. His memories were hazy, but he vaguely knew that today he was accompanying the bride to visit her elders. Good, good, good. The two of you must work harder and strive to bear fruit as soon as possible so that you won't disappoint this marriage. Everything in front of him darkened and then brightened. Qin Yu discovered that he was sitting in a newly built residence, holding a bamboo slip in his hands. In front of him was a young boy who was hugging his thigh, mumbling out his name as he called out Daddy. Li Ruhua's body had become even more plump and round. She walked over and pulled him back. Little fellow, don't disturb your daddy's reading. Mother will accompany you outside to play. Qin Yu reached out a hand. Just as he was about to say something, his field of vision darkened and then brightened. He discovered that he was examining someone's pulse. In front of him was a woman who was constantly coughing. She anxiously asked, Dr. Qin, am I all right? Auntie, don't worry. You just caught a bit of a cold. It's fine. A calm voice echoed out from the side. A youth walked over and bowed. Father, I looked over the medical records just now and also examined your pulse. If you were worried, you wanted to take a look. Did you come to the same conclusion as me? Qin Yu nodded. It is indeed a cold illness. Before he could say anything else, his field of vision darkened once more. When he opened his eyes, he was standing beside a small grave mound. He held a bamboo slip in his hands, and beside him was a man and a woman, both dressed in mourning. Father, Mother has already been laid to rest. You must be more open-minded. Your son will be filial to you in the future and won't let you suffer. The bride nodded to her father-in-law. That's right. You haven't slept for 3 or 4 days. Come back with us and rest well. Only then did Qin Yu feel a deep exhaustion wash over him like a tide. His field of vision darkened and he fell backwards. When he opened his eyes once more, he had already returned home. His son and wife were waiting at his side. As they saw him wake up, their eyes turned red. Father, you must take care of yourself. If something happens to you, how will we continue living? Qin Yu looked up at the ceiling. His heart was filled with sorrow, but there were also some puzzles in his mind. How had he lived his life? Many of his memories were blurry. It was like he had experienced them before, but it was also like he had imagined them. Even the appearance of the woman who had accompanied him his entire life was beginning to become blurry. Was I confused? For the next 10 years, Qin Yu lived alone in his old courtyard. His son and wife were filial and gave birth to a pair of children. They were like 2 little people from a painting. They circled around him all day, constantly shouting "Hug Grandpa" and "Hug Grandpa." There were several old men in the village who were around his age. All of them were jealous of him, saying that he was just lucky. In the past, He had relied on a large cow to deceive a fairy-like wife into giving birth to such a handsome son and a pair of beautiful grandchildren. All of them were filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Yu leaned against a tree and chuckled. He felt proud and satisfied. But in his mind, the memories of the woman who had accompanied him his entire life had become blurry. Perhaps she really was a very beautiful person. Then, Qin Yu lowered his head and continued to look through the bamboo slip in his hands. He had already read it for many years, but he still couldn't understand what was recorded on it. But his intuition told him that this jade slip was extremely important. It was something that he absolutely couldn't lose. He had to keep it by his side until the day he closed his eyes. Chapter 1607. On Nanki Stone, beneath the yellow millet tree. Li Ruhua's face was deathly pale. She bit her lips and her body tottered. She stubbornly stared at the small memorial tablet across from her, not hiding the resentment in her heart at all. A cold laugh sounded out from the memorial tablet. "Don't look at me like that. It looks like you've suffered a great loss, but in my opinion, you've gained a great advantage. You should be happy in secret." Li Ruhua bit down on her lips, her breathing heavy. But in the end, she didn't lose her mind and seek her own death. "Your goal has been achieved. Can I leave now?" Her voice was hoarse and her body shivered. She was on the verge of collapse. Fog tumbled over the surface of the memorial tablet. "Of course. But before I leave, I must remind you not to forget your current status." Puff. Li Ruhua spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked deeply at the tablet and then turned to leave. Sure, her figure flashed and she vanished without a trace. The voice from the memorial tablet coldly sneered again. It didn't care about Li Ruhua's gaze at all. He had merely borrowed the power of a marriage and borrowed half of her destiny. Compared to what he had done in the past, this was already very benevolent. "Humph. She's gone. Come back." Space twisted and Li Mu appeared out of thin air. He bitterly smiled and helplessly hung his head, looking listless and listless. "Don't pretend to be pitiful. You know it's useless. To be able to preserve your life is already a very fortunate matter, don't you think so?" Li Mu bowed. "You are right." The memorial tablet jumped up and patted his head. "Remember what you should do. Don't disappoint me. I'm leaving. See you later." Sure, the memorial tablet vanished without a trace. Li Mu still maintained his bowing posture. After a long time, he let out a deep breath and slowly straightened himself. His expression was calm. There was no trace of the bitter smile and helplessness from before. Instead, he frowned and revealed a thoughtful look. Nanki Nation, Ox Village in Xiaoyong Mountain. The old man of the Qin family who had lived for 100 years finally closed his eyes. He didn't suffer from illness or pain. Even if he slept after dinner, he would lose his breath in his dreams. 3 days after the coffin was laid to rest, the cries of the descendants of the Qin clan shook the heavens. Accompanied by the low growls of the young men in the village, the heavy coffin was slowly lifted, all the way to the Qin clan cemetery. At the same time, halfway up the Xiaoyong mountain, the Qingliang temple's door opened with a soft sigh. The white-haired Daoist priest Cloudy Mist walked out of the temple. He was followed by the obviously old and weak temple master, who was more respectful than ever, and a group of Qingliang temple's Taoists. "Young Master Qin has passed away. Follow me and perform a ritual to help young Master Qin enter reincarnation as soon as possible." "Yes." Daoist Cloudy Mist rode the wind, and Daoist Qingliang temple followed respectfully behind him. They arrived at the Qin family's graveyard, which immediately attracted many exclamations. The Qin clan's descendants had long since seen the old immortal's portrait. They were all shocked and hastily bowed respectfully. "You don't have to be so courteous. This humble Daoist and your Qin clan have quite a bit of fate." He stopped there and didn't say anything else. In fact, Daoist Cloudy Mist didn't know the truth either. However, there was one thing that he was very clear about. The seemingly ordinary Qin family was definitely not ordinary. Although young Master Qin had died, he still didn't want to provoke them in the slightest. The ritual was successfully completed under Daoist Cloudy Mist's leadership. The coffin was buried, and the round grave was completed. The filial son and daughter knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. The paper money was ignited, and a gust of wind rolled up the ashes and scattered them in all directions. The Daoist Qingliang Temple's Taoist priest had already been sent away. Daoist Cloudy Mist stood in front of the grave and looked at the 2 round grave mounds in front of him. His eyes were slightly obscure, and there was even more confusion and curiosity in them. However, he was very clear that in this world, it was better not to know many things than to know. Curiosity could kill a person. You're smart. Otherwise, so what if you've lived for a few more decades? You're going to die today. A cold laugh resounded in his mind. Daoist Cloudy Mist was frightened and immediately bowed. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. He was terrified in his heart, but after a few decades, he was a little excited to hear this voice again. From today onwards, you will cultivate on Xiaoyong Mountain and protect the Qin bloodline for generations to come. There is no need for you to meddle in everything. You can decide what you want to do. As the voice fell, a cultivation method appeared in his mind. Daoist Cloudy Mist glanced at it and his face flushed red with excitement. He knelt down towards the grave mounds and respectfully kowtowed. The descendants of the Qin family were frightened. Before they could speak, Daoist Cloudy Mist waved his hand and interrupted them. Sir Qin is this poor Daoist's benefactor. There is no need to ask about the specifics. In the future, your Qin family will receive my protection. This will not change even for 1,000 years. Demonic Sect Master Night Demon's living courtyard, in an underground chamber. Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. His eyelids moved several times before he slowly opened them. After a brief moment of confusion, he soon composed himself. His eyes slowly swept around. You're awake. A figure appeared. His complexion was gloomy. It was clear he wasn't in a good mood. Qin Yu's heart relaxed. He rubbed his temples and said, "What is going on? I have already entered Nanki and Golden Millet realms. But why don't I have any memories of them? Moreover," he stood up and looked down at himself. Besides a bit of tiredness, as if he had slept for a long time, there wasn't anything different about him. Qin Yu looked at Little Meaty, waiting for her to give him an explanation. Little Meaty coldly sneered. "What? I was responsible for sending you in. Do you think I can guarantee that you will obtain some harvests?" Her complexion became increasingly gloomy and it was clear she was in an even worse mood. "Qin Yu, you need to understand that this is your own problem." He didn't know what was wrong with her, but it was as if she had eaten gunpowder. Qin Yu was a bit puzzled, but his intuition told him that it was best not to provoke her, otherwise he really might suffer a great deal. So, Qin Yu took a step back and nodded. "All right, this is my problem. It has nothing to do with you." This caused her anger to reach the edge of eruption. She had already planned to make this bastard Qin Yu suffer a little, but now, she choked on her words. Her face flushed red and she angrily snorted and left. Qin Yu thought that it was a close call. He stood up and followed. After leaving the chamber, Little Meaty didn't stop. She walked straight out of the courtyard and pushed open the door. She saw the Sect Master Night Demon standing outside. The Sect Master Night Demon bowed. As he sensed Little Meaty's gloomy expression, his eyes turned icy cold as they fell on Qin Yu. If an extreme ruler really wanted to go all out, Qin Yu might not be afraid. But this sort of inexplicable gaze left him speechless. "Even if I was wrong, shouldn't you at least tell me where I was wrong?" Women are women, no matter what their cultivation level was or how long they had lived in the world, they were always unpredictable and temperamental creatures. He couldn't provoke them, he really couldn't. Humph. Little Meaty coldly coughed. The sect master's complexion changed. He quickly looked away, took a deep breath, and bowed towards Qin Yu. "Son-in-law, this subordinate has offended you. I ask that you don't blame me." Humph. Little Meaty coldly coughed again. The sect master Night Demon's forehead dripped with sweat. He didn't know whether to stand or not. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of schadenfreude. He thought, now you understand my feelings a little. Luckily, Little Meaty didn't seem to be truly angry. After her cold cough, her complexion actually relaxed a little. Qin Yu frowned, thinking that she was far too difficult to serve. Little Meaty glared at him. Although she didn't say anything, her meaning was clear. Do you want to die? Qin Yu pretended not to see it. The sect master Night Demon coughed. He respectfully said, Miss, son-in-law, since you have come to the demon sect, I wonder if you can stay for a day or two so that this subordinate can express his gratitude. Little Meaty coldly said nothing. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, Chief, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have the Western Wasteland Imperial Decree on my back and must arrive at the border army camp on time. It is not good for me to stay here any longer. The sect master Night Demon nodded in understanding. If that's the case, then this subordinate will send Miss and son-in-law away. Little Meaty glanced at him and sneered. She grabbed Qin Yu and stepped away, instantly vanishing from sight. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the sect master Night Demon stood up, a bitter smile on his face. After the miss had awakened, it was as if she had become a completely different person. The way she looked at him sometimes caused even this peak sovereign powerhouse to feel a chill run down his spine. It was far too terrifying. But now, he had finally grasped what the miss liked and liked. Just now, although she seemed to be sneering, the truth was that her mood was much better. The sect master Night Demon stood up and shook his head. He thought that Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin was only a trivial early sovereign realm cultivator, so how could he be worthy of the miss? He also had no idea why the miss would value him so much. He took a deep breath, suppressing the thoughts that he shouldn't be thinking about as a vassal. The sect master Night Demon turned and returned to the courtyard, entering a secret chamber without stopping. When he arrived in a corner, he bowed. Space twisted and the memorial tablet appeared once more. However, the fog that lingered on its surface was much thinner. Even the remnant soul within had fallen into a deep slumber, unable to respond. The sect master Night Demon had a worried expression. He looked at the memorial tablet several times and then put away the secret technique, allowing it to disappear once more. Nanki Nation. Qin Family Cemetery. Li Mu's figure appeared out of thin air, standing between the old and the new round tombs. He stared intently, but it was as if he was looking at flowers through the fog. It was obvious that there was a problem here, but the other party didn't try to hide it at all. It was so obvious that it was right in front of him. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't curious. As long as he waved his hand, he could open the tomb and erase the fog in front of him. But after thinking about it again and again, Li Mu sighed. In the end, he didn't take that step. He turned around and disappeared. After several breaths of time, Daoist cloudy mist rushed to the Qin family cemetery. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find anything wrong. But just now, the array formation he laid down clearly sensed something. Could it be that he had made a mistake? At this time, Li Mu was already in Ox Village. He stood in the air above the courtyard in the west of the village, looking down at the Qin family descendants. They were all ordinary people and there was nothing special about them. At most, their destiny was better and they would be rewarded in the future. He went through so much trouble just to seize half of Li Ruhua's destiny. I always feel that things are not so simple. Li Mu touched his chin. With a thought, he left Nanki State. He was now the master of Nanki Stone and the Yellow Grain Tree. Although he only had half of it, it was enough for him to incarnate into the rules of heaven and earth here. He could enter and leave with just a thought. It was even easier to deceive others' senses and not be detected. The reason why Daoist Cloudy Mist could feel a trace of unusual aura was that Li Mu deliberately let him notice it and then take a look at this old Daoist who had suddenly risen on the road of cultivation. But in the end, he still found nothing, which made him quite disappointed. When his divine soul returned to his body, Li Mu opened his eyes and murmured, "I've never lacked patience. Then, I'll wait and see. The truth will come to light one day." There was a knock on the door. Li Mu exhaled and revealed a helpless look. Sure enough, when he did something wrong, he would have to pay for it. He had already expected this day, so he didn't think of running away. He got up and opened the door. Li Ruhua stood outside the door with a cold face. But the way she looked at him was not cold, just a little complicated. Li Mu sighed. "Come in and have a cup of tea." Li Ruhua was expressionless. Do you think I'm still in the mood to drink tea now? Both of them were asking questions. Li Mu thought for a moment. After all, she had suffered a big loss, so he decided to take a step back. It's okay if you don't drink tea. I'll give you some compensation for this matter. Li Ruhua bit her lip. Li Mu raised his hand and swore, I promise that before you entered Ox Village, my connection with Nanki Stone and Yellow Grain Tree had been completely cut off, so I don't know what exactly happened. He said it with sincerity and certainty. But of course, it was all false. As the rule of this realm, even if he was not there at that time, he could still go back in time and see anything he wanted to know. Li Ruhua took a deep look at him and said, There's no need for compensation. I just want you to promise that this matter will never be known by anyone except you and me. Okay. Li Mu nodded solemnly. Li Ruhua turned around and left. Li Mu said behind her, Are you going to continue looking for Barbarian Emperor? My suggestion is that you should return to the central wilderness as soon as possible. Li Ruhua didn't look back. I know what to do. Her figure flew far away, disappearing from sight. Li Mu closed the door, returned to the table, and sat down. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a stubborn little girl. But as that person said, losing half of your luck might be an advantage for you. Sometimes, one couldn't just look at the surface. And he just happened to be someone in this world who was best at observing the essence of things through the surface. Loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin. Interesting, really interesting. But thinking about it, even a rare creature like the Barbarian Emperor had arrived at this time. Was there anything that couldn't happen? The emergence of a new era meant that there would be a great upheaval between the heavens and earth. But to Li Mu, wasn't this also an opportunity? The 13th floor, the white jade capital above the highest heavens. He also wanted to see the scenery up there. The supernatural abilities of flesh and blood were always convincing. For instance, when she pulled on Qin Yu's hand and took a step forward, the two of them returned to the airship that was rushing towards the border army. From beginning to end, including the 4/4 claws from the Imperial Palace, no one noticed anything at all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a marvelous technique. Let's go. After throwing down these words, the flesh and blood figure vanished. Although her mood was a little better, she still couldn't help but feel annoyed when she faced Qin Yu. She always felt that she was so considerate, but Qin Yu was just an ignorant blockhead. No matter how she calculated this, she had suffered a great loss. Chapter 1608. Qin Yu sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He slowly drank several mouthfuls, and when the tea reached the bottom, he poured himself another cup. He repeated this a few times, drinking a bellyful of tea. However, he still couldn't figure out what exactly happened in Nanki and Yellow Millet regions. There seemed to be some memories in his mind, but they were blurry and extremely faint. It was like the muddy waters of the Yellow River that reflected the scenery of the mountains and rivers. No matter how hard he tried to open his eyes, all he could see was a blur. Even so, the scenery still existed. It was just that Qin Yu couldn't see it clearly, but that didn't mean it was an illusion. Stone Tower, he spoke in a low voice, but there was no response. It was as if that distant stone pagoda that had once again seen the light after experiencing the darkness had once again fallen into a deep slumber. Or perhaps, he had no choice but to sleep to avoid falling into an incomparably dangerous situation. Qin Yu was a bit annoyed, but as he thought about it, his complexion gradually calmed down. When it came to sucking up to someone's thigh, there were always gains and losses. He had to carefully consider his limits. At the very least, it was still within the scope of what he could accept. Well, to be more precise, these words were a bit hypocritical. If it were anyone else in Qin Yu's shoes, then even if they took 100 steps back, they still wouldn't feel like they were losing out. He had temporarily suppressed the investigation of what happened in Nanki and Golden Millet. But this didn't mean that he had given up. Take a step back and wait for the right time. There was no need to commit crimes against the wind and make things difficult for yourself and others. He took a deep breath and let go of a worry in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes and used the tea in his belly to observe the differences. Even though his memories were blurry and he had no idea what had happened, There were no obvious changes to his body. However, he felt that there was still a change, just that it was not obvious. In the end, he came up empty-handed. This caused Qin Yu to sigh and completely give up. Since little Meaty was unwilling to let him know the inside story, then with her methods, she would be able to keep it a secret. Forget it. Since it's all just wishful thinking, I might as well let it all go. Go and cultivate. Western Wilderness Imperial Palace. The great emperor above the ninth heaven looked at the jade scroll in his hand and crushed it into powder. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were even colder. But this coldness wasn't directed at Qin Yu. The Marquis loyal marshal, Ning Qin, had nothing to do with the new Goliath sovereign. He could already confirm that this was enough. But that third-generation disciple of the Li family, who acted recklessly because of her extraordinary status, had probably forgotten her current status. No matter how dazzling she had been in the distant past, she was now just a little girl who hadn't even reached the emperor realm. He dared to make a deal with the emperor of a country and even tried to kill him in secret. Did he really think that he could deceive everyone and clear his name? The Central Wasteland's Li family was indeed a great mountain. Even when facing a country, they still had confidence and confidence. But that referred to the entire Li family, not a single person. Li Ruhua's weight was far from enough. If she was smart enough, she would directly return to the Middle Wasteland. This debt would be noted down for now. There would definitely be a day when she would get back at him. Since you don't want to leave, then don't leave. Within the cage, lightning flashed. Countless bolts of lightning exploded, turning into a pool of lightning that was not very large but had a majestic aura. Li Siji was trapped within. All of his hair turned to ash. He screamed and his face twisted. Lightning poured into his mouth and nose, wanting to extinguish all life. If it weren't for his current strange state, where he seemed weak but his vitality was boundless, he would have long since turned to ashes. Since the Marquis loyal marshal, Ning Qin was fine, then something would happen to him. This was a simple truth. The boiling of the lightning pool represented the anger in His Majesty's heart. The reason why he did not appear personally was because this crazy third prince was no longer worth his time. After a long time, the thunder stopped. The twitching Li Siji slumped to the ground. He gasped for breath like a big fish that had been tossed onto the shore. His eyes were red, but there was no fear in them. Rather, there was a bit of confusion. This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. Li Siji whispered. The redness in his eyes became increasingly deep, like 2 seas of blood, so deep that one couldn't see the end. Western Wasteland, Long Island. It was called Chang because it was really long. It was 7,900 miles long, but the narrowest part was only 3 or 4 miles. Standing here, one could only see blue waves on both sides. It was located in the Thousand Islands county of the Western Wilderness. Its territory was divided into a large lake that was 100,000 miles wide. There were countless islands scattered about, thus it was also called the Thousand Islands River. Thousand Islands River. Hihi, if someone still mentions this name, then they are either a young junior that wants to show off, or they are really old and experienced. Old Master Minute set off from Chang Island and took a boat to cruise the lake. Along the way, he admired the scenery and sighed with emotion. There was regret that he had to abandon his old home for many years. But there was also a sense of complacency and pride that came from revisiting an old place that had changed. What he was proud of was that even after so many years, he was still able to live peacefully in Changjing. He could watch flowers bloom and wilt, and he was still a carefree person in the world. As for those great figures who had bared their teeth at him back then, all of them had died long ago and disappeared from the world. Their cultivation of the Great Path had been cultivated to nothing in the end. Opening his mouth, Old Master Minute suddenly swept away the melancholy of leaving his hometown. His heart was at ease, and he even had the aura of a free and easy home where his heart was at peace. Looking at his son, who was frowning and looking lost, he couldn't help but hate him for not living up to his expectations. She was just a coquettish fox. Why did he have to worry about her? She had really embarrassed the Old Master Minute family, but after all, he knew what it was like for a young man to know his worries for the first time. These were all experiences that he had to go through. He thought angrily for a while, but he didn't say much. There was still a long way to go. When he saw more and experienced more, he would naturally be able to cultivate a heart that wouldn't be shaken by external things. If he didn't even have this level of skill, how could he talk about longevity and coexist with heaven and earth? It was just a joke. Seeing that the border army camp was just around the corner, and the general and madam had yet to return, Saint Baidu had a calm expression as if he knew everything, but in reality, he was panicking and couldn't sleep at night. An imperial general led an army to guard the border. Leaving halfway was already a taboo. Not returning for a long time was even more taboo. Now, he was just covering it up, and no one had pointed it out. But once he arrived at the border army camp, he naturally couldn't avoid it. Some things were just like how the Empire and the Western barbarians openly smuggled goods for profit, but they were done in a way that couldn't be criticized. Now, the general was seen as a thorn in the side of the later Yi family. If he was found out and suddenly attacked, even His Majesty would find it difficult to take care of him. After all, some rules in the army still had to be followed. Otherwise, if they were too biased, how could they convince the masses in the future? Wu Shuai turned a blind eye to the general, but when the storm of playing the zither ended, he also lost a layer of face. It was just that the military left some face for this general who had just been torn apart by His Majesty and didn't officially reprimand him. But seeing the general suffer, Wu Shuai was sure to be happy. He might even take the initiative to add fuel to the fire. Otherwise, if he didn't do anything, then as the Western Border Army's Grand Marshal, he would truly be treated as a clay bodhisattva who couldn't even protect himself. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. True Saint Baiyu's mouth was filled with blisters and he felt a terrible pain whenever he moved. He could only hide in his room all day and pretend that everything was fine so that he wouldn't have to face the probing words of the soldiers. But time couldn't fool anyone and he couldn't avoid it. Even if he intentionally delayed, the speed of the airship was just barely enough to arrive at the border army camp within the time limit set by the military. But he had arrived. True Saint Baiyu clenched his teeth and pushed open the door with blisters in his mouth. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, if he hid his head, he would suffer this knife. Seeing this highly regarded advisor of Marquis Loyal Marshal in such a pitiful state, the generals gathered on the airship all felt their hearts skip a beat. Then, they groaned inwardly. Starting from Blue River, these people had already been labeled as Marquis Loyal Marshal, Ning Qin. If something happened to their commander, then they would also be implicated. The more informed generals vaguely knew that Marquis Loyal Marshal, Ning Qin, and the Yi family were like fire and water. Their complexions had already turned ashen. They weren't familiar with this Marquis, so they couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment in their hearts. It was fine for him to bring his wife back to his mother's family. After all, this was a glorious moment and he had to go to his wife's family to show off. This was also human nature. But because of this, he had actually delayed for so many days. Even when the army arrived at the camp, he still hadn't returned to the army. This was because he didn't know the gravity of the situation. To put it more seriously, it could even be said that he relied on His Majesty's favor and didn't place military rules in his eyes. Such a commander, even if he was Marquis Loyal Marshal, wouldn't have a good ending in the future. He wasn't worth following. Facing everyone's eyes, True Saint Baiyu took a deep breath. His lips moved, but before he could speak, he felt a searing pain and his face couldn't help but twitch. At this time, there was the sound of footsteps behind him, followed by a calm voice. "Since you've all come, then let's wait a bit. Once Marshal Wu sends someone over, we can return to the camp." True Saint Baiyu took a deep breath. He tried his best to maintain his composure. He turned and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Marquis." At this moment, he nearly wept. "Marquis, you came just in time. If you were any closer, I wouldn't have been able to make it in time, but my dear Marquis, can we not play so excitedly next time? My little heart really can't stand it." On the deck of the airship, the generals all fell to their knees. "Greetings, Marquis." Qin Yu waved his hand, a faint smile on his face. "I left for a while and then came back because I was busy cultivating, so I didn't have time to properly meet with you all. But it doesn't matter. In the future, You will all be in the army and there will be opportunities to get closer. His eyes swept over everyone, a faint smile on his face. But the words he spoke caused a cold sweat to appear on everyone's foreheads and their backs. I have only managed an ordinary army. After all, I am someone who left halfway through my career, so I cannot compare with you generals who have been in the army for so many years. But I only have one request, and that is that all military orders must be obeyed. If you can do it, then I will guarantee you great riches and honor in the future. Otherwise, stand out as soon as possible. While you and I still have a chance, let's part on good terms so that in the future, my military laws won't be merciless. I dare not. I will fulfill my duty and act according to your orders. Just as everyone stood up, they all fell to their knees. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Stand up. With everyone's words, I can rest assured. He turned his head and looked at Bai Su, whose mouth was full of fire bubbles and who was in a sorry state. Write it down. In the future, if I forget it, just remind me who is here today. Bai Yu solemnly nodded. He straightened his back, secretly pleased with himself. He thought to himself, you bunch of rude and unreasonable bastards of the army, you weren't respectful to me before, but now you know who your grandfather is. He stood up and looked up. His eyes were especially earnest as he swept his eyes over every face on the deck. These generals who had slaughtered their way through the army for so many years to reach their current status felt as if there was a blade on their backs and even more regret. But their faces remained calm, not revealing anything at all. Qin Yu nodded inwardly. He thought that there was a reason why the generals of the Western Wilderness were able to stand out from the crowd. They weren't just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Soon, a messenger hurried in from the Western Border Army camp. I have come on the orders of Marshal Wu to welcome Great General back to the Border Army. Qin Yu nodded. Concerning the arrangement of the army, what orders does Marshal Wu have? The messenger's forehead dripped with sweat. His tone became even more respectful. Marshal Wu has ordered that Great General bring back the army. Everything will be arranged by you and the martial tent will not interfere. True Saint Bai Yu's lips curled up in a cold sneer. Compared to when he and the general led 100,000 troops to reinforce the Western Border Army, the treatment they received was as different as the heavens and earth. After all, those 100,000 troops hadn't even been warmed in the general's hands before they had all been dispatched by the martial tent. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Marshal. It would be impolite of me to refuse. He swept his eyes over the generals. The mine is now my station. Follow the directions and go there. As for the supplies and expenses of the camp, I will ask Marshal Wu for them. Yes, Lord Marquis. Qin Yu stood up. Let's go. I will follow you to the camp and pay my respects to Marshal Wu. When a great general returned to the camp, it was reasonable for him to pay his respects to the martial tent. Only then could it be considered proper etiquette. But today, in the eyes of all the generals of the Western Border Army camp, Marquis Loyal Marshal, who had sent away his 400,000 troops and only brought a few personal guards with him to the martial tent, was carrying the momentum of a thunderstorm to demand an explanation from the martial tent. After all, his previous words of "I will ask Marshal Wu for the supplies and expenses of the camp" had already spread throughout the border army, revealing his sharpness. A third-class Marquis Loyal Marshal, a great general of the same rank. When Qin Yu returned to the border army camp, he could feel the difference in his status and the changes it brought. Along the way, all the generals he encountered bowed to the side of the road. Without any hindrance, he arrived at the martial tent. The personal guard guarding outside the martial tent took the initiative to bow. Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, he said that the marshal and the various generals were already waiting inside. As he spoke, he bowed and reached out a hand to open the tent. Qin Yu stepped forwards. But at this time, he suddenly frowned, a look of surprise in his eyes. In front of him, the tall martial tent guard who had bowed and opened the tent to invite him in still had his head bowed. But he punched out his fist. It was like a vast river bursting through a dam, sweeping away all living things. This was a ruler realm, an existence that stood at the peak of a mountain. His killing intent soared to the heavens. Before this guard attacked, Qin Yu hadn't sensed any abnormal aura. This person either cultivated a powerful secret art that could lock in his aura, or he had a treasure in his hand that could deceive the perception of the outside world. However, no matter what the truth was, it was no longer important. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stepped forwards and space instantly twisted. Countless tiny marks appeared from within. Dawn, there was a heaven-shaking explosion, like a giant ox shaking a mountain. The martial tent guard that had just punched out vomited blood from his head and was sent flying far away. Chapter 1609. At the imperial capital's loyal Marshal Marquis mansion, when Qin Yu broke through to the next realm, he had thought of hiding himself. At the critical moment, he would use his initial realm cultivation to surprise his opponent. He knew that his opponent's expression would be wonderful at that time. But today, when he returned to the Western Border Army camp and saw the assassination attempt outside the commander's tent, he suddenly changed his original thoughts. Since he wanted the commander's tent to give him an explanation, the more important he was, the better. His cultivation realm was obviously a big factor. Cries of alarm sounded out one after another. With the sound of breaking air, several figures appeared, suppressing the assassin. He fell to the ground sobbing blood, unable to stand up again. But it was obvious that he had already expected this. He knew that there was only one chance to assassinate him outside the commander's tent. Thus, he used his full strength and erupted with his strongest killing intent. He didn't think that loyal Marshal Marquis Ning Qin would hide his strength so deeply. Although he only revealed his early sovereign realm cultivation, he was actually an extreme powerhouse. Since he failed to kill the assassin, he was naturally disappointed. But luckily, he wouldn't die in vain. There would surely be a storm today. The assassin stuffily coughed. Blood flowed out from his orifices. A terrifying and wild strength erupted from his body. Humph! Wu Tongtian stepped forwards, arriving beside the assassin. He lifted his hand and pressed down. With a loud bang, countless rays of golden light bloomed. Like a giant mouth, it swallowed the assassin. Rumble rumble, a deep rumbling sound filled the air, like thunder exploding in the distant skies. Golden light violently twisted. Wu Tongtian frowned and a trace of paleness appeared on his face. But in the blink of an eye, he recovered. He turned his hand and the golden light vanished. Outside the commander's tent, several figures appeared. They bowed to Wu Tongtian from afar and left. Their mission was to ensure the safety of the commander's tent. Now that the assassin had been killed, the investigation, appeasement, and pacification had nothing to do with them. Several figures appeared at the broken entrance of the commander's tent. Although Wu Tongtian had suppressed the assassin's indiscriminate destruction, Qin Yu didn't have any intention of protecting the commander's face. Of course, this was completely reasonable, and no one would criticize him. After all, he was a dignified Marquis-level border army general. For him to encounter an assassination outside the commander's tent was a joke in itself. Since he had already become a joke, there was naturally no need to talk about face. Yi Sangdo's face was as gloomy as water. His brows were tightly furrowed and his eyes were heavy. Jiang Chengzi glanced at Qin Yu. Seeing that he was safe and sound, he relaxed a little. Then, he sighed with emotion. Zhao Chong's reaction was the most obvious. If not for the fact that the situation was inappropriate, he would have rushed forward and asked about Qin Yu's well-being. But even if he didn't move, there was enough emotion in his eyes to make people feel that he cared about Marquis Zhongwu. The other border army generals all lowered their heads. Even though their expressions were heavy, they didn't reveal the slightest bit of emotion to avoid provoking trouble. At the entrance of the messy commander's tent, there was a short period of silence. But in this silence, everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Qin Yu. Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin, actually had such a cultivation. The speed at which his cultivation rose and the degree to which he did so was hard to imagine. After all, when he left the Western Border Army and returned to the imperial capital, he was only at the Saint level. Even if he had some hidden cards and methods, how could he be compared to what he was today? Just now, he had forcefully resisted the assassin's fist and was able to cause severe wounds. Just this point alone was enough to prove his current strength. This caused everyone to subconsciously think back to the news that came from the imperial capital. Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin, had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and received feedback from the destiny of the nation. He had been able to absorb so many incense sticks that he had set a new record. It was clear that Marquis Zhongwu's sudden rise in cultivation was related to this. Wu Tongtian opened his mouth to break the silence. He looked at Qin Yu, his expression solemn. Marquis Zhongwu, I guarantee that I will investigate this matter to the end and give you an explanation. No matter how much he cursed in his heart, he had to make a statement. The assassination had occurred outside the commander's tent and the assassin had been hiding amongst the guards. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to step forward and welcome Qin Yu into the tent. This in itself proved that his status was quite eye-catching amongst the guards, all of these matters superimposed upon each other. It was doomed that Wu Tongtian would never be able to extricate himself from this matter. As the saying went, if a basin of yellow mud was poured into the crotch of one's trousers, the result would be the same. But now, as long as one witnessed the assassination from start to finish, they wouldn't believe that this was really Wu Tongtian's doing. Even if Wu Tongtian wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't be so stupid as to use such a method. Whether he succeeded or not, he would still be caught up in it. Of course, thoughts were just thoughts. Besides Wu Tongtian's trusted aides in the commander's tent, no one would reveal their thoughts. As for what the truth of the matter was, it was still hard to say. After all, who here hadn't experienced the tactic of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others and hiding under the lamp? Watch more and speak less. Since this matter had nothing to do with them, they might as well sit back and watch lest they be drawn into the turbulent undercurrents. However, even though this was the case, for a dignified Marquis General to be assassinated outside the commander's tent, no matter who the mastermind was, they had displayed sufficient madness. This caused all of the generals present to feel a chill rise in their hearts. Strife for power, struggles in the open and in the dark, and even life and death battles were common in the army. But to disregard the rules and act in such a cruel and brutal manner, this still crossed the bottom line of any struggle. Perhaps it was an exaggeration to say that everyone was in danger, but in the future, it was inevitable that they would be more cautious and careful. Qin Yu scattered his aura and cupped his hands together towards Wu Tongtian. I naturally believe the words of the great marshal. Then, I ask you to clearly investigate this matter. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, I will wait in the commander's tent for the result. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up. Marquis Zhongwu, who had already revealed his sharpness, used these words to display his tough attitude once more. But, he was already in reason and now he had been assassinated. Although he was strong and rude, no one dared to say anything. Of course, there were also some who hid on the side to watch the fun. In the army, each person had their own position. Only by causing a ruckus would there be a chance of a vacancy opening up for them. After all, water flowed to the low places and people walked to the high places. This was an instinct. Wu Tongtian frowned for a moment before immediately composing himself. Good. Everyone returned to the commander's tent. As the commander issued the order, there was a moment of chaos. All those who had dealings with the assassin were temporarily detained and interrogations were being carried out. The first thing they obtained was information about the assassin's background. According to the records of the army, the assassin was called Gaou. He had been in the army for over 100 years and had always bravely killed his enemies. He had made many meritorious contributions and after being investigated, he had been promoted to guard the commander's tent. As for Gaou, he had served in the commander's tent for over 10 years. He had always been diligent and had never made any mistakes. 3 years ago, in a great war with the barbarians, he had defended the commander's flag. He had fought to the death without retreating and had sustained over 30 wounds. Afterwards, he had received a reward. Of course, now that the fact that Gaou was an assassin had been exposed, this reward had become even more glaring. The assistant officers responsible for investigating the merits of the army and reporting them had pale faces. They faced the interrogators and complained that they had been wronged. After all, Gaou was indeed a soldier worthy of praise in the army. Who would have thought that he was an assassin? A ruler realm expert was actually willing to hide deep within the army for 100 years, never revealing the slightest trace of his true identity. It was hard to imagine. Gaou's background was extremely clean and everything about him could be investigated. But it was clear that the real Gao had likely died. To a ruler, impersonating someone else was a very simple matter. The interrogators would continue to investigate this matter. They had to find the unlucky bastard that had suffered the wrath of the commander's tent, but this wasn't the main direction. The interrogators continued to investigate Gaou's family and friends. But, it was clearly written on his background that all of his family members had died in a great war between the barbarians and the desolate lands, thus he had joined the army. Although he had a few friends, none of them knew anything about him. Of course, the interrogators carrying out military law wouldn't judge them as ignorant just because they said a few words or cried out that they were wronged. They had their own verification procedures. Seeing that no one in the commander's tent had any objections to the results of this interrogation, they knew that this verification procedure was indeed reliable. Whether it was bloody or anything else, it wasn't within the scope of the commander's tent's attention. The investigation fell into an impasse. This was because no matter how they looked, they couldn't find any flaws. They couldn't find out Gaou's motive or who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Looking at the Marquis Zhongwu Ningqin sitting across from Yi Sangdu in the commander's tent, calmly drinking tea, as if he didn't care about the impasse in front of him, everyone sighed inwardly. In the countless years of the Western Border Army, this person in front of them was the first person that could act so forcefully in front of Commander Wu. Since Marquis Zhongwu didn't give up, Commander Wu fell silent for a moment and then ordered them to continue digging. Luckily, this deadlock didn't continue for too long. A turning point soon appeared. It turned out that the interrogators had grasped a key point from the interrogation. Gao, you like to drink wine. This was something that others had also said. When he wasn't on duty, he liked to drink alone. To cultivators, as long as they grasped the proper limits, drinking wine wasn't a great taboo. But for Gao, who had already been promoted to guard the commander's tent and had a bright future ahead of him, continuing to drink wine seemed a bit inappropriate. Of course, this could also be explained as Gao having no ambitions and didn't want to climb to a high position in the army. Or perhaps he was addicted to alcohol and didn't want to give it up, and so on and so forth. There were many reasons, but to the interrogators of the army, if they found something suspicious they had to investigate it. Any small gap could become the beginning of the destruction of the entire levy. What Gao liked to drink the most was a coarse brew called black iron wine. The wine was as spicy as its name suggested. It was produced 1,000 miles away from the border army camp, in a small city called Ironthorn. The interrogators rushed to Ironthorn City and found the workshop that produced the black iron wine. They took control of everyone there and soon, a woman who sold the wine appeared in the interrogator's line of sight. The reason was simple. This woman's appearance wasn't bad, and her white flesh was even rarer. In this small city on the border, she could be considered one of the top women. At the start, the interrogation didn't go smoothly. The woman cried and wiped away her tears. She only said that although she did have a few casual affairs with the man in the army called Gao, it was hard for her to control herself. But first, she was a woman and after her husband died, it was inevitable that she would feel lonely. Second, the man was tall and muscular, making it hard for her to control herself. But this wasn't against the law. There was no law in the Western wasteland that said a widowed woman couldn't occasionally steal a few bites. Meat and vegetables really weren't good enough, and it was hard to eat salt and oil. Chapter 1610. Luckily, the methods of the military interrogators weren't something that ordinary officials could compare with. It was unknown what sort of trick they used to touch this woman's sore spot. Women might be stubborn, but once they gave themselves away, their mentality would collapse even more. In a fit of anger, she blurted out many things. She didn't even miss out on the several times they had made love with each other. The two interrogators, who were sitting opposite her and listening to her in detail, had cold expressions on their faces. They didn't have any intention of interrupting her and only stopped when she spoke until her throat was smoking. According to what this woman said, she had taken the initiative to seduce that man from the military named Gao after receiving a large sum of money. As time passed, the two of them became entangled together. TSK, this woman is really interesting. I like her. After organizing the questions, the two interrogators turned and left. After they left the room, one of them slowly spoke up. Even though his face was still cold, his eyes were blazing with passion. The other interrogator frowned. He reminded him, "This woman is now one of the key points. Don't touch her. Don't worry, I won't be so stupid as to seek my own death. Even if I covet her body, I will wait until this matter comes to an end." The other interrogator thought for a moment and nodded, no longer saying anything. They had done similar things many times before. As long as they were careful, there wouldn't be any trouble. Following that, they captured the person who had given the money to this woman. This matter didn't go smoothly. That fellow named Wang Kai seemed to have sensed something and fled ahead of time. The interrogators sealed off the Wang family. After a careful investigation, they found a breakthrough on a maid. They captured Wang Kai, who was hiding in a courtyard within Ironthorn City. This fellow was quite straightforward. He said that he wanted to develop the industry left behind by his ancestors in order to curry favor with the nobles in the military. So, when he found out that Gao Yu was a guard at Commander Gao Yu's tent, he sent money to that woman in the restaurant. Both sides cooperated and each took what they needed. The interrogators used various methods and the answer was always the same. Wang Kai, who was in so much pain that he didn't even look like a human anymore, clenched his teeth and said, "Don't torture me. Just tell me who you want me to bite. I will definitely agree." At this point, they really couldn't use torture anymore. Otherwise, even if they obtained results later on, they would attract trouble. The investigation reached a deadlock once again. The breakthrough came from the maidservant of the Wang family. Perhaps it was because she had betrayed the Wang family and believed that she had no chance of survival, so she was afraid of being retaliated against. She gave an important clue: Wang Kai had a half-sister who had come to the Wang family in her early years. She was dressed well and had guards by her side. The words armored guards were used well. They were precise and inconspicuous. The interrogator glanced at this rather beautiful maid who must have crawled into Wang Kai's bed a long time ago. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. His intuition told him that there was a problem, but after thinking about it, he just recorded the information in a book and did not continue to investigate. Since they were ordered to investigate the assassination of the Marquis of Loyal Marshal Ning Qin, it was best not to complicate matters. After all, although the interrogators in the army were directly under the Empire's military headquarters and were not under the control of the border army camp, they were not under the control of the border army camp. But under the eaves of others, if they didn't want to be blown by the wind and beaten by the rain, they didn't want to inexplicably lose their lives one day. They had to be flexible when necessary. After reporting to the commander's tent, the interrogators continued to investigate. Wang Kai's half-sister was quickly found after a thorough investigation. Her identity was indeed not ordinary. She was the beloved concubine of the Roaring Tiger Army's Deputy General of the Western Border Army Camp. As for the Roaring Tiger Army, it had been many years. Ever since Yi Sangdu entered the Western Border Army Camp, he had always been one of his direct subordinates. These past years, he had carefully managed the army. From top to bottom, he could be said to be a trusted aide of the great general. As for this Deputy General Xu Ju, he was also known to be a trusted aide of the Yi family. The commander's tent fell deathly silent. Yi Sangdu's complexion paled. He clenched his teeth and roared, "This matter has nothing to do with me. I asked the great general to investigate." The shock and anger he showed didn't seem to be fake. But when one's acting skills reached a transcendent level, it was difficult to determine whether it was real or fake. Qin Yu lowered his head and drank his tea. His eyes flashed. Of everyone present today, Yi Sangdu's background had already determined that he was indeed the one who wished for Qin Yu to die here the most. But for some reason, his intuition told him that Yi Sangdu's current appearance wasn't fake. Who exactly was the assassin working for? Wu Tongtian was expressionless. "Great General, there is no need to be angry. The interrogators have only found some clues. Perhaps all of this is just a coincidence. Let them continue to investigate. Perhaps the truth will come to light and we can give the great general an explanation." Yi Sangdu's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at the calm Wu Tongtian and felt a chill run down his spine. After receiving the commander's order, the interrogators rushed towards the roaring tiger army. Deputy General Xu Ju ordered his guards to withdraw. He looked at the interrogators with a calm expression. "I can go with you, but this matter has nothing to do with me." The interrogators bowed. "General Xu, rest assured that we will investigate this thoroughly. We won't make any rash decisions. But for now, I ask that you come with us first." Xu Ju nodded, his expression calm. "Very well." He turned and ordered his subordinates to maintain order in the army and not cause any trouble. In the commander's tent, Yi Sangdu stood up and left. In his words, since he was suspected, it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here any longer. He should return to his own tent and wait for the results. Wu Tongtian didn't stop him. Watching Yi Sangdu leave, at this time, in the depths of the general's eyes, there were some emotional changes. Suppressing his emotions, Yi Sangdu calmly left the commander's tent. He could feel these gazes coming from behind him. He became increasingly annoyed, but he acted as if he didn't feel anything. He strode back to his tent. He had to investigate as soon as possible. He had to find out whether or not Xu Ju was truly involved. Today, Wu Tongtian gave him an extremely bad feeling. If something really happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the great general's tent, there were already trusted aides anxiously waiting. Seeing Yi Sangdu return, they were overjoyed. They hurried forwards and bowed. "Great General, what should we do? Xu Ju has already been exposed. I fear something big is about to happen." Yi Sangdu's complexion paled as he glared at them. Seeing this expression, the aide's heart shrank. He said with a trembling voice, "Does the great general not know the inside story?" At this time, Yi Sangdu wanted to strangle this aide to death. He clenched his teeth and roared out, "Just what is going on here?" The aide's complexion paled and he tottered. Looking at the great general's eyes that seemed as if they could eat him alive, he knew that if he fainted now, he wouldn't be able to wake up again. He slapped himself in the face and forcefully raised his spirits. "Great General, 14 years ago, it was Mr. Second who personally looked for me and arranged for Gaou, a chess piece of the previous dynasty. Because this is an important matter, there are very few people who know of this matter. After I finished, I reported back. The great general personally told me that he understood. Otherwise, how could I have dared to make such a decision on my own?" Li Sangdu's thoughts raced. He had a photographic memory. As a cultivator, he was able to quickly find some memories from 14 years ago. He closed his eyes, his complexion becoming increasingly ugly. "Back then, I was misled by him and thought that you were doing something else. Men, go and ask Mr. Second to come over. I want to ask him why he did this." For him to be fooled by someone and casually use one of his subordinates to create a plot against him, the premise was that Li Sangdu had enough trust in this Mr. Second. And in truth, when he left the imperial capital and rushed to the border army, he hadn't done anything wrong in all these years. This was mostly because of Mr. Second's schemes. Thinking of this, Li Sangdu was startled and filled with dread. He felt a chill seep out from the depths of his heart, so much so that even his blood seemed to freeze. The guards outside the tent received orders and left in a hurry. They soon returned, but all they brought back was an ice-cold corpse. "Great General, when I arrived, Mr. Second had already committed suicide. This is the letter he left for you." Li Sangdu looked at the calm and familiar face in front of him. He thought back to several days ago when he was dealing with Marquis Loyalty Marquis Ningqin and the two of them had a conversation. At that time, Mr. Second hadn't revealed any abnormalities at all. He had calmly communicated with him and made many suggestions. For instance, he had told him to wait and see for the time being. He couldn't recklessly attack Marquis Loyalty Marquis because he was under pressure from the imperial capital. At that time, Li Sangdu never imagined that the Mr. Second in front of him, who he respected so much, would have already buried a great calamity for him 14 years ago. Li Sangdu picked up the letter and tore open the seal. After glancing at it several times, his complexion became increasingly pale. On the letter was written in a terrified scrawl. He admitted that he had made a great mistake and didn't dare to accept military punishment. He could only choose to commit suicide to escape, and so on and so forth. He clenched his fists and the letter crumbled to dust. But Lee Sang-doo knew that Mr. Second had used his own life to bite him to death. It didn't matter whether or not he had this letter. But even so, before Mr. Second committed suicide, he still wrote this letter. Lee Sang-doo's fingers trembled as he looked up. Go and see Shuju. Tell him to insist on this matter. Halfway through his words, he froze. He thought of Mr. Second's level. If he was nothing more than a chess piece that could be casually discarded, then how could the person playing this game give him a chance? It's too late, it's too late. He muttered to himself, his face dejected. Lee Sang-doo's guess was correct. Shuju, who had been invited into the interrogation tent, didn't even have time to show off his courage before he was directly detained. He desperately resisted. He angrily roared, "How dare you? I am a deputy general of the Tiger Raw Army. How dare you torture me in private? I will definitely investigate this matter to the end and make you suffer the consequences." The several interrogators who captured him had pitiful looks on their faces. They looked at this general in front of them who was speaking such ruthless words. These gazes caused Shuju to frown. His complexion quickly paled and his body shivered. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. An interrogator said in a soft voice, "General Shu, you should know the strength of us interrogators. If there is no evidence, how could we dare to do anything to you?" He shook his head and sighed. "In this world, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. In your next life, you should open your eyes wide." Hearing these words, Shuju felt as if his spine had been broken. He lost all of his vitality and slumped to the ground. Wang Kai's half-sister knelt in the corner of the dungeon. She kowtowed, tears streaming down her face. Mother, your daughter has finally avenged you. No one in the Wang family will escape. If you know this in the afterlife, you can rest in peace." Chapter 16:11. Within the commander tent, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Although everyone had a foreboding premonition when Lee Sang-doo left halfway, when all the evidence was found, they still found it hard to believe, as well as a chill that surged out from the depths of their hearts. It wasn't because Lee Sang-doo dared to order an assassin to kill Marquis Zhongwu, Ning Qin, but because today's events had gone far too smoothly. Although the army's interrogators were indeed the group of people that excelled at such private matters, their efficiency was so high that they were likely feeling a chill in their hearts, or perhaps they were cursing out loud. After all, to be used as a killing knife, especially against Lee Sang-doo, wasn't something that made anyone happy. But these thoughts could only be suppressed in the depths of their hearts. This was because the chain of evidence was sufficient and conclusive. Lee Sang-doo was the instigator behind the scenes, ordering the remnants of the previous dynasty to act as assassins to kill Marquis Zhongwu outside the commander's tent. Whether or not this matter succeeded, if it wasn't handled properly, it would cause turmoil in the border army. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Qin Yu's intentions were sinister. This was a truly great crime. Wu Tongtian took a deep breath and slowly said, "This matter is of great importance. Before the imperial capital makes a decision, I ask everyone to keep their mouths shut and not reveal a single word to anyone." He paused for a moment and then continued, "I will personally step forward to suppress the situation. Great General, please come to my tent and wait for the arrival of an angel." His words were like a final verdict. No one in the commander's tent was in the mood to watch the fun. Great General Lee Sang-doo was finished. Although the seat was indeed empty, as they looked up at the solemn and emotionless Wu Shuai, their hearts filled with fear. In the current Western Border Army camp, those that could strike down Lee Sang-doo without giving him the slightest chance to struggle were only Wu Tongtian and the silent Marquis Zhongwu. But because of time constraints, Marquis Zhongwu had been excluded from the crowd from the very beginning. Therefore, the one who had plotted for many years and defeated the dignified Yi family, the number 2 general of the Western Border Army, could only be Wu Tongtian. But why? In these past years, Wu Shuai's attitude had always been ambiguous and he had a close relationship with the Yi family. Although the later Yi family was showing signs of being shaken by a storm, their foundation was still strong. Wu Shuai's actions were no different from shedding all pretense of cordiality. Even though he was the commander-in-chief of a border army, doing something like this was a bit too risky. Moreover, His Majesty in the imperial palace had always disliked Wu Tongtian. This was an almost open secret in the Western Wilderness Army. Now that His Majesty had stabilized the situation in the capital and obtained the extension of 100 years, what Wu Tongtian should do was to hug the Yi family and strive to survive this period of cold winter. He should not stab His Majesty in the back and try to change his opinion. After all, 100 years was a long life for mortals. But for grand cultivators who had almost reached the peak of the mountain, it was not a matter of flicking their fingers, but at most 4 or 5 flicks. Their future was still promising. Everyone couldn't understand what was going on. They felt that Wu Tongtian's actions were a bit of a miscalculation and muddle-headed, but it didn't lessen their fear in the slightest. Yi Sang had already said what he wanted. If it was them, if Wu Tongtian brazenly made a move, who would be better off? Marquis Zhongwu, this matter has come to an end for now. Are you satisfied? Wu Tongtian slowly said, a tired look on his face. It seemed he had exhausted a great deal of his mind today. Qin Yu put down his teacup. He cupped his hands together. Commander-in-Chief is wise and fair. I am very satisfied. He stood up. I will leave everything to Commander-in-Chief to decide. I have 400,000 men under my command, and they are still in the mines without a place to stay. I will not stay any longer and will bid my farewells first. Wu Tongtian nodded. Marquis Zhongwu can calculate the costs of building the camp and send a number to the Commander-in-Chief's tent. Qin Yu smiled. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. He turned and walked out of the tent. Today seemed like a glorious day, but thinking about it, there were many interesting things. He had come with the momentum of a thunderstorm to demand an explanation from the Commander-in-Chief. Although the final result was good, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that he had been used as a knife in someone else's hand. He was a bit unhappy and a bit afraid, but he was even more satisfied. After all, pushing down Yi Sangdu was a good thing for Qin Yu no matter how he looked at it. Thinking about it, Wu Tongtian had already calculated all of this. He knew that Qin Yu would be willing to cooperate and wouldn't jump out to mess with him. That was why he said those last words just now, which could be considered as giving him some face. Marquis Zhongwu, wait a moment. A shout came from behind him. Zhao Chong hurriedly chased after him, a smile on his face. I haven't had the chance to congratulate Lord Marquis on his promotion. Why are you leaving so soon? I've just obtained a pot of good tea in my tent. Marquis, you must come and have a taste. You must not refuse. Now that there are so many people watching, I will lose face. At this point, it seemed like Zhao Chong had truly been frightened by the commotion in the commander's tent today. Although Qin Yu didn't care about Zhao Chong's face, he still nodded after thinking about it. That's fine. Everything about Marshall's tent is good, but the tea for guests is a bit lacking. Let's go to General Zhao's tent and drink some tea before leaving. Zhao Chong was overjoyed. He gestured with his hand. Marquis, do me the honor. Please. His attitude was extremely humble. As they spoke, Qin Yu mostly responded and didn't say much. As for this General Zhao, he was indeed a wonderful person. From time to time he would laugh and even gather his courage to pat Qin Yu's shoulder, as if they were very close. He wished that everyone in the camp could see this with their own eyes. After entering the tent, Zhao Chong waved his hands to dismiss his attendants. Zhao Chong personally brewed a pot of tea and poured it 80% full for Qin Yu. He placed it in front of him. I was only doing this to protect myself. I hope that you don't mind me for borrowing Lord Marquis's banner. Qin Yu faintly smiled. He felt that this Zhao Chong was more and more interesting. He could even lower his head and admit his mistakes without any hesitation. Thinking for a moment, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. General Zhao, just what do you want to say? Say it now. I really only want a cup of tea. A moment later, Zhao Chong smiled and personally saw Qin Yu off. He stood at the entrance of the tent and waved his hand. It wasn't until Qin Yu's back vanished from sight that he turned back. His personal guards Wang Datu and the others were waiting not too far away from the tent. As they saw their general arrive, they hurried to greet him. Qin Yu glanced at them and smiled. Come, let's return to the mine. He sat in the carriage and comfortably leaned against the soft couch. Qin Yu let out a deep breath, a thoughtful look in his eyes. When he was in Zhao Chong's tent, he had straightforwardly expressed that he was willing to follow Qin Yu's lead in the future. He only hoped that the Marquis would allow him to join them so that he could shelter them from the wind and rain in the future. Although Qin Yu appreciated Zhao Chong's decisiveness, he was still one of the top-ranked generals of the border army. This sort of behavior was a bit too impatient and crude, and it would be appropriate to say that it was beneath his status. However, after leaving the tent, Qin Yu's thoughts raced and he guessed what was going on. Zhao Chong had hurriedly rushed out of the tent, not even caring about his face. The reason he had pulled him over to drink a cup of tea. Zhao Chong guessed that Wu Tongtian was one of His Majesty's people. No one was an idiot. If Wu Tongtian was able to sit in the barracks of the Western Border Army and command the millions upon millions of soldiers of the Empire, he was naturally one of the smartest people in the world. His cultivation wasn't just for show. So, although it seemed like he was brainless and muddle-headed, this betrayal of a friend for glory, stabbing a knife in the back in an attempt to obtain His Majesty's approval, there had to be a deeper meaning behind it. If Wu Tongtian had always been one of His Majesty's people, then all of this could be explained in a reasonable manner. The so-called ruler and minister disliking each other was nothing more than a play that had been played out for many years. Because both sides had superb acting skills, they had fooled everyone. Now that His Majesty had made it clear that he wanted to move against the Yi family, it was only natural that Wu Tongtian would act as the vanguard and take down Yi Sang. This was why Zhao Chong was so impatient to obtain Qin Yu's protection, because he was also one of His Majesty's people. In other words, according to Zhao Chong's guess, after Yi Sang fell, the number 1 Wu Tongtian and number 2 Marquis Loyal Marshal were fellow disciples of the same sect. In the future, if they wanted to deal with someone or send someone to hell, wouldn't that be a matter of a single word? Within the carriage, Qin Yu let out a long breath. He rubbed his temples. He had to admit that what Zhao Chong was thinking was indeed a possibility. From the very start, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor had never trusted him. This was already certain. Thus, it was possible that he had concealed Wu Tongtian's true background from Qin Yu so that he could secretly monitor and impede him. Qin Yu had smoothly passed the tests of the Noble South and Golden Millet realms. Although his memories were blurry, he could at least confirm this. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to safely arrive at the border army barracks. Thus, if Wu Tongtian really did act this time on the orders of the Western Wasteland Great Emperor, then, once the dust settled, he should have taken the initiative to come and inform Qin Yu. Shaking his head, Qin Yu no longer thought about this. To him, it wasn't important who Wu Tongtian was. After all, the identity he had now was fake. In addition, the Western Wasteland Great Emperor had always been wary of him for some unknown reason. Perhaps there would come a day when Qin Yu would be forced to flee. Thinking about this was useless. It was better to cultivate. Otherwise, when the time came, he wouldn't be able to run away even if he wanted to. Thus, after sorting out his thoughts, Qin Yu closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Outside the carriage, Wang Datu and the others felt the changes in the Marquis's aura. They all revealed looks of admiration. They thought that their Marquis was truly someone with a thumbs up. With his current status and cultivation, he still cultivated so painstakingly, not wasting any time at all. Compared to the Marquis, us lowly peasants in the border army are just wasting away our time. We deserve to be slapped in the face. Wang Datu took a deep breath. He turned his head, his dark eyes sweeping over the people around him. His gaze paused on his nephew Wang San for a moment. He lowered his voice and said, "Once we return to the mine and hand over the task, I will personally urge you all to work hard in your cultivation. Otherwise, even if the Marquis thinks highly of us, I fear we won't have the face to accept him if he continues to make us his personal guard." Everyone had bitter expressions. They thought back to when the Marquis had faced 2 assassinations in the imperial capital and then outside the commander's tent. They hadn't played any role at all and had been nothing more than decorations. They all revealed ashamed expressions and nodded. They clenched their teeth. For better or worse, they had to work hard. Even if they couldn't help the Marquis stand on his own, They had to at least be like the 2/4 claws that had died in the palace. When the enemy arrived, they could help the Marquis resist a bit.